Hey, what's going on, people? Jack.
Yo, yo, what's good, Fanatiq?
What's good? Sushi, I need you to join the StreamYard. And Katie, she didn't have a camera on right now. Excited for today's conversation. How about you guys?
I rolled a D100 and it didn't land on one or two, so I'm here.
Oh, I'm at like 1382. I'm like right outside of 1385. So we're right
I gave you. Remember, I said I gave a 2% chance that I wouldn't show up, so I left it to the dice.
Oh wow. Listen.
They're all gonna be wondering. 1 second. Oh, sorry, guys.
1385, you said? Nice.
Yeah, I'm like right there. I'm like 1383 or something. I mean, like I'm like I need like 2 upgrades.
I stopped at 1390. I don't really care anymore. I'm just getting as many characters to 2-3 as possible, and then just stocking up on stuff and selling gold until Scouter comes out.
I see. Hey, can you join the StreamYard for me?
The what?
The StreamYard. There's a second link in there for video.
Second link. I'm confused as to where I'm supposed to be looking. I'll be honest.
In the Discord, there should be like a StreamYard link, like in the group chat.
I'm not in a group chat.
I didn't add you to the group chat?
No.
Do I have multiple suspect sushis?
My name is Fringe on this account.
Oh, okay. That's my bad then. Let me see. Are we friends on Discord? It's okay. I'm just going to DM you the link. Look.
Gotcha.
Right. Copy the clip. Here you go. So who's this random that I added to the group then?
I don't know. Probably some kind of doxer or something.
Can I kick that nigga?
Go for it.
I don't even know how to do it.
You added. I thought I was the only suspect sushi around, brother. I don't know who that is.
And they have to be my friend.
I could.
Alright, it's fine.
I could not tell you.
All right, we're just waiting on you to click that link, join, and then we'll start it on up.
Clicked allow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Display name. I guess I should put my actual name, huh? No, I was gonna say something else, but
There's some dude, I don't know, man. We normally try to do with 6, but we're gonna do 5 today. There's a guy who was saying that he could do it, but I don't know him. I've never spoken to him before, and I just probably better I just don't do it that way.
I could try to get one more.
Do you have somebody in mind that could join?
I could see if CJ Brown's available. He's pretty passionate about this stuff. Give me one sec.
Is he chill? Is he normal? Is he human?
Yes, he's a real human being. Absolutely.
Okay. I think that human part, I think, is probably always going to be my concern. My mic volume is low. Ugh, God,
I'm far from human.
Oh, I'm superhuman. Superhuman. It's just I'm surrounded by non-humans. Really? My mic should be fine. I don't get it. Am I low for everyone else?
You're fine to me.
Okay, maybe I was just talking too low. Let's see if we can move this closer to the mouth. Okay. Were you able to join the StreamYard? I sent it, right? Yes, you did. Okay. We got 5.
I sent out the invite, but I'll let you know if he hits me. He is streaming right now, so.
Okay. I'm gonna do a quick intro, and then we're gonna go ahead and get started.
Are you in the StreamYard?
Am I? Oh, I didn't add myself because I'm terrible. There you go. Yeah, I guess it can't be avoided. Okay, my brain. I just need to meditate, but I don't have the time. But I'll do it during everyone else's opening. Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for being here, and thank everyone for watching the Fanatiq show, the Fanatiq Panel. I'm really excited for today's conversation. I've assembled guests whom I believe are all capable of being decent human beings and able to actually contribute to a conversation. And unlike the typical Twitch space, it's not all white guys having a conversation. We have females who are present here. We got a half nigga and another nigga. You know what I mean? So, no. All jokes aside, I'm just glad that we're able to get a collective people, just together to have this conversation. I think it is a valid conversation, especially with today's time. I am very passionate about this, and I wanted my good buddy, whom I haven't known very long, but so far it seems like we're clicking really, really well, Just Pons, to moderate here, so that I'm able to contribute to the conversation, so we don't have to have these blurred lines. I thank every one of you guys for being a part of this. Pons, it's all yours now.
All right, guys. Well, first off, Fanatiq, thank you so much for the opportunity. I plan to keep it as close to what you do as possible. Everybody here has seen the Fanatiq show, but of course, you guys know that Fanatiq likes to keep it about the subject. We're not trying to make ad hominems. We're not trying to be debate broy. We just want to move the conversation forward, no matter how we can, right? And I'm going to try to be as unbiased and objective as possible, but this is one of my first times moderating. So if you feel like you see something egregious, feel free to point it out. And then lastly, let's just not talk over each other. We can have a nice debate.
Okay.
I don't know. This isn't what I'm used to.
Oh, you got to mute yourself on the StreamYard if you can, please. So the audio is just on the Discord.
There you go, boss.
We're waiting on you, buddy.
Are you streaming right now?
Oh, what? I'm passing it. All right, let's go on over to Not So Erudite. My bad.
Wait, no. I mean, well, at this point, we got to give our intros.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
All right, lovely. Perfect. Great. Cool.
You're fine. You're fine.
All right, cool. I got to represent that based white guy just sitting on the outside, not really knowing what's going on. All right, here we go. So listen, today we're going to talk about a few things, but the main conversation today is going to be in regards to the Me Too movement. I personally, when it comes to opening statements, I like to try to keep it very, very, very short, like 1 or 2 sentences, so that people can know what your main gripes are. So maybe we could start by going around with question number 1 here, which is going to be in regards to the Me Too movement. Has it reached its peak? Has it gone too far? Does it still have more to do? So basically your general idea on the state of the Me Too movement. We can start by going around, and we'll start in the top left with.
Okay. So really briefly, I like the Me Too movement. I think it's a good thing. I think it is going too far in the sense that it's becoming a believe all women platform, which like doesn't afford like any sort of credibility to the idea of innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, that's that.
All right, Yuriday.
Yeah, regarding the Me Too movement, I think overall it's done really good for raising our concerns and awareness around assault and sexual assault, particularly towards women. I think the movement needs to shift from Me Too to Now What, to actually start addressing like how we have healthy engagements with people that we're attracted to or of the opposite gender in workplaces and stuff. So I'd be curious about Now What.
Okay, on over to Suspect Sushi.
I I think the Me Too movement has actually been going on since as early as like the 40s. Last I checked, there was quite a few actresses who were married at the time talking about how if they didn't let like fellow actors and things like that touch them, there was always issues and things like that, and it would kill their careers. So I think the Me Too movement, while necessary, has gone supremely too far and opens up the window for people who have legitimate claims to be not believed and people with false claims to be believed.
Understood. Okay, Aristocracy.
I don't know if I have like really strong opinions on the overall Me Too movement, because it's mostly, it feels like it was mostly an American thing. Though it did like kind of transfer to some cultural aspects, like in Canada and in other places. Um, I don't know. I agree with people here who've said that there's a bunch of issues that, especially there's a bunch of issues with who it addressed, and who it was focusing on. It primarily focused on like privileged privileged women in very privileged positions, and I think it needs to probably improve and all of that stuff. But I actually feel, and this is something that I suspect, and it's something that I'm kind of noticing, especially in the last week with everyone's anger about like the Heard trial and stuff. I feel like a response is coming, and we're gonna kind of like cycle back a little to the anti SJW days. Because that just tends to be what we do as human beings. We like going in circles. Yeah, that's it.
Alrighty, and then last but not least to Katie.
Is my mic okay? I haven't checked it. Okay, good.
Good.
Yeah, I think it's dangerous to say believe all women as somehow like a negative thing. And I also think what people mean when they say believe all women kind of gets mixed up between how it actually should be versus how it got interpreted throughout time and how social media engages it with it as well. I don't see Me Too a lot more. I think like we're still seeing the after effects of like the big blowout of it, but I don't see a lot of hashtags Me Too anymore. So I don't think the discussion is really about Me Too. It's just about like what do we do now when Me Too has done what it does to the world, and like so I really liked Erudit's take of like what now. I think that's really good.
Okay, awesome. And then it looks like we did get another person. Jebtan, is that the right way to say it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
you
is.
got it. If did you catch the first part of this? Should I go over
I
it
did.
again?
Yeah, I was watching on Erudite's stream.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if you want to just give a few sentences as well.
Yeah, I think, I'm Jeb Tan, and I think generally that we have gone too far as like Fanatiq was saying, as far as the standard at which we require evidence for claims of sexual assault against a man. But I also agree with Katie in the sense that I don't think it's because of the Me Too movement. I think the Me Too movement was a very pointed response to a problem that it revealed we needed to solve. And I think now it's a new thing that has kind of moved a little too far, that our culture has moved too far, but not necessarily because of the Me Too movement, because I don't see Me Too everywhere either anymore.
Okay, it sounds like everybody's gotten what they want to say out, so now we can go to open discussion. Just try to keep moving it forward and keep it civil.
Can I'd like to pose, I feel like there's always a confusion because we're all like in an online space. So I think when we're all talking about like it has gone too far and like right now the threshold of proof is like really backwards and stuff like that. I assume we all understand that that's not how necessarily a lot of the real world acts. Like we are talking about online engagement. We are talking about like when somebody comes out on Twitter and then everyone's like, believe that girl and stuff like that. I think that's what we're talking about. I'm just wanting to clarify because I think it's a problem like conflating how like in the real world women are definitely not being believed nearly as often enough, and it is hard to like provide certain thresholds of proof to sexual assault. So like there is a lot to do with like testimonies, and it is a lot of the time just a he versus she said. It's just how it is. So I just want to make sure that we're all like, I guess, more addressing the online space, and that if we're not, then we'll just make it very clear that we're talking about real life because I'm going to have different reactions based on the
I
space.
think Me Too has affected both real life and I think it's affected the online space, and I think we can actually have a conversation about
I
both. I
agree.
don't actually want to talk
I
about
agree.
one in like independently. The reason being, like when we've seen like kind of a transformation in even the way like Harvey Weinstein, like the way he was like prosecuted and things, that was specifically because of advanced. I would say the fact that we even had like somebody with the wealth of Bill Cosby had his rights violated by being put in prison. I think that's evidence that the Me Too movement has done something. And then also I would say that the online space like has real world harm in the sense that people will then begin brigading people's actual places of employment, like getting them fired, canceling them, taking away their business and livelihood opportunities in response to allegations with zero proof. So it's hard for me to divorce like online from real life when online has implications for real.
Fanatic, what you're
Yeah.
discussing, like all your issues seem to be with cancel culture, which 100% overlaps with the Me Too movement. But I guarantee if you get rid of the Me Too movement, like we just snap our fingers, it's gone. There's still cancel culture, and it's just like there's a specific culture of how we deal with people that do bad things, or disagree with us, and that to me seems like the problem that really upsets you. And if we just got rid of the Me Too problem, that would still really exist.
I
Yeah,
think
I
That people would
think
just be canceling one another over saying something bad on an airplane or something.
Yeah, I think one of the issues Me Too ran into, which is what every movement runs into, is that people like to grab onto the spirit but not the specifics, right? So I think if we directed the Me Too movement to be more focused on if you are abused, reporting it to an authority figure and, getting a rape kit done, going to the authorities, and made it very specifically about that, we could see some of the other stuff get mitigated because people are always going to, if they see an injustice, right, they're going to overcompensate where it's easy. And I think they found that social media is the easiest platform on which to overcompensate for the lack of people believing women in real life. So instead, when they see something on social media that they can grab onto, that I think a lot of people feel is their moment to like do their duty to the Me Too movement, and they really lay in on somebody. When initially the Me Too movement was a very pointed response to dudes who were able to be held above the law essentially because of their power and resources. And it
No,
doesn't really
no,
play out that way.
but that's not true. The Me Too movement actually started out as like people literally complain. I mean, people pointing out that there was like a widespread belief that that sexual assault, rape, molestation, all of these things were like very, very uncommon. And so it was actually started to like there was a black woman who was starting it to point out like she too had been, and then also like saying we need to
Hmm.
start empowering people to be able to come forward and mention that they too have been, and it was not really gaining that much traction. And then white women in Hollywood kind of took this thing over and then started making it specifically about people in power in Hollywood and things like that. And then
Hmm.
it became all this other grotesque thing. But originally, it was specifically about just raising awareness for the fact that this thing is regularly happening.
Yeah, so I think a good way
I
to
mean,
move
that's where
forward would to be focus on the specifics of like who to report to, because like we're saying, I think social media is where it really gets dicey.
Yeridite?
I was just going to jump in. I think like maybe the discrepancy between Eris and Fanatic is that like I would agree like a large portion of Me Too has been somewhat like blurred into cancel culture. What I think specifically might be like a problem that's emerged out of the Me Too is that it didn't transfer from Me Too to Now What. It's actually become Me Too to believe all victims or believe all women, which I think is like a really, really unhealthy mantra for a group. And so that's the specific part that I take issue with within the Me Too movement.
Sushi, did you
I
want to
think
bring
it's
something in?
yeah, I think it's quite interesting actually. Uh, Fanatic was talking about a black woman also like coming into a black woman talking about the Me Too movement and white actresses or whatever or people in the entertainment industry were talking about it still happening, and then it kind of caught flame about over like 70 years ago. I have this one up because I remember researching this a while back. It was a woman by the name of Maureen O'Hara. That was the one who I was referencing in my opening statement. Was calling out sexual harassment in Hollywood over 70 years ago. Now this woman, this is the woman I was talking about how the fact that she was unwilling to like divorce her husband and basically have sex with the producers basically killed her career. This has been happening almost since Hollywood existed at its very form. But I also think that some people seems to only really talk about their sexual assaults after they have the safety of their safety of their position in Hollywood. Like once they're an established actress, after they've gotten, for lack of a better word, taken advantage of, they seem to be coming out, and I feel like that actually hurts their argument more than helps it because I personally feel like, especially since I am a product of a sexual assault, I think once that happens, that's when you report it right then. You don't try to save your you don't try to save your career just to uh, uh, you don't try to save your career in hopes that you become successful enough so later down in the road you can accuse somebody because that person gets to abuse more and more people over time. And also, there's things like even when it correlates from the entertainment industry to just regular life, there's young athletes all the time being falsely accused of rape and having their lives absolutely shattered. And 5, 6, 7 years down the road, they're exonerated, but they still have the stigma attached to them for the rest of their life, and their lives are destroyed, or they're no longer able to participate in the sports that they were like trying to pursue. So I don't know. I think the Me Too movement has done more harm than good, in all honesty.
Okay, over to Katie.
So I guess there's like a lot of things coming up very quickly. I guess what I want to focus on, it's kind of related to what Erudite said about like believe all victims and stuff like that. When we're talking about like innocent until proven guilty, and when we're talking about like when you come and make allegations, you need to have proof and stuff like that. I genuinely, Jeb like brought up like rape kits, which sure are a thing. They don't always do what we are told that they do. They don't automatically prove that you were raped. They don't necessarily hold up in court very well. They're not necessarily done very professionally, and they're not available everywhere, right? So while it is good advice to go and get a rape kit if you were raped, that's not a be all end all situation. But like we're talking about sexual assault, so not just like rape. So I'm guessing, I guess what I'm asking is like, as far as I understand it, a lot of things about sexual assault are going to boil down to a he said, she said situation. Then people are going to hear both sides and they're going to generally decide who they're siding with based on more legitimate or less legitimate reasons. So I'm just really interested if someone could explain to me what proof can someone who was sexually assaulted and not like raped could provide. Because like when we're talking about these proofs, I'm like, what do you want people to give? Like all they have is their word, you know?
Well, I think so. I love the point that you're bringing up, but then I think we have to kind of get before we can get to that. I think we have to first get to something that is referred to as Blackstone's ratio. Have you guys ever heard of that? It's the phrase that basically it's better that 10 guilty it's better that 10 guilty persons escape than that one innocent suffer, right? And I think that that makes a bunch of sense to me. Why we have the whole concept of innocent until proven guilty. So then, do you agree with that sentiment?
I agree with that sentiment generally, but I think it doesn't work very well to handling something like sexual assault. And I'm not saying
Well,
by that that people should be punished for things that they haven't done. I'm just saying that generally as a society, we seem to have we haven't figured out yet the way to like address sexual. Because again, my question is, what proof can someone really provide? And the answer is, unless there was like physical indications, it's just their word, you know, and we have to contend with the fact that as we address sexual assault, that is just an uncomfortable truth, that we're going to hear two stories, we're going to hear a lot of context, we're going to hear a lot of testimonies, and at the end of the day we're going to have to make a decision, you know. But I think pretending like there's some actual proof to, I'm not saying that you are, but like it's a problem to be like, um it doesn't really work very well, innocent until proven guilty, where's your proof kind of thing, because there is no proof that someone can provide except for the testimony. It's basically my point.
Well,
I
but there
think
is. Go ahead.
So
I
you would
think
feel better if that person was like in holding until they could prove their complete innocence, just on the
What
off
do you
chance
mean?
that they are guilty. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because what you're
um
sort of hinting at is that innocent until proven guilty isn't a good standard for sexual assault. So what would be your kind of proposed
Like,
alternative?
yeah, I
no,
was
no,
just
no,
wondering that how does that even
that's not
reflect
what
on
I'm
like
saying.
just criminal
Well,
investigations
let,
by
Let
and
let
her
me.
large?
answer.
Well, let her
her
answer.
Sorry.
So we're talking about the criminal justice system, right? So in that case, yes, innocent until proven guilty works great, right? When something goes to court and there's evidence and there's a judge and there's a jury and all of that, and that's great. And innocent until proven guilty works wonderfully. We're talking about like when a girl comes out with like accusations and now we're saying, hey, why do we have to believe this person who claims they're a victim? What happens to innocent until proven guilty? And I'm like, that doesn't really work. This isn't a court system. That's not what that really means, you know. So if, obviously I'm not talking about a woman is complaining that you raped her, you now sit in jail until we figure that out. That's not how the justice system works, you know. So that's
Sure.
not what I meant.
I
I'm
get
sorry.
I get it then. So basically what you're talking about is like more of like a social sort of justice and like where we stand there. And I think that yes, if we're going to completely divorce it from like criminal things, I would say I like do believe in like the trust but verify kind of position where it's like when someone comes forward with the story, then I'm going to like from the very beginning, I'm going to treat it as if it's true and I'm going to begin like I think I'm going to immediately start looking suspiciously at the individual who's accused and you know, at this point for me personally it's like okay, yeah, no, I would never let you around, you know, I'm not going to trust you around any vulnerable women like in my life and things like that. I can create those sort of barriers, but that's I mean that's as far as I can go. Like from the default, I'm going to take
Mhm.
it seriously. But we do know we have
So
plenty of evidence that there are plenty of women who have came forward for clout, right? Like that are literally lying and coming up with false accusations against people like in the middle of this Me Too movement. And so then as a result of that, now I have to start contending with the idea that I'm going to ostracize, punish, and possibly eliminate the livelihood of an individual over the accusations that aren't true. And I personally don't feel comfortable doing that.
Katie,
so just
respond, and
very
then
okay.
quickly, can
Sharina,
I
and
um,
Aristotle, say anything.
yeah.
So something that I just wanted to say is that we're so focused on trying to find like a right and a wrong answer to this. And one of the things is that overall, like I don't want to say like we live in a society, but in general, societies rarely work on like good decisions and bad decisions on, especially when it comes to how we deal with bad behavior in a community. Usually there are just almost all decisions that sound good have potential negative consequences. The crime bill sounded really good to a lot of Black communities in the 90s, had tons of negative consequences, and now a lot of
I
most people are
reject that,
against
but
it.
go ahead.
Oh, that's what I've heard, but I'm happy to be educated about that. But there's plenty of other examples. So,
Day,
Yeah.
and then
so one of the issues is that we need to look at what are the larger problems in our society. So, is our society focused on are we having a huge problem right now with false rape accusations? Is this like a pandemic that's going on? Maybe it is. I don't know. I haven't looked into the research. Or is rape much more of an issue? If we were talking about the Congo right now, right, which has like the highest rape rate in the world. Actually, I'm not sure if South Africa overtook them. I would be like very unfocused on the fear of false accusations because I would be thinking more as a community. Like as a community, rape is bad. It destroys our society. It's very, very bad. We should be focused on trying our best to reduce that. And if that means, being more strict with how we incarcerate people, and believing women more often, then that makes sense. And there will be people that fall through the cracks, but what about the innocent people that millions of innocent people that end up getting falsely that end up getting assaulted, and there's absolutely no consequence for them as well. Both those situations are really shitty, and there's no wrong or right answer here. It's especially when, and this is something that Ducati, I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry, that you brought up that I really, really agreed with, is that there's almost like no right answer to what do you do in a he said she said situation. And I almost like, I'm a little skeptical of anyone who knows 100% what the right answer is, because for me, I go back and forth over and over on where I land on this issue.
Real quick, is it Dat Katie Doe for everyone?
That's my Twitch name, but
Okay, cool.
you can call me Katie.
Okay, cool. Erudite, and then maybe Fanatic had something to say on the crime bill, and then over to Jeb.
and then me.
Oh, I'm sorry, and then Katie, and then Jeb. Sorry, Jeb.
So I think so I did look into false allegation literature, because that's kind of the thing I do is try to find the science behind it. And there is a shockingly like there is no research into this. I found a couple of reviews that had about maybe 6 studies overall, and they were almost all exclusively theoretical speculation. There was a couple that like actually looked into numbers of unsubstantiated allegations of specifically domestic partner violence, which was about 26%, but that includes false allegations and unsubstantiated, and it didn't separate the two, right? And an unsubstantiated doesn't mean it's a false allegation. So like when it comes to like, do we know the numbers on false allegation? We really don't, which is actually a really, really big problem, right? That's actually part of the now what issue that I have, is being like, if people are voicing concern societally that there's increasing motivation, right? Believe All Women creates a motivation for bad actors to co-opt the movement for their own personal gain, right? That's what I think we might be seeing with the Amber Heard situation, which does damage to victims themselves, because it gives people who want to disbelieve victims and who want to dismiss women more power to their message, right? And so like when it comes to policies, I think we're way behind on the literature to like make a firm decision around like what to do with false allegations and all that stuff, because just like the numbers aren't there. But another thing I want to bring up is a lot of people, and like this is an issue with any societal topic, particularly around like sex and violence, is we're so black and white in our culture. We really do unironically see it as perpetrator and victim, because that's how the law sees it. When the reality is, for example, in domestic partner violence, there's typically mutual abuse going on back and forth. Sometimes the person who's physically abusive is actually more the victim of a ton of psychological abuse, and they're reactively abusive. Like abuse is really complex, and these topics are so difficult to suss through, and like people trying to reduce it to like just a couple of simple things and then making policy on it seems like the worst idea in the world to me right now. Like we don't know how to deal with this stuff.
I 100% agree. I'm not gonna do the do the crime bill thing. I'll deal with that later. That's not for this conversation. But what I was gonna say is that well, one, I totally agree with what Erudite is saying here. Thank you for that information. And then two, like to what Eris was saying earlier about we need to focus. We should focus on rape as opposed to focusing on false rape accusations. And I totally agree with you that one of these things is more severe. But I would say that in an effort as a society to begin focusing and trying to crack down on rape, that we have to in tandem think about false rape accusations, because those things disable our ability to be reactive to rape, because of the fact that if we're going to be doubtful, then there's all of these problems, right? Like we know the old adage about the boy who cried wolf. If all of the time, if we're able to start witnessing a bunch of people coming whatever and coming forward with false accusations, I think I would not be able to stand with the idea that I punished a person and that person ended up like losing their livelihood or their life, took their own life or whatever because of some false accusations. And I think this was why I brought up that thing earlier, the Blackstone thing about I would much rather 10 guilty people go free than that one innocent person should suffer, right? And I think in this case, like the idea of just focusing on the rape, I think focusing on the rape is absolutely important, and I think that it's a thing, and I think discouraging false rape accusations is something that'll enable us to do that.
Well, I'll
Right,
tell
Katie?
you, there's a country that really does discourage false rape accusations. It's South Korea. If
Recently,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let
so
Katie
when you
respond
make
to
an
this quick, because I think she might be the only person who really disagrees with the false allegation, or maybe have contention with that.
It's fine. I can let Eris answer, and I'll just go
Okay, go
after.
ahead.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. So I'm a bit baffled by, I guess, what believe all victims means, because when Fanatiq, when you were talking about the believe and verify, what was it? How did you call it?
Trust but verify.
Trust and verify. Yeah, that's just what believe all women means to me. I don't know what it means to other people, and I don't know why it doesn't mean that to all people. That just seems like the reasonable conclusion. I don't understand. Like, if somebody comes out and says that their watch was stolen, we generally are going to be like, oh, that's awful. I can't believe that happened to you. And we're going to start looking for that watch, or like trying to figure out what we're going to do with that. If it turns out that the person ended up being that ended up lying, obviously people are not going to be like, believe all people who said their watch was stolen, even though it's clear that this person is lying. So I think what believe all women kind of means different things to maybe me and the people on this panel, and I'd like people to elaborate on that. Another thing that I wanted to say very quickly was that, like, Fanatiq, it's not just about the fact of like, I rather 10 guilty people walk free than like one innocent person would suffer, because you are worried about like the injustice that is going to happen to someone when they are being falsely accused. But what we're not addressing here is the victims who also deserve like justice. And I get that maybe in your calculations, there is a heavier weight to the fact that someone might suffer from like false accusations. But there is another way to contend with, which is just like a lot of women who are making not false accusations, and we are more fine potentially minimizing them or dismissing them in some way because we're very concerned about maybe it's actually false. Do you know what I mean?
I would never ever want to minimize like accusations. I think we should take every single accusation seriously. We need to respond, and we need to make sure that like society as a whole, like it comes together to stand against any sort of like sexual assault. Those are some of the most heinous types of crimes that you can do. I think those are incredible violations. But again,
Yeah.
while I recognize our need to respond to that, we have to recognize that our response is going to be largely to the perpetrator. I absolutely believe that we need to do everything that we can to defend the person who was actually assaulted. Make sure that we like create social programs that like enable them to have support groups and things like that. All of the things, I think Erudite actually works in that kind of field to some degree, right? Like I think all of those programs, and we need to come up with benefits for that. But we also have to recognize that the other part of justice, aside from protecting the victim, is to punish the perpetrator. And so then that's what I think the Me Too movement is primarily about. And so if we're going to start punishing the perpetrator, then that means now this is where that Blackstone thing comes into play. Because now we have to start considering, who do we, when is it appropriate to punish a person? And I would posit that the only time it's beneficial, the only time it's prudent to punish any individual is when we are 100% certain that person did it. I think innocent until proven guilty makes all of the sense in the world.
Which is why actually more energy should be invested in this Me Too movement towards, rather than like believe all victims, it should be like test all rape kits, right? Like make rape kits accessible and free. The idea that rape kits don't work, by the way, is not true. Rape kits are decently successful. The problem is their cost, they're not available, and most of them don't even get tested. And then some of them get destroyed without the victim even knowing about it. So I just don't want people who are listening to think that rape kits don't work. There's a problem with the rape kit system, but it's still worth getting it. And to be honest, we should be investing our energy in correcting that rather than saying like, let's just socially believe any allegation that comes forward. I mean, even on Twitch, we have seen when people came forward with allegations, it almost destroyed somebody's career, and then there was no meat to it, right? So like the idea that like false allegations are serious, like it is serious. Like anyone who's been a victim of sexual assault should be frustrated when false allegations are made, because it makes everything so much more difficult.
Okay, let's let Katie respond, and then we can go to Jeb and then Sushi.
So I'm sorry if I created the impression that rape kits don't work. That's not what I meant to do. So that's definitely not the issue. There are multiple other issues, like the fact that talking about rape kits is helpful to people who were raped and useless to people who went through most other types of sexual assault, which is what we are also talking about. So when the threshold is, I have to be 100% certain that this person did something bad before I punish them. First of all, I assume we mean socially, because we're not talking about the legal system. I'm not sure if I could ever 100% know something is true. It's like 100% seems like a bar that is impossible to reach. So I would just like question that. And another thing
Beyond
that
a
I want to
reasonable
say
doubt.
again, I'm
That's what I mean. Beyond a reasonable doubt.
okay. That's for me, it's very different than 100%. So
Sure.
I just wanted to clarify that. And again, I'm really baffled because I'm with Fanatic on the point of like generally, so the trust and verify thing. But trust and verify sounds exactly like what Erudite just said. So I'm confused on what the difference is. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like if you use a trust and verify approach, the only difference I guess would be the cancellation part, the punishment part. So I'm with you on that, Fanatic, but that again, like Eris like addressed that. That's more of a cancel culture thing, less people who like less sexual assault victims like issue. Do you know what I mean?
Sort of, but if somebody makes a sexual assault allegation with also believe all victims and cancel culture at play, it ends up with probably that individual may or may not be charged. They might not even be found guilty, but the social damage is huge. A lot of these individuals have to move and change their name to even get a chance of potentially being like hired and stuff like that again. So like my issue isn't my issue with the courts is actually how much we fail victims. My issue with the social paradigm is how much we fail everyone, to be honest. And we're so bombastic that we ruin lives over literally nothing. And that system, the social system we have, is going to motivate bad actors to take advantage of it, unquestionably, because the only people who are going to be taking advantage of the system are going to be bad actors, people who have motivation to use this rhetoric to make allegations for their benefit.
Jeb,
I think the issue is in Me Too.
Here, yeah, let me jump in. So we talk a lot, like people cover a lot how the court system differs from reality in the social sphere, but there are important things that we should understand, which is that the court system was sort of meant to replicate the values that we try to carry out socially. And a couple of the things that are important in a court system is every accuser, right, has the right to an advocate, right? They have a right to legal representation, and then every accused has the right to an advocate. I think where we see this change socially with the believe all women, and at least maybe not how you believe it to be, Katie, but how most people wield it, is you can be an advocate for the accuser without any social consequence, right? But if you try to step in as an advocate to the accused, which we have agreed through our justice system everybody has the right to, is a certain level of advocacy for them when they're accused, you become socially ostracized just by saying, maybe we should scrutinize this a little bit more. And I think that's where it comes in is if someone close to me gets sexually assaulted, I'm using that trust and verify system, and I'm more likely to side with them, right? And just be their advocate because they have the rights to people close to them advocating for them. But I am not going to go to the accused's family and tell them they're disgusting and awful for also showing that same advocacy for the accused. And then if I'm the person or the employer or like a social media platform and I wield some sort of power to really punish this person, I need to know that my job in that situation is to be neutral because it is not my responsibility as the person who wields the ability to harm the accused to advocate for the accuser or for the accused. It's my job to, at that point, consider a standard of evidence. So everybody gets their advocacy, but when you go into believe all women, it starts to strip the advocacy from the accused and motivate people with power to really harm their lives to harm them. And the reason why that Blackstone principle is so important is the victim of sexual assault whose perpetrator gets away with it or gets punished for it, their healing from that process isn't necessarily going to come solely from the justice that their perpetrator had brought upon them. It's going to come from their own process of healing and from therapy and whatever treatment they go through. But when it comes to a falsely accused person, the only pain that they are being caused is solely because we failed to scrutinize evidence and we forced them into this situation that they shouldn't have been in at all. So we can't unsexually abuse the sexually abused, but we can unjail or just not jail the falsely accused.
Okay.
So
real
here's
quick.
the problem.
I just because a lot of this seems to be kind of coming at Katie's particular points. I think it would be just a little equitable if we could just let her kind of get in a response real quick, and then we could go back to our points.
I think me and Eris are pretty much on the same page, so I don't
Oh,
mind
you are?
Eris
Oh,
going
my
in
bad. I'm
before.
sorry about that. Well, then in that case, Eris,
I
you
have
go
stuff
ahead.
to say, but I want to hear Eris too, so if
Yeah,
you don't mind.
let's just get the other side a chance. So Eris, then Sushi can go, and then we'll go back to Katie.
Okay, so one of the things is I think we're talking about two different things here, and people have every right to be mad about the believe culture, the believe women culture that's on Twitter. Like it's disgusting. I hate that platform. I hope it dies. And that kind of stuff, it festers in super lefty universities. It festers in my university, like in very like lefty social circles, which Twitch 100% is. It festers, and this is exactly like when we saw the first treatment of Prime Kai's when he was initially accused. That 100% that would have 100% happened in any kind of like lefty, liberal kind of community like Twitch. The problem is that the rest of the world is again not like that. Even a progressive country like the United States is not, or even Canada. I recently watched an interview. This was done 6 years ago, and it was a woman, was a young girl, I think she was like 17 or 18, was accusing her boyfriend of sexual assault. And the interrogation got released like online, and this is just done in Canada by an RCMP officer. And I had the most conservative right wing people in my chat watching this, saying they were horrified by how she was treated, and now like she was talked to, not like she was a victim of a crime, but like the guy was really sure she was faking it, right? And he was just completely interrogated. Like that kind of stuff was so normalized up until the Me Too movement, and until like people started to realize that this is a real problem of how we're treating victims. And a lot of people took let's treat victims better to let's treat accused people worse. And
Yeah.
that's a jump that is completely irrational, and it makes sense because humans like seeing things in black and white. So it's like you're either team victim or you're team accused. But we can take the good lessons from Me Too, which is like again, be respectful to victims. Do not treat them the way I encourage everyone to go look at those interrogations of rape victims. It's like it's horrifying, the way they're treated. It's understandable why those people get angry. That was my first point. The second one was I do agree that in general we're failing people, right? I mean, societies fail people. But the thing is, we fail more, some people more than others, right? It's not like just equal across the board. Like we tend to fail Black people more than white people, etc. But we're particularly failing when it comes to men's issues, right? We're failing male rape victims much more than men who are falsely accused. If you look at the statistics, right, there there are much more men that are sexually assaulted than are falsely accused of rape or sexual assault. And so, to me, what I would be thinking of is it's not that being falsely accused is not a serious problem. It's shitty. It's awful. Like I watched one of my friends, Prime Kai's, go through it on here, and it's horrible, right? However, if you need to look at things in like a larger kind of way and think, what should our priorities be? Because we can't do everything at once. And I think it totally makes sense for a priority to be like, okay, if more men are being raped than being falsely accused of rape, then let's look into like all these men who are getting sexually assaulted, and how can we help them, and how can we facilitate a culture that pushes them to to come forward and to deal with their rapists. That to me makes much more sense if we're advocating for like men's rights and all of that kind of stuff. So I don't understand like just putting all the priorities in the alternative.
Okay, to Sushi, and then we can take
All
it
right.
down to Katie again.
I would like to state that I'm a little mad at aristocracy because I was going to bring up the whole male side of things about the Me Too movement and sexual abuse. I was just waiting on that, and then it's all good. You brought up
I'm sorry.
amazing points. I was no, it's all good. I was actually going to talk about like the absolute rampantness of sexual assault in the male sphere of things and the underreporting that goes on, and even when it does get reported, most of it just due to perceived biases on men can't be raped or men are so strong, so on and so forth that it's unlikely to happen. And like you also mentioned, like rape in the Congo, they said I believe like upwards of 25% of male fighters in the Congo itself experienced sexual violence in some way or shape or form. Um, I don't know. It's kind of tough. I do agree that we really do have this. I don't know. It's super intertwined, the whole cancel culture aspect, and the closer somebody is to you, the more likelihood you're going to be believing of the accuser, especially if they're like within your social sphere versus the accused. But the Blackstone, what was
Wait,
it?
wait,
The
wait, wait,
Blackstone.
wait. You're saying the closer someone is to you, the more likely you're to believe they're accused.
No, no, they're no,
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 if
no, no,
they
no.
are the accuser.
Yeah, the like if the accuser is closer to your social sphere, you're more likely to
Believe
defend and
them.
believe them than the
Okay.
accused. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Um, I don't know. The wind got taken out of my sails because I had like a whole thing about male assault and the underreporting that happens in the Me Too movement. The perfect example would be like Terry Crews. When Terry Crews came out about how he was sexually assaulted, he was by and large ridiculed online by everybody because like Terry Crews is a huge guy, very strong guy, and like I did not see many people coming out in support of him or asking how he was, more so making jokes about the fact that oh, he should have beat that guy up or so on and so forth. This person that he alluded to was somebody who was very big in the entertainment sphere and probably could have killed his career. Um, Outside of that, I don't really have anything much more to say past that
I
point.
see it like in this sphere too, just like the way um when I've seen like a male streamer, I mean, we can just look at Destiny and the way he's being treated by Anna. And don't share this clip at all like with them because apparently they'll ban you if you talk about it. Um but though honestly, I really think that if a guy had treated me like that and was following me around everywhere saying all that kind of shit, it would have been taken so seriously. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. People just don't like talking about male victims of assault, and that, I guess, to me, and I'm not trying to just be like, oh, like, well, what aboutism? Like, we should, but it's like we can't solve everything at once, and I think priorities do say a lot about us. And for a while, I do think it's worth it to just look inward and think like, if our priority is much more on people who are being falsely accused versus like men who are victims of assault. Like, why is that the case? Like, what kind of biases have come? If like that's not rational when it comes to the priorities and the studies, then why is that the case? Like, has something happened to us that's closer? All of that kind of stuff. Because for me, that used to be like a really big issue. Like, I used to be like obsessed with it. I went to law school, I failed out of law school for it, and I was just so focused on all these things that were happening to men, and it started and I had to look inward and think, why was I so focused on these like false accusations when there were actually so many larger issues targeting men? And yeah, did some thinking. So
Do you think
As
any
we
of this would be remedied? Sorry.
no, you're fine. Go ahead.
I would say, do you think some remedy could happen to the Me Too movement about the rampancy? Well, and I can't even say the rampancy because we don't have like a definitive number on it. But do you think that we could mitigate the amount of false accusations if we had considerably more, not necessarily extreme, but if we had harsher penalties for someone found to be giving false
Let's have
accusations, like for instance, I forget, I think Brian Banks was his name. He was uh he was in jail for 5 years until he was exonerated, and she only got like $1 million fine or something along those lines, and then he just declared bankruptcy. She doesn't have to pay for anything whatsoever.
let's go around and have everybody answer that question. So if I understand right, your question was, is there something that we can do to remedy the current trajectory of the Me Too movement? Is that kind of what you're asking?
What I'm asking is, with the Me Too movement at its current trajectory, to eliminate the possible counter arguments about, oh, well, what if this person is just making it up? If we had harsher penalties for someone found to make those accusations, would that remedy the situation somewhat?
Okay,
But
so should there be
I very
additional?
much resent that framing. So it's like I wouldn't feel comfortable. Can I just say something really quick?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird because Eris said it earlier, and then we all kind of agreed. I don't understand why the, I guess, anger or critique comes at like we all agree that cancel culture and the way that Twitch and Twitter and social media and the way people generally like mob mentalities around that, like, I don't see panels talking about like that. We do talk about the toxicity of social media, but it's not in this context. The title of this conversation is not how Twitter gets people to lose their jobs. It's about me too, like women coming forward and then potentially lying is the issue. And it's kind of like, no, the issue is that if a woman comes forward, there's a mob mentality that happens on social media, and people act in ways that are like insane, you know? So it's not really about the allegations or the women or even the false accusations. It's about the ways that people engage online, especially. And there's a lot of stuff that Jeb said that I want to respond to, but we can do that later.
But that's not exclusively a female issue, right? That occurs with both males and females, right?
We can. I'd love to talk more about men in this concept, so don't worry. I'm
We can
with you
get
on
to
that.
We
Men
can
have
definitely get to
issues.
that. Let's do Erudite and then Fanatic, and then maybe we could recontextualize a little. Erudite, you're muted.
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to address the two things that Eris brought up because I thought that they were good points, and I wanted to maybe push back on one of them. The first one being like the believe women culture is bad, right? You would agree with that, and you said like the online social left has some serious problems. The issue is that the online space is kind of now our like social square for wrestling with ideas. And it's not just like chronically online people. Like chronically online people are on Twitch, right? But Twitter, like TikTok, there's millions of very normal everyday people on that. And so the idea, like, yes, I would say like, you know, there's barriers. So like I said to the court system, I'm very for looking at better solutions so that like rape can actually get tried. Because as Katie said, it's really, really hard to try. And like, to be honest, like the idea of like cops just missing people, like that seems to be massively on the decline. My friend actually personally like works with mediating between victims and cops. And she says like, honestly, almost every cop is wonderful. The problem is the justice system, right? But when it comes to social media, like this is the social square that we're contending with. And for younger generations, it's increasingly real to them, which means that like it eventually will be affecting our policies. It will be affecting like how people are voting. And I'm terrified of seeing policy put into place that follows this same toxic social media lens. I guess to the second thing, like what are our priorities? Like more male rape victims or false allegations? I understand how you're saying like it's not necessarily a perfect equivalency. Obviously, you can prioritize both. The issue of false allegations is actually beyond just rape, though. For example, a lot of women, when they're trying for custody for their kids, there's actually a higher rate of women getting false allegations of child abuse from their male partners than men. And so false allegations are actually serious in the criminal law system for lots and lots of criminal and like non-criminal proceedings as well. So I actually think that we have to have the conversation about false allegations. Obviously, the rape conversation is the most extreme, but typically it's the most extreme situations socially that get us to start talking about it in the first place. So I agree, there's a lot of male rape victims, and we need to talk about that too. I just don't know how we prioritize it one over the other. I think we just like different individuals are probably going to focus over one over the other, and we should probably do our best to not like dismiss one in face of the other.
Sure. So then, like, well, to piggyback off of what Erudite was saying there to some degree, the toxicity in the like online culture and the way that they're processing this thing, like it is a social square, and the problem with that is that like this younger generation, like this is their socialization. We didn't grow up with the internet like all of our lives. They're growing up with the internet from like the ages of 7 and 8. So all of the stuff that they're interpreting, all the things that they're seeing, this is what will be normalized. And so in future generations, the idea that we can just respond to accusations in this way is going to be completely normal to them, and that will actually start to see its way in policy and social attitudes, because policies are oftentimes a reflection of social attitudes. Then the other thing that you were
Social media is a problem.
right.
Yeah. Well,
So
don't forget COVID making it even adults' primary square
sure.
this
Well,
past few years. But
Okay,
yeah.
well,
I don't even
if
know if COVID has to do anything. We're not going there. But then the other thing, hold on, Eris, you also mentioned the thing about priority, right? Like, and obviously, I think that the best thing here is to prioritize, like responding properly towards rape and sexual assault accusations, which means that we need to immediately start investigating more rape accusations. We need to put more we need to make sure that all the rape kits and things like that are being tested. We need to make sure that that we're actually trusting victims in the beginning and actually considering what they're saying, right? But then we also again have to punish perpetrators more, which is why I think that Blackstone ratio thing was so incredibly important, because if we're going to start punishing perpetrators, then we need to understand that it's still going to have to come to a barrier of innocent until proven guilty, and we still have to, I think we should still all feel, even for sexual assault cases, that it's better that that 10 guilty men go free than an innocent man suffer. If we disagree with that, then there would be a big problem here, and I feel like we should have established that from the very beginning, and then we wouldn't be there's a lot of this things that the mismatches that wouldn't happen. And then also, I don't believe that the Me Too movement and the cancel culture and things like that are only unique to online. I feel like we saw a real world example of the Me Too movement and the cancel culture actually taking root in the Cosby case, because there was literally no forensic evidence to actually suggest that Cosby was guilty. And we saw so many people responding to this thing as if we had evidence, as if we knew it, despite all of the shaky witnesses and all this stuff. To date, the prosecutor on that case specifically said, I would never try this person criminally because I know that we can't prove it, yet people feel like he should be in prison if not for his civil rights being violated, right? So I think we saw that happen in the real world. And then we also saw this happen with Johnny Depp. Again, that might not be online, but we saw that happen in Hollywood where they didn't let him get his job. And I saw that when there was a recrimination for Amber Heard, there was not people deciding to take that with the same gusto. They allowed her to continue to work her projects, despite the fact that we had actual tape recording evidence displaying the fact that what she was doing was absolutely foul. So we do see real world actual application of these things, and you got to recognize that when people are going and they're trying people to they're putting them in court, a lot of times people don't have access to attorneys, and your public defender isn't going to do a really good job. So you have plenty of people who are actually settling cases who are settling cases in the criminal court, in taking time and taking pleas that are really, really unfair, that are actually just not true, because we don't have a innocent until proven guilty system when it comes to sexual assault cases in our court systems now. Because as I'm sure you guys are all aware, that in 99% of these cases, there is not going to be any forensic evidence. So then the notion is, if these people are going to court and they're going to be tried, then in these cases, there's going to be no evidence, which means there has to be a reasonable doubt. And then at this point now, we're still comfortable putting away people in prison. And that seems wrong to me, because it seems like we're violating the innocent until proven guilty thing.
Quick, Jeb, if you have anything to add, and then to Katie, and then you're next.
Yeah, just real quick. So sorry, the COVID thing wasn't trying to inject COVID politics. It was more so just saying talking about people having social media as their primary public square. Even people who pre-COVID didn't now do, because they were forced in their homes for a long time and it became their primary public square, especially kids, because they had no social interaction through school. But there was something that was said, and Erudite touched on it, and I want to touch on it too, which is we can only focus on so much. So maybe don't focus as much on the false accusations, focus more on the male sexual assault victims. I actually think not only can you focus on both, but you have to, because by, again, increasing penalties for false accusations, you are increasing confidence in the accusations that go through. If people are seeing false accusations get punished, not to mention, it is incredibly hard to prove a false allegation. So if anything, it's only going to encourage more comprehensive investigation on an allegation when it comes in, if we decide we're taking sexual assault seriously, both on the accuser's side and on the accused side. Both sides are calling for a more comprehensive investigation, because you can only prove a false allegation through almost a higher burden of proof than the actual act itself.
Okay, Katie?
Yeah, there's a really big problem, and I don't know if it's just me mismatching, or when we're talking about innocent until proven guilty, and when we're talking about punishing people, and when we're talking about the public square, and then we're talking about the legal justice system. Fanatiq, I'm sorry, the American justice system really sucks, and people take a lot of pleas about stuff they haven't do, really unfair, really shitty things that they don't deserve to have gone through in the justice system, like unrelated to like sexual assault. That happens like in all cases. That's not a people making false accusations so people are having to take unfair pleas thing. That's just an American justice system thing, or a justice system thing in general. I'm sure many justice systems suck in that way.
Wait, can we
Israel
stop
sure
right
does as
there?
well.
Can we stop right there, though? How do
Sure.
we divorce that then from the conversation we're having right now about how we actually respond to sexual assault, which is a criminal offense? The way we were going to respond, I think all of us agree here, is to make that thing criminal and to take that thing through our legal criminal justice system.
So
then
I'm
the
happy you
conversation
said that
around
because I
that
was going to
actually
react to
matters.
that. Yeah. So if we're talking about the public square of opinion, and that's online, the fact of the matter is most sexual assault cases don't go to trial. We don't, the issue isn't that too many people are going to the police and accusing people of rape, and then those people have to like settle for
90%.
bad. That's not what's happened. That's not what happens. Most cases of sexual assault don't go to court. There isn't justice for sexual assault victims at all. Most people don't even complain, not because they are too scared or because they're too opportunistic or whatever. It's just because the justice system seems to fail sexual assault victims. So again, when we conflate like online social media with what actually happens in the court system to sexual assault victims, that's just like, that's not comparable. That's not what's happening. I'm sorry.
But they're
directed
both realities. So when we're not punishing people for falsely accusing, say I get accused for sexual assault, right? And I am proven innocent in a court of law, but I've still lost my job. I've still had serious material damages to my life. I am not incentivized to go after that person for those damages because the likelihood of them getting punished is low. And even if they do, whatever punishment they get will be so low, it's almost more worth it for me to just shut my mouth and hope I can get a job in a different state, because just continuing the conversation risks more for me than it does for them, even if they're proven guilty.
Okay, so I don't mind talking about what we should do with stuff with cases where you can prove like false allegations. As you said, the bar for that is incredibly high. The problem is that most people that object those types of things is that the bar is going to be like, oh, you applied to the court about like being sexually assaulted, and the court have determined your testimony to be like not sufficient. Guess that's a false accusation. And
No,
that's simply
that's
not
not true. That's a straw man. That wouldn't be a false accusation because there can be people who
I
make
agree that that wouldn't be, but that could be potentially where the policy leads. And that's why
No.
people who talk
What?
against it. Wait,
No.
Fanatic.
Go ahead and finish, and then let Fanatic respond.
It's fine. Can respond.
Well, we
Basically,
already have.
hold on. Let
Sorry.
me respond really quick. Basically, what you're saying is if we start applying a rule about, if we start trying to punish false accusations, they won't be innocent until proven guilty. That's what you're basically saying.
No.
Okay,
No,
so then
what I'm saying is when people object to this concept, I'm explaining a position. I'm not even saying what my position is.
can we
I
not?
think
Can we not?
that if
Can we not straw man then? Because we're here. Our position here to address our position. Let's not talk to
are you
random people.
moderating me right now?
No.
I mean,
I'm asking
let's-
you, can
we
we
wanna
keep
try
the
to keep the
conversation centered
conversation
around
focused.
us and not random topics that we can't verify from other people in other positions that aren't being presented here? What we're talking about
That's-
is innocent until proven
We're
guilty
talking
still.
about general positions.
But let me go
Okay.
after that general position then, though, real quick. We already do have a standard for perjury, and it's why people so rarely actually get like convicted of perjury, is because you do have to prove like that they knew what they were saying was a lie when they said it in order.
Excellent.
And so
So-
that's in law now. We don't have to worry about
maybe-
it possibly going a different direction.
So maybe I cut off pawns, and what we should have done is gone around in circle, and everybody would say that obviously if it came across that an allegation was done and it was a false allegation, there should be consequences to the person who did that. Maybe we can move past that point, because
Yes.
I wonder if anyone here objects to that.
Yes, let's go down the line one at a time, starting with Eurodite. Yes or no? Do you think there should be additional charges levied against someone who is confirmed making a false allegation? When I say additional, I mean in additional to the laws that already exist, such as perjury, false accusation, all of that stuff. Should there be any additional charges? Eurodite? You're on mute.
Muted.
At this point, from what I can see from the evidence, I would not be in favor of that.
Okay, Sushi?
Absolutely.
You would be in favor of additional charges against those who are confirmed to be lying.
Absolutely. I think damages rendered would have to be as equivalent as they possibly could towards that
Okay.
false accuser, because like societally that person's life could be destroyed, and I feel like some
Sure.
kind of restitution has to be made.
All right, let's let everybody answer, and then we can kind of go from there. Eris?
Well, that's a weird question for me to answer because I'm like very harsh when it comes to like the criminal justice system. Like I'm really intense with retribution, so I feel like we should be harsher on everything. You know,
Okay.
like I someone someone rapes someone, like cut off their hand or something in
But
my defense.
not by
But
virtue of it being a
that was a
sexual
joke.
assault allegation, right? So
Well, the
it's
thing is, I mean, if someone was proven to do that and they have a pattern of doing it in the past and all these things, and there's like a high standard, then I can totally imagine why it would be useful to be harsher for it. Like
okay. So
I would be fine with that. It's just like the standard would need to be incredibly high.
okay. So
And there, yeah.
situationally, you're saying
Mhm.
okay. Fanatic?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Jeb?
Yeah, so now I'm curious to see what data Erudite was talking about. So I'll admit that I might not be equipped with the data she's talking about. I think that a false accusation should be treated as the same level of crime as the crime they are accusing someone of is. So if they're falsely accusing someone of a felony, their false accusation should be a felony. Misdemeanor, there should be a misdemeanor. But you should never be able to get off with solely punitive damages when you're accusing somebody of rape.
Okay. And then Katie?
Um, I think that if there's already a law in place to what happened, if there laws already exist, if they already exist, I don't see a reason to particularly change them. I'm also not super well versed on it. It just seems reason. I am very worried about the threshold for what a false allegation would actually come down to when we talk about sexual assault cases. Again, because people tend, especially in this type of stuff, conflate the fact that if the woman couldn't establish that she was definitely right at the 100% level or above reasonable doubt, that means that she was lying. It's just a general tendency people seem to have, which can be highly destructive. So I guess if there are already laws for that, I'm sure they're good. I don't object to laws that punish people who make false accusations.
So
Again, we need to be really, really careful with something like this because we've seen the effects of what happens in other countries when they do take a really harsh stance towards it. I don't know if there's any like K-pop stands like in the room, right? But there was a huge K-pop scandal that happened a few years ago. Made global news, right? But where a bunch of very popular K-pop idols, right, who are like the biggest celebrities in Korean culture, they were accused of like assault, running basically like a sex slave traffic ring, a rape ring, all these awful things. And what was crazy was this had been happening for years and years and years and years, and not only did like a ton and no victim had reported it, and there was video evidence because they filmed it all. There was text evidence, and the only reason why this ended up ever coming out was because of the video and the text evidence. And if they just happened to be smart and not text about the fact that they intended to go rape people, then no one would have ever found out about this huge scandal that was going on. And it's because in Korea there's this there's first of all there's a huge culture of being terrified to come forward about your assault, and what happens is they have kind of like a one-off system. So if you accuse someone of assault and then that person is proven not guilty, then you get charged for making a false accusation, rather than there being this unique case with unique evidence that has in order to put forth like a perjury charge or something like that, like the way they have in the United States or Canada. So we really don't want that system because again,
not
rape
our
is a much
system.
is one of the largest rape is one of the largest issues. That should be the focus. We should be focused on that and reducing those rates, more so than anything else. So like if we end up with, I don't know, if someone like Amber Heard or some, I don't know, random bitch who made false accusation ends up getting put in jail. Like we have to think about like what are we sacrificing to just get retribution on those two people
It doesn't require
because of how rare it is.
it doesn't require a sacrifice, number one. Number two, like we're looking at some other criminal justice system, like in South Korea, doesn't actually speak to our system, right? You're just pointing out something that where someone else has this thing, and then there's some newfound problem with their entirely separate system. Number three, like when we talk about like the laws that already exist, such as perjury, like the crime that's a very small crime, right? But we obviously recognize within our criminal justice system that your punishment needs to be something that's equivalent to the degree of the crime you commit, right? It's not like every single thing we do, we just say, oh, here's a slap on the wrist, or it's just going to kill you, right? Like if you murder someone, then that's where you can get something like the death penalty or 25 years. But if all you did was steal a cheeseburger, then maybe you might get something, whatever. But for the same crime of stealing, once the crime like equals over a certain amount, now it gets to grand larceny, right? And so then now we have already this recognition that the degree of the crime needs to be something reflective with the punishment that we give you. So if we're going to treat the degree of the crime of literally trying to kill a man, right? Because accusing a man of rape can kill him. Number one, he can easily get 25 years to life in prison. We already know
Such a conflation, though.
it's not a conflation. It's not a conflation.
You can
What I'm
sue them
saying,
in
Finish
civil
first.
court if you want
no.
Let
But
me finish
okay,
first.
yeah, you can sue them
for damages.
you can sue them in civil court. But the problem is
Yeah.
that but when you do that, when you come up with a false rape accusation like that, then their jobs, they can lose their jobs because their jobs, a lot of jobs have morality clauses and things like that, where a job can say you're now a liability to our company by working for us because of the fact that you've had this accusation. So because of that, now you can literally kill a person, and by kill him, I don't mean like literally take his life away, although you can do that too with false rape accusations, especially because not all rape accusations are going to be civil. We know that some rape accusations are going to be in the criminal justice system. So then that means now that you can literally take 25 years away from a person over a false rape accusation. That means that now this person doesn't have the ability to raise their children. That means that this person is going to be unemployable. They're going to get felonies and all of these things where we can recognize all of the outcomes that come from being a part of the criminal justice system. So if you're trying to if you're trying to take a person's life, if you're trying to do that, I think that the punishment should be more than just perjury, where you can get something like a $3,000 fine when you literally try to take away a person's entire life and sometimes livelihood. Lastly, the standard for perjury should be no different than the standard for punishing someone for rape. So then that means that you should still be innocent until proven guilty. That means you have to prove it. It's very hard to prove that a person knowingly made false accusations. That's incredibly difficult. So I don't know why when we're talking about the criminal justice system, you were complaining about this happening earlier. When we're talking about the criminal justice system, we should be looking at the criminal justice system, not talking about, well, some people are going to feel this way, because I can't be responsible for Twitter. These are two separate conversations. The conversation about how we should be punishing them criminally means that it's not going to be just some people. It should be our criminal justice system, meaning judges, lawyers, jury of your peers. Those would be the people determining whether or not you're guilty of something like that.
So we're gonna let Katie respond in full. Let Katie respond completely. After that,
And then can I
let's
talk?
try to go. Yeah, for sure. And then
I'll make
Eris,
a quick one.
and then
Please,
Erudite
I'll be
in
concise.
full. And then after that, let's try to, after everybody goes, feels like they get their words out. Let's try to keep the responses down to like 30 seconds. Everybody has a lot to say. There's a lot of good stuff happening. Go ahead, Katie, and then Eris, and then Erudite.
I'm gonna make mine very quick. So I think we all went in a row, and we generally agreed that it's very hard to come up with a false rape, with a false accusation like conviction, right? And I think even so we can advance the conversation forward, I'll be willing to say, hey, if you were convicted of like falsely accusing someone of rape, hey, you can take that to civil court and they can sue you for all the jobs that you lost, all the lives that you ruined, all the ways that they killed you. So we can like advance the conversation forward. And I'm personally just I don't mean this in like an emotional way. I'm just a bit frustrated that the conversation seems to revolve around this niche. It's like it's not even niche, it's like super niche issue that isn't really part of the big problem that we're talking about. Because it would be incredibly hard to prove these things. And we all kind of agreed that we're not okay with false accusations. Nobody here is saying let people falsely accuse other people of rape. It's just like when you're conflating the damage that social media can do to a person versus like what the justice system should be handling. Well, you can go to civil court and you can sue for damages just like people do with other things. That doesn't have much to do with the like criminal justice system, I don't think. And there are rules for that already. So it's like I'm just wondering why we're fixating on this and why like the panel has been fixated on this for like a long time.
Okay, Eris?
Okay, Fanatic, would you just give me a moment? Like, would you want the same consequences as you've just described that you want, like severe consequences for, for people who falsely accuse someone of rape? Would you want those same consequences for someone who falsely accuses someone of falsely accusing someone of rape?
Sure. If you can.
But
No,
don't.
if we're
But wouldn't
able
there
to
be really bad
prove.
consequences to that?
Wait, if we're able to prove that a person intentionally falsely accused someone.
Yeah,
Like,
just as
oh yeah,
much
yeah,
like
sure. So that it would be,
whatever
it would.
whatever
This is so
standard you're
complicated.
applying
So
to the person accusing someone of rape.
yeah, so you're basically thinking like of like an anti-slap situation, and I think that would probably be the better result there. We would just do an anti-slap thing, right? Like we already have that. Like when it comes to like if someone is trying to sue a business, the business can't decide I'm just going to sue you in recrimination, and then that way you literally can't like you can't actually fight back, like because now you're so busy like dealing with this lawsuit that it just stops you, right? Like that's called an anti-slap lawsuit. So I would never encourage that. I mean, so we could use something like that when it comes to like false rape accusations, right? So if you accuse me of rape, but it can't be proven, I
I would
I can
never say
then
that.
obviously say like you
Never.
falsely accused me of rape, right? Like I can do that. But then in order for you to be able to prove that, like in order for you to be able to sue me for having falsely accused you of rape, you would I'm sorry. I think it's just not possible. You would never be able to get to the if you're not able to substantiate the first rape and you're not able to substantiate the second false accusation of rape. There's literally no way you're going to be able to substantiate the third like belief that a person falsely accused someone of falsely accusing them of rape.
Yeah,
It's just
great.
not going to
But
be
that's why,
possible.
like, let's look at the Amber Heard Johnny Depp situation. Like, right now, we can all say that Amber Heard is probably like the most hated woman in the world right now.
She
Like,
should be. Yeah.
I feel like, yeah. So, and I've been watching the court case. Some of the shit that she's done is fucking horrifying. It's disgusting. But say like those voice calls were doctored. Say it was all fake. And say it turns out like, and I'm not saying I believe this, by the way. This is just an example. But say it turns out that everything she originally was saying was 100% true, and he had like he invented like I don't know, he created this whole thing in order to ruin her reputation, and now I mean, she's most hated woman online, right? Because she's probably the most like hated woman in the world, because now everyone's projected all of their pretty justified anger against people like female abusers being ignored for so long, and but she's actually innocent, right? Like, and she actually got assaulted and she got abused, and now she was just accused of being a false accuser. Like, what do you think should happen to Johnny Depp if he was doing that?
Oh,
He
sure.
would
So
already be.
Well, hold
Sorry.
on. Let's let Fanatic reply, and then
Yeah.
Erudite's really got to go. She's been waiting for like
Mhm.
15 minutes.
okay, I would say really quickly, she should just then Johnny Depp should get one just perjury, two he should like the suit that he was trying to bring against her for $50 million should actually be put punished back on him, and all of the jobs and everything else that she would have lost during this thing. She should not be on Aquaman 2, but she is on Aquaman 2 because we don't hold women accountable. So like all of those things, any punishment that should have happened to her, I think should now happen to Johnny Depp.
Okay. Erudite, go ahead. And then after that, let Erudite go in full, and then let's try to keep it down like 30 seconds per person. Go ahead.
Great. Okay, I'll try to be fast. So
Take it.
the reason why I said no is this. So has anyone on the panel heard of Chesterton's fence? Just so that I'm not explaining an idea if it's like broadly known by everyone. Okay.
Nope.
So Chesterton's fence is this principle that basically reform should not be made until the reasoning behind the existing state of affairs is understood, right? So in the case of false allegations, I already told you that there is a paucity of literature. There is almost nothing. There's a lot of weird political motivation to a lot of the research, which makes it bad. And most research never separates between unsubstantiated versus false allegations, right? So we have basically no understanding of the prevalence of false allegations, of the way that it often presents. We also don't have things, for example, if you start incarcerating people for false allegations, like if they go to jail for it, we don't have any prediction of recidivism, right? We have no idea how false allegations have anything to do with risk assessment, right? Typically, in general, putting people in jail when they're really low risk assessment seems to mostly be counterproductive too, because it tends to be the case that they come out and are more likely to do crime, not less. No, high recidivists are obviously different. And so this idea that like we should create new policy for something that we have basically no scientific literature on is a really terrifying idea to me. And this is as somebody who's takes false allegations. I've been mostly on the side of false allegations are really serious. I want to take them seriously, right? This is why I'm interested in maybe can we use things like defamation and perjury and adjust them a little bit? Can we have more civil courts? I think if somebody is accused of rape, to be honest, a civil suit is probably going to be more beneficial if that individual can get lots of money out of it, right? Because yes, their life's been ruined, but then they can afford the name change and the city move and kind of restart it. They've got like an extra $1.5 million behind their bank or something like that, right? And so that is why I'm hesitant to this, because there's such a high barrier for sexual assault victims that if false allegation charges is added to that, we're going to see it's going to make this worse. And there is a huge problem with sexual assault victims, which isn't always just sinister. It's the reality of just like kind of what Katie said. Most of it comes down to he said, she said, which is terrible in court for anything. That's what perjury comes down to a lot of times too. And so like, I don't want to invent a new system when we already have statutes that can somewhat apply. We can maybe adjust them to match this better. But the idea of creating something wholly new with no literature behind it, particularly forensic literature, seems like a really, really dangerous idea.
Okay, 30-second responses. You're not going to be timed or anything like that. But if you do ramble, I'm going to stop you. All right, go ahead.
You need to tell someone to go.
All right, Katie, take it away.
No, I don't have anything to say. Tell someone else.
All right. Next, I think we can ask that is kind of going down these roads. We've already talked about additional punishment for fake abuse. Let's kind
Thank
of go
God.
specifically to the Amber Heard situation. What does Amber Heard / Johnny Depp? What does this situation tell us about what society is viewing against allegations for men? We don't have to necessarily talk about the validity of it because, whatever. Go ahead, Katie.
I have something to say now. Okay.
Wow.
I think Amber Heard has done a lot of damage to causes that are very important to my heart. The issue is that there's always going to be people who do damage to causes. And while I don't think Amber Heard is like defensible, and I do have my own issues. I haven't been following the trial, but I've been keeping track for like a very long time, ever since things came out with like originally Johnny Depp and stuff. And I just think that people need to remember that even when something big happens and infuriates them and makes them feel like, oh, Amber Heard, she totally abused, like she totally took advantage of the fact that no one is going to believe Johnny Depp. And all of that is true. To now displace that onto like every accusation that every woman makes, that's a bit of a straw man, but it is a reaction that people are having. Like to make you more skeptical in that way. Just because one woman was shitty doesn't mean that allegations are now like more likely to be fake.
Okay.
You know?
I hate this line of thinking. Okay, the reason why we dismiss rape victims is because we said it didn't happen that often. So the idea that like, well, false allegations don't happen that often. We're like, we have no fucking clue. There's literally nothing. I looked today. There's nothing on this. So the line of thinking of like, it's not common. We have no fucking clue.
And here's the problem.
I'm
And
sort
we
of
don't have to.
I'm
you
really
don't
not an
have
expert
fucking
on the
clue.
subject.
All right.
To my knowledge,
Fanatic
like
winners.
the experts
Okay,
basically all agree that there is
No.
proof. It's a problem because that's not my area, but I've heard from scholars, from people who are experts like in this area, and they seem to have come to that conclusion.
Do you want
So
to know where that came from? So there was a
sure.
2006 paper written in the literature that talked about this idea, and the theorist basically just said we shouldn't really be questioning this because it's more likely that there's more rape victims anyways. He didn't substantiate it. There was no evidence for this, and since then there's only been about 2 studies that have come out with a little bit of evidence that actually, for the most part, with pretty bad evidence, is challenging that claim. So that claim is like, I'm not going to go into my diatribe about psychology research and how it's shit a lot of the time, but that idea has been perpetuated as basically this like empirical fact when it is purely theoretical speculation at this point.
And in the
Okay,
same way,
Eris,
you are
That's true, that's
treating
very
that lack of
concerning.
data as
Eris,
speculation as well.
Wait,
let Eris respond, and then
I was just saying, if that's
go
true,
ahead.
it's incredibly concerning. I just like I would like to, yeah, I would like to do. I always hesitate to do my own research because it's like, I also know that even if I look at psychology studies, I know I'm not
Yeah.
going to be able to analyze them with the same rigor that scholars would, and I might come to like bad conclusions. So I've absolutely so it yeah I would have to go and research. That's just what I've heard is like the standard.
Yeah, I'm not shitting
Yeah.
on you for not knowing. I like come to my stream and I talk about how shit psychology is all the time. And
Sure.
you can
Oh,
learn about how to read it too if you
that
want.
I might not know a lot about psychology, but I do know a lot about how shit psychology is in history. So,
Yeah.
but anyways, um, oh God, I was gonna say something. It just passed over me.
So here,
Sushi, Fanatiq, Jeb, Katie.
Uh, I'm a layman, so I'm not going to act as if I have all the figures and numbers. What I use is the knowledge of articles that are available to me. Like the amount of the reason why people like to entwine the whole false rape accusations with the entire, like for instance with you're talking about Amber Heard and how much damage she has done, and the reason why people invariably will always say, "Oh, well, what if she is lying?" Like right when it first started out, I was like, "Oh, well, what if she is lying and how that could be potentially problematic?" Or things like Emmett Till, the 14-year-old boy who was lynched off the accusation of rape by I think her name was like Karen or Carolyn or something like that. My thing is like, to my understanding, like Johnny Depp still doesn't have any of those jobs that he lost after the start of Amber Heard's accusations against him. And I get that he's trying to get his restitution through this trial and everything, but do you really? I don't even know how to frame it without sounding incendiary. Can you come back to me so I don't sound like a jackass when I say it?
thank you.
Because I don't want to be a dickhead.
I appreciate you for respecting the space. Suspect.
You're muted.
You're muted, Fanatic.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, I said
did Eris remember?
I
go
said
ahead.
thank you. I respect you for respecting the space.
True homie. Eris, did you remember what you were
Yeah.
gonna say?
Okay. So I've been I think I knew I've been looking into the Amber Heard like Johnny Depp case a lot in the last week. I have like this week off, so I've just been watching the trial like nonstop and reading like the current literature on the subject and the debates and all of that kind of stuff. And I was kind of disappointed and horrified by how I've seen people react to it. And it's weird because normally I'm on like the other side of this, where I see the way lefties react to the new villain of the week, and where there's just YouTube video after YouTube video with titles of like how awful this person is, and completely like trying to cancel them and all of that kind of stuff. And I'm just seeing this all about Amber Heard, and it totally, on one hand, it totally makes sense because God, like the shit that I've heard in the trial that she did to Johnny Depp is horrific, um, and uh, and especially I also understand people's anger because tons of us, my best friend, actually I'm not going to tell the story, that would make sense, way too long. I'm supposed to be concise, but uh just in general, I think most of us have had women in our lives who have gotten away with abuse, and I think a lot of us are projecting all these situations onto her, because she's almost a good target for it as a consequence. And I don't really feel bad for her, because she seems like a completely shitty person. The thing is, what I've been really concerned with is how much of this anger has led to people being just completely like either lying or just believing things that are just not true, about the case and about the trial. And there's a good argument to say that this isn't a super important case, but everyone seems to be caring about it. Everyone's listening to it, and there's just stuff that I'm seeing spread. Like I saw a tweet that was made against Amber Heard, right? that had 300,000 likes, and it was a total bullshit. Like it was 100. Even Johnny Depp would be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Right? Like it was just like a total lie, and everyone just like believes it. And I see like all my favorite streamers liking it and stuff. And everyone's getting so much money off of like, and you put out a hate Amber Heard YouTube video, and you think of like the most edgy title. It doesn't matter if it's true, you're gonna get the most hits right now. And it's really, really concerning. And I can totally see, and it's easy to not care when it's someone that's so all like unlikable like Amber Heard. But it's also really, really concerning of how like much that can be put on someone else that certainly doesn't deserve it as much. Um, and there's also like a weird there's this weird like glorification of Johnny Depp. Something that Erudite actually brought up in the beginning of this conversation is that in reality we have this idea of like abuse. There's always like an abuse victim and an abuse perpetrator, but in reality, there's usually it's very rare that there are perfect victims, and Johnny Depp is not a perfect victim, and that's why it gets messy, right? And there are lots of messy things, and that's why I encourage people to actually like, and don't just watch like the cherry picked YouTube clips. And like look into why he lost the case in the UK. Look into why most lawyers think he's going to lose this case. It's it's a messy situation. It's messy, and yeah, it really concerns me that so many people that I like kind of like super respected, that I thought were really against this like cancel culture, like lefty thing of the people are either good or bad, black and white thinking, and I'm seeing like a lot of just like center people engaging in it in this case, and I think it's something that we should look into and try to stop.
Okay, that was
Right.
crazy
Sorry, I
and
ran.
long-winded. I'm gonna say this really quickly. I think, man, it's really nuts that like because the same way that you feel about what's happening to Amber Heard is exactly the way I felt about what was happening to Bill Cosby. But that's a whole nother conversation. I also think that it's really, really insane. Like when we talk about like the way, when we talk about like, oh yeah, you just can sue these people civilly and so on and so forth. Like I don't know if it's just an inherently white problem or what it is, but I hope you guys recognize that there are God knows how many people who are flat broke, who are making these false rape accusations. What do you do when it's a young 18-year-old person in college making a false
You
rape
don't know they're
accusation,
making false
right?
rape accusations.
No, I do know of several people
And
who
you
have.
don't know they're
Right, hold
legitimate.
on. I
Hold on.
do know what
That's not how
I
that works.
do, Katie, please. I do
Alice,
know
on you.
of people who have made false rape accusations. I am aware of those people because I know people personally close to me who have been falsely accused of rape. So I think in those situations, what we do know, I'm sorry, and whether or not I don't even have to go into any specifics. I know that you know that up till now there have been plenty of people who have been young college people who have made false rape accusations. I'm not saying it's a prevalent problem. I'm not saying it's everywhere. It's not ubiquitous. I'm just saying this is something that has happened. So then the response being, oh, well, when someone makes a false rape accusation, you just sue them criminally. There's plenty of times where people are living at their means. Most people are living at their means. What are you going to get out of this? What are you going to get when you can't work a job? What are you going to get? How do you get those 10 years back after you weren't able to raise your freaking child
Sounds
because
like
you
you've
weren't
got a
in the
problem with
home? What are you?
capitalism.
All right, we're
Hold
so
on.
close.
No.
Let's go to Jeb.
We're not going to push this conversation into economics. My point being, because of the fact, please don't devolve this panel. The point being, the civil response isn't a fair enough response because we know that the vast majority of people who would come forward with false rape accusations, wouldn't be people who are wealthy, right? So then that wouldn't be a response. You can't squeeze blood out of a turnip, as
All
my
right, we
good
gotta
friend
go to
Pon
Jeb.
said.
Jeb?
Okay, let me make sure. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, I'll try to keep it succinct. So, the original question, what does this tell us about how we treat male victims? I think victims at large. I think it shows us that we need to stop making movements based on who our target demographic is. So, Johnny Depp was a victim of white rich men being the target of the attitude that white rich men are always the abusers in a situation where they're accused of being abusive. But we have to be careful about using this case as a reason to just shift our target onto rich white women and making it so that all rich white women that accuse somebody of something are lying now. And I think we've just routinely done this throughout history where every movement has just been largely about attacking a new group. And it's gone on way out until like American history, all the way back to when it was, young black. I mean, it still kind of is to an extent. If a young black man is in court on trial for sexually abusing a young white woman, we often saw historically that like there was no way he was getting out of that court without getting prosecuted. So I think we need to be careful about just using these situations as ways to just shift the target demographic to a more palatable target demographic, and instead start to attack the actual issue.
All right, Katie.
Yeah, I don't know how to make this clear. False rape allegations are bad. They do indeed happen. I'm not saying that they never ever happen. It's just that I'm even willing to take Erudite on her word and say that we don't have the data. We don't know how prevalent they are. But just because we don't have the data doesn't mean that we get to now say this is a bigger problem than it is. I'm fine saying, like Erudite says, we don't know how much of a bigger problem this is. The problem is that this, again, people on this panel, Fanatiq, Sushi, I get that rape, like false rape accusations are bad, but how do you want me, like, that's not engaging with the topic. It's like, I can't stop. Amber Heard did a bad thing, not, she didn't accuse him of rape, but yeah, she used her status. She knew that she would be believed more because she's a woman. She's explicitly told him that no one will believe you, right? And she was going to take advantage of that. She did take advantage of that. It did harm him. It's a bit of a problem to like, they abused each other. I'm not saying that she didn't abuse him a lot more. I'm just saying it's like abuse happened both ways. Okay, let's not pretend like like Johnny Depp is a golden child. Okay, I'm
So what
just
is
like,
your point? Like, if in like 2 sentences, what's your major point?
Mm-hmm.
major point is that I find it incredibly interesting that this panel is incapable of like moving forward from this case of rape, false rape accusations bad. This is a problem. The way we solve it is, please tell me how you solve it. I'm asking you,
We
except
did.
for women should talk less about when they're being, because I know you're not saying women shouldn't come forward, but I don't have a way of asserting if it's a false rape accusation, right? The court does. So when the court says it's a false rape accusation, I'm with you. That's bad. We should do something about that. But outside of that, like, I don't know what more power do you think people have on
Katie,
this?
that was the question. The question that was literally
Yeah, that
posited
was-
to the panel was specifically, should there be higher punishment for false rape accusations? That's
And
all of our response.
we did that 20 minutes
Yeah.
ago.
Right, but and so
We
we
did
We
that
didn't come
20
to a
minutes ago.
consensus.
right, but
Which-
no,
wait,
Yeah.
we don't
we're
have
not
to.
looping.
We don't have to. Hold on, hold on.
We moved the topic.
We don't
Jesus
have to,
fucking Christ.
Katie.
Are you kidding?
Katie,
All right, hold
we
on.
don't have to come to a consensus. But then, even though we didn't come to a consensus, we all made our point and positions very clear. So to then ask that question again right now, hey, what is like? What? How could we possibly do anything when we've already asked the question? We've answered it. Like we've already
Yeah,
said.
and-
That's the
No,
thing.
that's not what I'm
but,
saying.
But
Oh,
this
hold on,
question
hold
was
on.
about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp too, so we were still just answering about that
So,
situation.
as the moderator,
That's
right,
not
looking in the middle here, something we should be asking ourselves then is, why is this particular point something that some of the panelists are unable to move off to? It's not because they are, I'm assuming everybody here is coming in good faith. Seems like everyone's making good arguments. So we have to ask ourselves, what are these people seeing that's important that makes them not want to give up this false accusation thing? I think that's a good question to start asking if you're wondering why we're still on
I think
this.
no concession has been made. I would guess, I could be wrong, but I feel that, for example, Katie, I'm not sure exactly still where Eris stands, is probably, I should just say Katie, I don't actually know what Eris, I'd have to think about that more. It feels to me that she's not taking false allegations as seriously as I would like it. That's basically, I think, where we're getting stuck. I don't really like feel the need to like push it more. And then we're also getting stuck on a separate topic, which is related, but actually separate, of what do you do about false allegations, right? So it's like there's actually 2 separate conversations going on, and we're not really looping. It's that there's no consensus. Like, I'm saying we shouldn't charge more, and other people are saying we should. So like we haven't really resolved
Yeah.
that. So I don't know.
So then, Katie, the question to you would be, when Erudite says that regardless of the issue, that she's not really sure what to say in terms of false accusations, she's not really sure that we should go to that extra step. Do you think that that is because of what she believes and what she's thinking? Do you think she's missing something? It seems like you feel like there's more to be had there.
I'm sorry. I thought I made myself clear. I think false rape accusations are bad and severe and there should be consequences. I'm baffled. Why is that not something that's coming across?
Well,
I'm
that
just
wasn't the question that they
confused
asked
about.
you, right? The question isn't is false accusations bad? We all agree on that. There's no
Yes,
disagreement.
what should we do about that? And then we went
Well, not even what
around
should we do about that? Should the punishment be more severe specifically for that? And you have a few people
and then
saying
we
yes.
answered it.
You have a few people
Yeah.
saying they don't know. Can we all agree that these are all reasonable places to be at? It's reasonable to think that yes, under these pretenses. It's reasonable to think no under these pretenses. I'm trying to find out if we can move past this.
I think I know the reason why
That's
we haven't been
literally
able
my
to.
point, that we're not moving past this. Like,
Well, right,
we
but
answered
we're
these questions.
all responsible for that. It's not just Fanatiq. It's not. We're all responsible for it not moving on.
Yeah, and I
Every
think I
single
know
question,
why.
by the way, is about mostly around some level of false allegations. So I don't know.
Yeah,
like
and
you saw the
I'm
topic
personally-
points.
They're
Of course, we're going to keep
super
talking about this. There's 4 topics,
It's always
okay,
going to be
then I'm
entwined.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Then I'm wondering if there's something that it says about, like, because I'm thinking about Me Too. Me Too was also the topic. Talking about just general rape accusations, sexual assault accusations was also the topic. So I find it interesting, coming from my perspective, that this panel seems to be fixated on this concept of false rape accusations, their severity, what should be done about it, even though we have discussed that in detail for a very long time. And I'm not saying everybody needs to come back to my point. I'm just saying that we don't seem to be moved past that. And my personal theory is that I think there are reasonable reasons why it's very terrifying, the concept of potentially being accused of like sexually assaulting someone. I think there's a lot of fear around cancel culture, what that can do to you, to your life. And I think that's something that a lot of people on the panel are very focused on. And all I'm trying to say is, hey, there's another element here, which is like the court system failing actual rape victims and like the injustice that they go through and stuff like that. And whenever I try to pull the panel that way,
you're doing hyper selective bias here, though, because I very clearly said that we need to start making sure that we investigate it there. Erudite made the statement earlier that we need to start investigating false with the rape kits. We need to do better about that. Like we all recognize, literally in all of our openings, that the Me Too movement was incredibly powerful and in making sure that victims felt more comfortable coming forward and making sure that there was a culture that like started establishing the idea that sexual accusations aren't something to be dismissing and so on and so forth. So it's not like we're only focusing on one aspect of the Me Too movement. This is still part of the Me Too movement, because with the advent of the Me Too movement and it being like largely because of social media, then we have to attach it to the social media platform and the social media response. And part of social media is people trying to flex and lie in order to gain more following, in order to gain more status. That's what people do on social media. They only post their highlights. They fabricate things. So then if all of that is part of the conversation, if that's part of social media, that's part of the Me Too movement, so then yes, we're going to be talking about that while also making sure that we're establishing these things. What we are saying, what I'm saying, what Fanatiq is saying, what Erudite is saying, what every other person on this panel is all agreeing, I don't think you disagree with it, I hope, is that yes, it is part of the Me Too movement to be able to say
no.
So you don't believe that social media has anything to do with Me Too?
No, I do believe that it has to do with Me Too. I don't think that the fixation and the issue with like the amount of vitriol, not vitriol, but the amount of fixation that this panel seems to have to do with false rape accusations.
Okay, I don't know. You already made that statement. I don't care how you feel about us fixating. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
Jeb,
give
it a try.
So yeah, it's not about. I don't care about what you're fixating on. What I'm saying is specifically, the reason that we're fixating is because you kept asking that question over and over again, and you keep derailing the panel by doing so. So the reason that we've been fixated on this point is because if we're going to be discussing Me Too, and we're going to be discussing Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, as has been in the comments, obviously with Amber Heard, like this entire recrimination is specifically about false accusations, because she literally said Johnny Depp did something, and this entire civil suit is saying that she lied, right? So that's part of the conversation. Obviously, that's still part of the scope of the Me Too movement, because she was playing on the Me Too movement to talk about her abuse. So we can't possibly talk about these things without it being about false accusations. That's this whole conversation. I don't know why you're acting like you can't. Oh God.
What I'm asking is that I'm asking you literally. We've discussed this, right? We've went through these points, and the panel has generally made their positions about what should be done about false rape accusations.
Well, we obviously don't feel like we're done. We don't feel like we're done.
What?
We don't feel like we're done. You're like
Oh,
being the person that's been in a conversation that's gone on for 5 minutes and said, well, we've already discussed it. Why are we still discussing it?
let's
It's obviously
let's
not
try
fleshed
to
out.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
let's try to understand, because something that Katie says repeatedly that I think is fair, it's where she's coming from with this, is that she doesn't understand the fixation on it. She feels that there's a fixation. So the question to
Well,
you, Katie, would be, what do you feel is the proper amount of fixation that should be taken on something like this? Do you feel appropriate at all to talk about this in the context
Maybe
we do?
maybe I'm obviously not managing to get what I'm saying. I'm asking, okay, we're talking about false rape accusations. We've talked about it. And I'm asking, what more can I do? What more things could I be saying to like get us to talk about something else? Because maybe you're right, Fanatic. If all we're going to do is the panel needs to sit and be like, false accusations are bad, there should be severe consequences for it, bad, then I guess I don't have anything else to contribute to it. I guess the question that I was going to ask is, what do we want done about it beyond what we've already discussed?
Katie,
right,
do you
Jeb.
think there's been more
Well,
social conversation about false allegations, just abroad overall, or about sexual assault victims in general?
In
Just
this
like looking,
conversation,
no, and looking at all of like the social paradigm since the Me Too movement started. Do you think people talk more about sexual assault victims or more about false allegations?
uh, I don't think I'm well versed enough in social media to be able to answer that like in a way that would be satisfactory.
Okay.
I would say
Um,
it's like robustly
Proportionally to the
evident, though.
problem, I think
Let,
people talk about it way more.
hold
okay,
on.
Jeb.
Which
Let me
one?
jump in
False
real quick.
allegations?
Mhm.
Okay.
Let me jump in
Well,
real
'cause
quick because I think I know where we branched. We branched at the very beginning, and we're not going far enough back. We branched at the very beginning in that Katie does not believe the Me Too movement has gone too far. A lot of us do. And the reason, Katie, why we are fixated on false allegations is that is literally the only way in which Me Too could have gone too far. We're never going to say, oh, they put too many actual rapists in prison, or they accused too many people correctly, or there's just a little too much of a spotlight on victims. We're saying the only way it could have gone too far is through false allegations. That's why there's the fixation on it. And two, you immediately it seems like the same thing you're doing with this subject is, okay, I don't want to be on it though because I don't think Me Too went too far, and this is kind of making it seem like it did. You kind of immediately did that at the beginning of the conversation when you said, well, social media is a different thing, we all agree social media is crazy. Me Too was a social media movement, and we believe
Yeah.
that because it lived primarily on social media and its social media aspect was what went way too far, we believe Me Too as a movement has gone too far, and it should be reverted into something more focused on practical steps like testing rape kits and improving the justice system, not on just blanket blaming men all the time and saying that all accusers are correct.
Okay, give Katie a chance to respond.
yeah. So Jeb, I think that's very like a good summary. So I don't think that I do think it's where we branch off. There was another point where I thought we branched off in terms of what I asked in the beginning about what punishing is and stuff like that, but we kind of moved past that. So when I was having my spat with Fanatic earlier, and I was saying that I don't think this is about Me Too, is that yeah, I don't think Me Too as in what I see Me Too to be. I don't see it as a force that is causing a lot of false rape accusations. That's not how I see Me Too. And I guess that's where we just fundamentally potentially disagree on. Um, because I don't see it that way, I obviously want to shield the movement or a movement that used to be, or what I now perceive to be the ending of it. So just generally women coming out. I don't
In one
with
gender
sexual
though.
assault like cases. What?
I would say the Me Too movement. There's men who moved forward the Me Too movement who were equally under scrutiny, right? I feel like it's not necessarily fair to only focus on the female aspect of things. I think if we really want to give
Sure.
the
We
justice
can
that
talk about.
sexual assault victims have, we should include everyone under the spectrum of gender or whatever you would like to quantify
Sure.
it as
I'll try
people
to
who
speak
could
in
be
a more
affected.
gender neutral way. It's fine. Um, so when I see these issues, and I thought we kind of like agreed on it at the beginning, I guess, when Eris said that it seems like a lot of fanatics issues have to do with cancel culture, and I do. I don't see women coming out with sexual assault charges or like sexual assault allegations as the necessary issue. And I don't think you guys either. I think the criticism is towards social media. I think the criticism is towards mob mentality. And that's just where we disagree.
What we're
You
saying is
direct the
what we're
criticism
saying
towards
is
Me
social.
Too.
Hold on. What we're saying is
not-
social media and that mob mentality is inexorably tied to the Me Too movement because it was a social
And
media
I'm
mob
saying that
style
it's not.
movement.
And that's our opposing positions,
Okay,
right?
those are
Okay,
opposing
that's
positions.
cool. So
Okay,
Let's
but
go
okay,
Eris
can
wait.
we
So
can
how
we
did the
get
Me
out of
Too
the
Eris
meta
start
and then
conversation?
by
Fanatic.
Telegram?
Eris and then Fanatic, please.
Don't worry, I'll give the conclusion of the meta conversation, then everyone can disagree with me. So Fanatic, okay. I'm gonna try in the best I can to explain what I think Katie is trying to say, because I actually think it's valid. So, Fanatic, give me like an example, just for like the sake of the argument, of an issue within the Black community, between Black people, like something that I don't know, Black people often talk about within themselves of something that they want to change.
Oh, sure. So an active conversation right now, specifically about black fact that now it seems new form of penalizing black men, specifically that black women have been weaponized sexual assault allegations against black men because they oftentimes don't have access to lawyers and things like that, and so then they're literally accusing them of doing things like raping their children, and as a result of that, black men in prison and things like for things that they literally had nothing to do with, but because the public defenders won't actually put up a good whatever fight, and then there's like crazy sentences associated with it, and it's causing people to just take pleas and things like that. That's an active conversation right now in the black community. That's one.
Okay. So what if you just had like a group of white people always talking about that issue and they're like obsessed with that issue, like they're always focusing on it? Would you kind of, a part of you would probably be like, well, yeah, that's a legit issue. But then if they're always talking about it and it's always their priority, wouldn't it also kind of bring up a suspicion or a concern thinking like, why are they so obsessed with this particular topic? Right?
Sure, I guess
Um,
maybe I can understand where your point is, except for I'll tell you where the analogy falls flat. Because in
sure.
this case, specifically within the Me Too movement, the movement is something that's literally specifically hyper focusing on men, right? That's the whole purpose of the movement.
Mhm.
It's a hyper fixate on the fact that men, because the vast majority of sexual assault come from men. So we're now putting a specific microscope towards men to examine them. And so then now, because of that, and men are obviously the largest recipient of all of the harms that are associated with Me Too, right? Even from the place of from the perpetrators, they're the ones that are getting bodied, and I think they should. But then that means now that since men are going to be the victims of this thing, then this is inherently a gendered issue, and men are responding and saying, "Wait a minute, listen. While I'm all about getting behind women in this case, then I think that there's a problem where we're going to say, if men are going to be constantly the victims of this, and we are seeing that there's false accusations and things that can ruin people, and everyone, I feel like most people know at least one person who has been falsely accused, who has been punished by this movement, so then it starts to become incredibly concerning. In the same sense, now to make the analogy more apt, if it was something where it was like, hey, black people were accusing white store owners, there was a big problem about discrimination, right? And so then that was a big conversation. In that case, if white people were to begin talking about this discrimination bubble and saying like, hey, this is where the problem is, and it seems like sometimes they don't even have to prove it, that would be completely valid because it's directly impacting them. And that's exactly what's happening with this Me Too thing.
And we can't argue that it wasn't gendered, Katie. I know that that might be where you're going to go, but hashtag believe all women were the hashtags. It wasn't believe all victims. It wasn't believe all abused. It was believe all women. It was very much a gendered movement by its nature, which is okay
Sure.
in the sense if
Because
you
sexual
contain it
assault is
that way
gendered.
and you admit it. Yeah,
It's
but you
interesting
have
to
to
say that
accept
like
what
men
comes
are
with that.
it's interesting to say that men are the predominant group that commits sexual assault, and then say that the most like the demographic that is mostly hurt by by the Me Too movement is like men. It
I'm
seems
sorry.
like the
Let me
Me
clarify.
Too.
Can I clarify?
Okay.
Because it's not that, because again, I thought I did say this already, but I'll say it again. I think that, yeah, there's obviously going to be a lot of the largest benefactors of the Me Too is women, clearly. And while I obviously recognize that like there are people who are being punished by the Me Too movement who should be punished because they're actual perpetrators, the people who are largely going to be the biggest like harmed by false accusations, which it's hard for me to detach that from the Me Too movement, is going. So again, it's yes, women are being helped, men are being hurt in some ways, and then I don't understand how that would be like disagree with. I guess it's compound. Which part of that do you disagree with?
Is that a question towards me? I
Yes.
generally
Which part of that do you
agree.
disagree with?
I generally agree with what you said. I just think that those things are a lot more inherently attached to you than they are to me. Although I do agree that the one thing that was a big miss for the Me Too movement is the fact that it is so gendered. Although, to be fair,
It should be.
men who get sexually assaulted also mostly get assaulted by men.
Yeah, of course. So that's why
It
it's
should be
gendered. It
gendered.
should be
Of
gendered.
course it should be gendered. I don't think
Mhm.
anyone's disagreeing with like the bias of like who, like there's a reason why in general when men come out as victims of abuse, a lot of people question it because it defies the stereotype that's
I
born
don't
in
think it should be
stats.
gendered. I'm sorry.
It's inherently gendered because 98% of crime is done by men, right? So of course it is. Of course it is. It makes it difficult, right? Like what ideally people should act like versus like the reality of like the social norms are different. And I feel like, to be honest, I think this conversation is actually devolving because some people are aware of social norms and some people are just like unaware or resisting to what the social norms actually are. And I don't really know how to like, once we're in two different realities, this is the whole problem with fucking everything, is the stupidification of our nation, is that like we're literally talking in two different realities at this point. And I just like, I don't know how to move it forward. Other than like maybe I can convince Fanatiq and Jeb and Sushi to not be for increased charges against women who make false allegations, because that at least
Do
like
you
feels
think
like a
that's what I'm
potential
asking?
fruitful conversation. I
No,
don't.
no, she's just
I no.
she's
I'm not
making a
restating it at
divergent
all.
opinion.
I'm concerned about your understanding of the social norms around Me Too. It suggests to me that you're either not very connected to it or you haven't looked at it. Because if you didn't think that like believe all women meant believe all women, it actually meant truth first, then verify. I don't know what to tell you other than like, I don't know, watch TikTok. I don't know.
Yeah, like that's not
Just
what
because
most
people
take from
engage
it.
with something badly doesn't mean that the just because believe all women was taken in a way and like devolved into something that is negative and harmful doesn't mean that the idea behind it was problematic.
No one's
Like,
talking
believe
about the
all
idea
women.
behind it,
But it's
Katie. Everyone's
literally.
talking about how
I'm
it
sorry,
practically
I
plays
am.
out in the social norms.
Wait.
That's
But not
what
just
we
that.
were talking about
But no,
when we
no.
were saying believe all
Let
women.
Yurode finish.
So should I not
Infinite.
Wait,
talk
hold on.
when I
Wait,
disagree?
wait, Katie, but it's not just about like whether or not like it's the way it's playing out. It literally in its word, it's saying it. Believe all women, right? And there is a problem with inherently
and
accepting.
verify.
That's not what it says,
That's
though.
not what it
Those are
says.
two different
No.
statements.
Believe all women versus trust. Can you explain the difference to me?
Believe all women.
Verify is the
The
difference.
verify is the second portion, right? Believe all women.
I-
If it was just believe all women or just trust all women, those things would be the same. But once you say verify, that means even though we're believing, even though we have an inherent trust, that means we're putting a lot of stock into what you're saying from the beginning. We're going to verify, which means that we're not stopping there. Believe all women stops there. Means don't do anything else. Believe them, accept it as truth. That's literally the definition and the connotation of the word belief. It's to accept something without having facts or evidence to support it. That's what belief is. But whereas when it comes to trusting, it's like, yes, I'm putting stock in your words while recognizing that I don't have evidence, and then I'm going to verify it. Meaning now I got to do the extra step to verify it. That's where the difference is.
It's the same argument that people who are like, this might get spicy, but who bring up like all cops are bastards, and they try to be like, well, the idea behind it isn't that all cops are bastards, and you're like, but that's the fucking language that's being used, which is why it's a bad idea to support and like promote overall as an idea.
Yeah,
Obviously,
Yeah, and you
because
know how I
rhetoric
feel about
matters.
that, right?
I
So
know
what
you
we're
do.
asking
So
is
I'm
why do you
trying
not
to
feel differently
I'm
here?
trying to apply the same ruler. What I try to do is be as consistent. I try to apply the same ruler about what I think is okay engagement with movements I like have a leaning towards liking. For example, the Me Too movement, when it came out, I posted on the Me Too movement. Like, it's something that matters to me, actually. I have tons of friends who've been sexually assaulted. So the idea that I don't care about it isn't true. Like, the rhetoric, Matt, sorry, I'm rattling. So
Yeah, Katie,
rhetoric
that's a good question. If all cops are bastards bugged you because inherently in its phrasing it basically encouraged an ungracious interpretation, why is believe all women not bad for the same reason?
Wait, did I say that all cops are bastard like bugged me? It didn't.
Wait,
Oh,
I
you
thought you
think
just
that's
that's
fine.
That's Katie's
erudite.
point. So,
Okay, so yeah, that's where we're at.
so
I
so
get it.
then to understand where we're at,
I'm
then,
not against ACAB.
just so that we
Sorry.
don't go
Oh.
in circles, just
Sure.
to kind of stop it here. Katie, would it be fair to say, because if we go down ACAB, we're gonna a whole nother rabbit hole. Would
Yeah.
it be fair to say, Katie, that
I was
your
actually going to give a similar example, so it's fine.
do you think that the statement "believe all women" is comparable to trust and verify to you, not to
I
what anybody
think
else thinks?
I think the idea behind it was, and I realized that people can take an idea and run with it and make it toxic, which I thought I made very clear at the beginning of the panel. But again, I'm talking about an idea. So if we're talking about the Me Too movement and the concepts behind it, there's nothing wrong with a statement like believe all women. But if you think the statement believe all women now means that you're incapable of like listening to a testimony from another human being and maybe making up your mind if it doesn't sound right to you, I can't really help with that. That just seems like a stupid person thing to do.
Yeah, but
I
a
don't know
vast
what to
majority of the people
But
just
like,
blanket believed all women.
then
Like
the
that was
vast majority of
the
people are
thought
but that's how
stupid.
groupthink works. Is like if you get a
Yeah, it's
popular
dumb.
Why would you
That's
say it if you?
these are the
I don't
factors
know
that
if we're
these
going to make
things
it
are
beyond this
working
point.
within. Like this is what I'm saying. This is the reality that we're like operating in. Is like I'm taking for granted descriptively that just people work a certain way, which is why when we popularize rhetoric, we should be careful about how the dumbest and most unnuanced interpretation of it is going to look, right?
Yes.
So believe all women is harmful even for women because it puts them on this weird pedestal as well. Like it's bad rhetoric. It's a bad
Even that,
idea.
yeah, even
Also,
that.
like, what
Why would
happens
you
when two women have
say?
different stories,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, and why would
Yeah.
you say believe all women if you're going to say it's a
So-
stupid interpretation to then believe all women? It makes no sense.
This is
It really
this is
doesn't.
going to
Thing is-
quickly spiral out of control. We found our fundamental disagreement. We have different modus operandi. Okay, we're functioning off of different assumptions, which is fine. So I think what would be probably best to do at this point is kind of go over some statements, kind of encapsulating our point in a few sentences, some closing statements, so that everybody can see what it is that you're coming from. Because at this point, nobody's going to change Katie's mind on how she views the world. That's not something that's really realistic
No,
to
I
expect.
disagree.
But
I think there's a total misunderstanding. Like, I
Okay,
think you
all
guys
right,
are
go ahead.
miscommunicating.
Go ahead.
Because I actually don't think you guys disagree, and I think she's been trying to make that point. This is, and Katie, you can agree. Hopefully, I'm making this point right. Is that when it comes to the false accusations? When it comes to believe all women, right? I do think actually what Erudite said was completely correct and wasn't something I'd focus on. Like the actual tagline of believe all women, okay, did probably contribute to that toxicity. Now, Katie, you agree that there's tons of toxicity. You were talking about it. We use cancel culture, right? That was like the part of it that you were particularly bothered by. So like, but what everyone else is saying, particularly what Erudite is saying, is that like at what point now, years later, like I don't know, 6 years later, after like the start of that movement, can we look back and say, now that we've seen how much cancel culture has taken over and that toxicity has taken over that movement, what seeds did we plant at the beginning of that movement that allowed it to fester there, right? And I think that's a totally valid criticism to bring up the fact that the name, the tagline, believe all women, probably contributed to that, right? The same way all cops is bastards. That was an excellent point. So the reason why
Bring up toxic masculinity as victim.
yeah, and the reason why believe all women, the majority of the people I speak to, that in your average reasonable person, when they say believe all women, what they really mean is trust and verify, right? Be respectful. Don't treat victims like shit. But then there are
Yeah.
crazies, and then there are some people that, or young people, or just people who are terminally online that just take shit way too far. And we can kind of come to the conclusion that yeah, that tagline probably had negative consequences. But the reason why that tagline was not trust, wasn't something nuanced, like initially it was supposed to be, it's because it was done on social media and particularly Twitter. I don't think all social media platforms are equal, and Twitter and the way it facilitates and focuses on like extreme ideologies and it punishes people for reaching across the aisle or having more reasonable discussions or more nuanced discussions. You say anything nuanced on Twitter, you get severely punished for it. I was actually brand new to Twitter this year, and I was just like absolutely horrified. And it explained a lot of things. And the Me Too movement grew and festered on Twitter. And I think that you can't really separate those two things. So I actually think that that's where the kind of miscommunication and disagreement is coming from.
Hey,
Okay.
I got the
Yeah.
safe. I got the safe. I think a better example. What's happening here?
Mm.
You're saying believe all women is the abolish the police, and defund the police a little bit. I hope most bit more reasonable than abolish the police. I'm not talking about rid of police. It's more about all that, right? So then trust but verify. I think is one of the yes, accept what they're saying, respond and take these things seriously, and verify it. Believe that what they're saying is, which is like to defund the police, whereas believe all women is more the abolish. Just accept it. They say it, it's true because false. And then the people have supported and defended that. But false rape accusations are really rare. They're like they're less than 1% of all rape accusations are false. So then that means then we should just believe all women. Anyone that's questioning any rape accusation, it's because you don't believe all women. So they've like supported it and kind of maintained it as being like this thing. Like we should just immediately believe. So while I can understand that maybe the way you took it when you heard that, it's different. In the same sense that when some people heard defund the police, they thought abolish the police. And so like these two terms are not the exact same. That's what's really happening here. Whereas I'm saying I guess maybe I'm accepting the charitable interpretation of believe all women, and you're accepting the whatever, and then you would be like fund the police to abolish the police.
I don't. I
So
resent the idea though that
can
we
I
can
very
call
quickly
people.
though?
No,
Yeah,
hold on,
just
because
whether or
we're
not Jane agrees with this, and then
hold
Jeb.
on. Well, hold on, because I feel like her response is going. We've
Wait,
been on this
wait, don't
premise.
tell her. Don't
Let's not say
assume.
what a response is gonna be.
Well,
Let's
no,
let
no,
her
no. I'm
respond.
saying the premise all this conversation has been based on is that it is an uncharitable interpretation of believe all women
But
to
can she
literally
respond to what I
interpret
said
it as
though?
what it
Can she
says.
respond to what I said
Let her
though?
respond.
You're muted.
So
Sorry.
am I?
You
No.
weren't cutting in at first, but
Oh, sorry. Thank you. So that I think one thing, and Eris did a great job, and I think for the most part, I agree with a lot of what Eris said, and I also think that I understand where the breakdown came down, and as well. The only one thing that I wanted to point out before that I explain that is that Eris said, and I tend to agree with her, that a lot of people, or some people, I'll say some people, when they hear believe all women, what they hear is trust and verify. And I think this panel would disagree on what most people interpret believe all women as, which is where I think some of the breakdown comes
Yeah,
in.
because we all have
But
our own anecdotes and our own experiences in social circles, etc.
yeah, yeah. So I think that's a big part of it, of what believe all women means. And I think Fanatic, you said it very well. That's like you have the most uncharitable interpretation of what believe all women is because you have your experiences and I have mine, right? And I also think that Erudite like crystallized something for me that at some point this became a discussion about rhetoric and optics, and I thought we were discussing ideas. So if we're going to talk about how believe all women is just like bad optically, sure. I was actually the reason why I kept asking you, Fanatic, why about the trust and verify thing is because I'm gonna say that from now on. Now I feel like with how people treat like believe all women, it just seems to have too much baggage. So why would I bother with it? I'm just gonna say trust and verify, and seems to be working much better. And the concept is the same to me. So it's like, why would I give a fuck? You know, I'm not gonna die on this hill. If people have baggage with believe all women, I don't need to trigger them for that. It's just like I thought I guess we were in different headspaces. And yeah, I think Eris did a good job.
We can talk about each dimension of the issue. It is definitely a fact that some people on this panel are more focused on certain dimensions of it, whereas others are focused on others. But that doesn't mean that we're having different conversations. We're looking at the same thing from different angles. And that's how you ground out a solid understanding of what everybody thinks to begin with. Sorry, go ahead, Jeb.
yeah. So again, and like I said, it was the same. It was a response on the premise that it is uncharitable to interpret believe all women as believe all women. If you are calling people stupid and crazy, which is a quote aristocracy said, people who are stupid or crazies, if you are calling them stupid or crazy because they interpreted your words as exactly what you said with your words. It is your words that are the problem, not the stupid or crazy person interpreting them. If you are saying, I believe all women, I'm telling you, you should interpret it as trust and verify. Say trust and verify. If literally what you are saying is wrong and not what you are trying to have come across, don't say it. It's your fault. 100%. If someone interprets you literally and that is the wrong interpretation, you said the wrong words.
Let Eris respond. That was directed at her, and then Katie.
Was it directed at me? I don't know. I didn't create the
Oh.
tagline "Believe all women." I disagreed. I think it's a bad tagline.
All right, go ahead, Katie.
So Jeb, you agree with me that the point you just made is about rhetoric and about slogans, bad and good, right?
No, I think the ideals behind
No?
believe all women were believe all women, and that's why it was wrong, was because people did mean believe all women when they said it. Most people did. That's where I think me and Erudite
Then
think
maybe
you're off where we're at, because we have seen it play out that most people sharing believe all women are using it critically and effectively as believe all women.
then maybe we can discuss what believe all women
Okay, I'll read the
means to you.
Wikipedia to you. Believe women is an American political slogan arising out of the Me Too movement. It refers to the necessity of accepting women's allegations of sexual harassment or sexual assault at face value. That's the Wikipedia. So you can argue with that, I suppose, but then it's like maybe you're just in like an esoteric group of people who are much more nuanced, and that's great for you. But it seems to be the case that even Wikipedia broadly interpreted believe women. It's not believe all women, by the way. I just checked. It's believe women in that way. So I don't know what to say.
I'm not surprised by that definition. It's interesting that you brought that up. See, Fanatic, you said defund the police, right? But in language, like I'm guessing, if I looked up in the Wikipedia description, what defund the police means, they wouldn't actually have it of literally let's defund the police. Like, they would probably be like, okay, like we've got. I don't. Whenever I talk to people who agree with this, they'll always say, no, it's not that we want to defund the police. We want reforms here, and we want to switch the moons here, and we want to do community polices and all this. Is like, okay, that's not in the tagline, right? But you need these taglines in order to push narratives and to sell narratives, which is exactly what Twitter is. Like Twitter, and the way we're getting our politics and our information right now is just pure propaganda. Like we tend to make fun of the propaganda that we see in like the 1930s and the 1940s. Like it doesn't even compare. Like I'm telling you, historians are going to look back and think we're all idiots for just soaking it all in. And these taglines are just such a good example of that. Because you need a good tagline and you need a good hashtag to spread a movement. And something nuanced and detailed is not going to make the cut. So there's a system. I don't want to say it's a systematic problem because it has to do with the with these like particular platforms. But I don't know. But I think there needs to, if we want to solve that problem, it's just going to keep happening over and over again, unless we actually like deal with the nature of the social media platform.
So
Well,
can I
sure.
just say, can I just
You're
read the
the-
Wikipedia for defund the police super quickly so we're
That's what I
clear?
was gonna say really quickly. Yeah.
The
Sure, yeah.
Wikipedia for
I
it
have no clue.
no worries. It's a slogan that supports divesting funds from police departments and reallocating them to non-policing forms of public safety and community support, such as social services. And then it listed a couple. Very different
Then
than
abolish.
believe women.
Wait, no. To keep the analogy fair, it's very different than abolish the police, and I think that's why I brought up that example. Is because while yes, we're strictly removing funds from the police officers, like if you were to fully defund them, then yeah, you would be abolishing them. But that's not the goal, right? It's not to fully defund them. Like taking away, saying, hey, here's an X amount of percentage, and we're going to make this for social workers that are going to deal with domestic abuse claims. Like that's not getting rid of police officers. It's just simply taking some of their budget and creating a specific thing, like we did with fire departments, because fire departments use EMTs, which used to be handled by police officers, and it's like, nope, we're having an entirely different program for that now, right? So it's the same kind of concept, but some people could hear defund the police and immediately think of abolish the police, right? And then that I can understand how you get there, but that's not what those words mean necessarily.
Can we just though agree
example.
that the social landscape around believe women is very different than defund the police? And therefore, if people interpret believe women as just take women's words at face value, that would be fair. In fact, if they Googled it, that's precisely what they would be told. Whereas if they Googled defund the police, they would find something much more nuanced, which is why believe women is
I'll
Yeah.
be a little bit more charitable to Katie here because like here the thing is, and just like with defund the police, when I very first started hearing defund the police, like there were like all these conversations happening, and a lot of times there was crazy overlap. And so like while I get like yes, now that the Wikipedia like has it laid out, and I feel like that might have been added specifically or like they laid it out that way because there was so much overlap. If we look at like news articles back in like May when we were talking about defund the police in the United States, a lot of that was specifically with all this crazy overlap where there were some people that genuinely were saying defund the police when they really meant abolish the police, right? Like defund the police was more popular and it got more accepted, but there were the abolish the police people, and then I had to eventually get to the point of like stating whenever I'd be talking about this during that time, I would be saying defund, not abolish, because like there are plenty of people who use the phrase defund the police, but that really mean just abolish. Just like I think there are plenty of people like Katie is saying who would probably say believe women, but that also means trust and verify. While again the words are totally different, and I think that we all recognize where these movements actually are, and I'm glad that the Wikipedia is able to defend us in this case. But I have to agree with her that there probably is some overlap on both.
Can I ask, Fanatic? You said that you'll make a statement like you'll say defund the police, but not abolish the police. Will you actually say also like, but not abolish the police, so people know like that's where your line is, or will you just say defund the police and let that speak for itself?
Oh, I say but not abolish like almost every time.
Okay, so
And
like so kind of like the go ahead.
just like when I say like BLM, and I always like if you look at almost every single time I mention the phrase BLM, you'll hear me say BLM, the movement, not the organization, because they are two distinct things. And I don't stand with that organization at all, but I absolutely believe in that movement, like the idea of recognizing that like there's like a devaluing of Black lives, but that's totally different
So-
than this like Marxist
I've
socialist
looked up-
organization. What's that?
I've looked up the definition of defund, right? And it says not to reduce funds, but to prevent all funds from continuing, but to prevent from continuing to receive
Nope,
funds.
I'm
altogether.
not looking at the definition right now, but I can if you need me to. I know that defund can also just mean to remove funds. Like for example, if I have $100 and you defund me of $20 or you defund me of a portion, that's still defunding. Defunding just means the extraction
Oh.
of funds. I'm gonna look it up on Merriam-Webster if we're gonna do the dictionary thing.
So
I
then
don't know why we would do
let's-
that.
To avoid the dictionary thing, going into the prescriptive realm, then Fanatic, would you
Yeah,
put
we already
the
did the dictionary thing 10 minutes
I'm
ago.
sorry, no,
We're
no,
not
I'm sorry, I'm
avoiding
doing
the
it.
dictionary thing.
Defund, the word
So-
defund, to withdraw funding from. You can just be withdrawing any amount. It's not to fully, completely abolish all funds or completely destroy all funds. It's not to withdraw all funds. It's just to withdraw funds. That's what defund means.
And there's also colloquial definitions. But one thing that's important, I think, is when we're looking at prescriptions here going forward, Fanatic, would you then put the onus on Katie to say, I'm talking about the believe all women, or you would put it the onus to say, I'm talking about trust and verify, not believe all women. You think that Katie should go that step farther and also say, look, not only should we trust and verify, we shouldn't be doing the believe all women thing, because that's kind of what you're doing with the defund the police thing. Would you put that same onus on her?
Yes, in fact, I would say just never use the phrase believe all women, period. I think we should probably just switch to trust and verify. I think it's
never
a better
did.
phrase, and it always. I'm not saying you did, Katie. I'm just saying I
Yeah,
think
it's all prescription.
right. Believe women should just not be part of the I'm sorry. Believe all women should never just be part of the conversation. Trust and verify, I think, really fully captures exactly what it is we should be communicating in that scenario, and I think that it does the job. So why go to that other thing?
So this is what I meant with, we were having a conversation about like rhetoric and optics that I was completely unaware of because I didn't know that's what we were doing. I'm not, I think slogans have a lot of value, even when people have a need to criticize them or to view them. I was going to give the example of like toxic masculinity and how people took that to mean that all masculinity is toxic. And maybe Jeb will then say, well, your slogan sucked. And maybe he'll say that all slogans sucked. I don't know. Okay, apparently he will. I think slogans have some value as it relates to social movements. So if I consider a social movement to be important, I won't just like reject its slogan. I'll just like do explaining, just like talk to people about it. Kind of like how when people do like Black Lives Matter, some people take it as only Black Lives Matter, and that's not what it means. You can take any slogan and say that it's bad, because when people don't want to engage with their slogan,
So
there are very easy ways to make all slogans sound bad.
So then would it be
Can
fair
very, very quickly. When I hear believe all women, or when I think about it, and when Erudite was using the definition from Wikipedia or the dictionary or whatever, I think about sexual assault the way I think about if somebody came and told me that somebody stole their watch. I'm going to believe that person. I'm just going to believe them. So if I'm going to believe them, I don't take offense to the slogan "Believe all women," because like if then it turns out that that man in fact did not get their watch stolen, I'm not going to continue to believing them because things have changed and I have critical thinking skills. But if the slogan was like trying to suppress that in other human beings, then I wasn't aware of that, and maybe I do just lack all the social skills discussed.
Okay, really quickly. So then, Katie, would you say that it's fair if you're talking to your friend that you do the same thing Fanatiq does? You would say, look, I'm talking about trust and verify, but I'm not saying we should just believe all women. Would you have that conversation privately with someone?
I don't talk in
Nice.
slogans.
Merva.
Okay.
Thank you. Holy shit.
Oh, Erudite, you're not muted, but it's
I'm so
okay.
sorry. I just got gifted like 250 subs in a row and I'm a little bit
Oh,
mindful.
nice.
Sorry.
Congrats.
Jeez, good stuff.
Go ahead, Erudite.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Okay, I'm gonna maybe make prescriptive claims to maybe move the conversation forward. When we're
Yes,
talking
we
about
should be.
prescriptive claims, particularly with Amber Heard's trial and stuff like that, I think there's something that was said actually by Shannon Curry that is really, really solid advice. That, to be honest, I want to give even more psychologists, which is when people share their experience, you take their personal experience as valid, but that doesn't mean that it literally happened, right? Because here's the thing. There's this really complex stuff, for example, with sexual assault, where both the victim feels sexually assault and the perpetrator swears that they didn't, and both can be true at the same time. So in general, like therapeutically, if I'm talking to somebody who claims that they have domestic abuse experiences, what I take that as they've been really distressed in relationships in the past. Does that mean I literally know that there was? Does that mean that I'm going to start saying that their ex did do these things? Honestly, you probably shouldn't. It feels nice to kind of like yes people and be like, absolutely, this just like did happen, but you can not invalidate their experience with also not like pushing forward that this literally did happen, because people's perceptions, people's memories, alcohol, everything like fucks all of this up, and like what objective experiences are is really, really unclear. And I think that that's a really good perspective going forward. It's like treat people's experience and feelings as valid without necessarily saying that it is literally true that it happened.
Okay,
I have
real
to
quick,
ask
real
a
quick, real
question.
quick.
Like I really have to. I'm
All
sorry.
right, go ahead.
If you don't mind.
No, you're
So, Erudite, I completely understand what you said and I completely agree with you. So, according to what you just said, when a client tells you, "Hey, I've been a victim of like domestic abuse," do you think that like do you consider validating their feelings and like believing them?
Sorry, are you asking if validating their feelings is believing them?
I'm asking if what you just said, if what you were talking about counts as believing someone without knowing that what they said is 100% the truth. Can you believe someone while not while realizing that maybe it's not objective reality what they're telling you? Can those things happen
It
at the same
depends on
time?
what you mean by believe, right? So in the case
Yeah.
where you would say, I genuinely think that you're distressed, yes, right? Does that mean though? Because here's the issue that we get into is in a lot of these situations, when you believe the victim, you assume that the perpetrator literally did the things, right? And that's kind of the separation I'm trying to make of, I believe that potentially the victim does feel all of these things and feels like this happened. That doesn't mean that I actually know that the perpetrator did these actions.
And can I say something
So
really
I
quickly too?
100% agree with you. I
Okay,
think most people conflate those things.
beautiful.
They think that like believing someone necessarily means that if they are pointing at a perpetrator, that necessarily means that the perpetrator actually did the thing. Yeah, I agree with you.
Fanatiq?
So there's a whole different thing too, right? Like between believe women and believing an individual and the phrase believe all women. And I think that that distinction is where this big problem is. Because like for me, if I have a friend and someone accuses my friend, I just had this conversation last night with someone. If someone accuses my friend of something, I'm going to trust my friend because I have a personal relationship and I'm going to put trust in that thing. Trust in like my observation of a pattern of behavior of who this person is. And so then that's what I'm believing. But when it becomes comes to believe all women, I don't know the pattern of behavior of this individual. I have literally nothing to go off of. They could be lying through the freaking skin of their teeth, and I can't say anything about that. So then at this point, that's where the verification, and even in the case of my friend, I have to go through the verification process. Now, if it boils down, I don't know, someone has background noise in their mic. If the process goes from one person to another person, if it's just two people, then I think,
Sushi.
who is it?
Sushi, turn your mic off.
Is something happening to my mic?
It's just
Yeah.
making background noise.
Yeah.
Just mute yourself.
Sure.
So that sort of like stock that I put in personal relationship and personal history and pattern of behavior and all of those things isn't present when it comes to all of these random women on Twitter where these things are trending, or and not even just on Twitter, on any space that I don't have that personal relationship with. Now, if someone comes to me and makes a claim, I'm going to treat the claim as if it's as if I'm going to trust that what they're saying is valid, and I'm going to recommend, hey, let's go to the police station. Let's like handle this, like whatever. Like the best thing to do is try to get a rape kit. Like do whatever the freak we can do, like to try to handle this. But that's where the verification process comes in. But if it's my friend, like I'm going to probably still recommend the same things, but I'm going to already accept what they're saying as true because I believe them, right? Like I fully accept what they're saying. That's the difference.
Okay. So we're just at about the time that we said everybody could do. So let's quickly go around the room. Let's have everybody do their opening statements. Conversation doesn't have to start here. Remember, after the Fanatiq show, the panel is always open and we'll be open to continue conversation. And we hope everyone is able to do it. But let's go around, give a quick 1 or 2 sentence summary of what it is that you care about. And then if you could, maybe a little bit of a prescription. Let's start with Natsu Yurdai.
Sorry, could you just restate the question just so I'm understanding?
We're just going around and doing like closing statements. Just state what it is that you were here to talk about in a few statements. Give yourself a shout out, and then maybe a little prescription.
Awesome. Yeah, sorry, I was a bit distracted. Yeah, closing statements. Both of these topics matter. Rape. The courts are not handling sexual assault well, and that really sucks. And people should probably talk about that a little bit more. And it would be really good if individuals looked into. There's a lot of nonprofits actually that are motivated towards just getting all rape test kits tested. So those are great places to support to kind of live the change you want to see, I guess, a little bit. False allegations are also really serious. They're ubiquitous across multiple forms of crime. It matters. And it genuinely damages the movement when false allegations happen and people like push back against questioning it to some extent. It really does actually add further harm to victims because it makes it more difficult. It gives people who really want to like shit on these topics more ammunition that's somewhat based in reality, and that's tough and really rough. And I think as like particularly women, we need to police our own really well on this. We do not want bad actors showing up and taking advantage of the hard work that the Me Too movement did because it's shit and it really, really fucks with what we're trying to do.
Awesome. Where can we find you?
Not so erudite everywhere, except for
Awesome.
Cozy TV. I'm not there yet.
Eris said that she has to go, so go ahead, Eris. Closing statement.
Yeah, I'm just getting super tired, but I had a great conversation. It was great. In conclusion, God, I'm tired. I'll just say that I think like it's easy to just get caught up in the culture wars and in which side that you're going to take and which side, and if your side argued properly tonight. And I think instead we should look at like the incentives that are creating like these dangerous patterns that our society is really going down, particularly with Twitter and its influence. And it's really interesting, particularly now with Elon Musk buying it. I have no clue if it's going to get worse or better, or hopefully just explode. But I think that actually has a huge part in it, and I do think that defund the police is a bad slogan. Um, but in general, that's just my problem with these movements. It's like the taglines that you need in order to spread it. It's just shitty. And it punishes people for trying to be nuanced and trying to take an approach that is evidence based and that scholars have used for a very long time, which is lots of research and looking into things in a nuanced kind of way. So it's very frustrating to see how ubiquitous this has become. And also, I encourage people to actually read the trial about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. It's actually read it. Don't just see the stuff and the clips you're seeing. It's a really really messy situation, and yeah, it just feels like people are just trying to sell you propaganda on either side right now, and it's very frustrating. But yeah,
Okay.
that's it. Thanks Fanatic for having me. It was a blast.
Thank you, Eris. All right, let's go to Suspect Sushi.
Is he muted for everyone else?
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
still
hearing you.
muted.
Yes.
I think you might be. It's not muted on Discord. I think it might be your mic or something. We'll come back to you. Fanatic?
Yeah, so I think this conversation is absolutely important. I think, like I said, I think most men know at least one man who has been falsely accused of something like this, and we know absolutely how absolutely devastating it is to people's livelihood and their mental health and their positive outlooks and their projection into where they want to go and all of these things. It's really, really, really catastrophic, and it should and it should be. I think the fact that someone accusing you of rape, I think someone accusing you of rape should be catastrophic. It should be one of those things that you really, really take to heart, and it really, really impacts you and affects your decision making and all of those things. The problem is that, like, in certain situations, people will do so falsely, and that's going to be really catastrophic, and it's going to be really devastating. And so that's why I want to really discourage that type of behavior. I don't think that this should have been a conversation that should have been too difficult, but it is really difficult. I'm actually considering even lowering the total panel count, like total panelist count, to 5, maybe even 4. We'll see, because it does seem like it gets really frustrating when there's too many people talking and you're just trying to get into word edgewise. And we only had six guests here. It's still hard. Yeah, but ultimately, I think the Amber Heard situation is gross. I think the way cancel culture has like started to infect our real world, I think that's actually real. And I think that we saw that real world play out with the Cosby situation. I think that it's absolutely gross. And again, we all know people personally that have had those kind of things happen to them. And so I think like that these conversations need to happen. Believe all women is absolutely toxic trash, and nobody should be supporting that. Oh, and I'm Fanatic. Obviously, this is the Fanatic panel. I'm so glad Pons is here to like actually host it. Yeah, he's better moderator than me. Maybe, who knows? I think like the idea that we can actually have these conversations, as toxic as they tend to devolve. I think it just takes good moderation and people who are willing to have a conversation. And I'm glad that we were able to find most of that today.
Is my mic working now?
Yes.
Oh,
Wonderful.
sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Honestly, my closing statement is pretty simple. I think the Me Too movement just shows just how vitriolic things can be, and I actually think it has harmed the social interaction both in person and online between men and women. I think that men have been harmed by this to a very large extent. I think except especially black men. Um, the number of young black male athletes and things of this nature, rappers, so on and so forth, anybody in the entertainment industry, have been falsely accused and been basically soft canceled without even any lick of evidence showing up whatsoever is absolutely disgusting. 100% will always be a proponent for if we can find a way to prove false accusations, their punishment should be severe and definitely further than just perjury. Um, and also, I'd like to leave it with a joke because I can't. I couldn't be suspect sushi without being slightly incendiary. So, with the "Believe All Women" tagline, who do you defend in a lesbian relationship? That's about it.
Lesbian rape's really rare.
All right.
If it
Accuser?
happens, it happens.
Jeb 10.
Yeah. So generally, I think what both the Me Too movement and the Depp Heard situation show is people should stop focusing so much on who the target of a movement is and more what the target principle of a movement is. And I think the target principle of sexual assault movements should be on both sides as far as false accusations and like quality accusations. In-depth and thorough and quick investigations, or like at least quick starting investigations into sexual assault claims. There should be comprehensive investigations, and we shouldn't wait very long to start them. And in regard to the slogan and the optics thing, I don't think it's that hard to come up with a good slogan. I think Me Too itself is an example of a great slogan because it did what it was supposed to do, which is expose to men around the world how many of the women around them, and maybe even men around them, had been affected by sexual assault when they might not ordinarily have known so. And then on the police reform side of things, there was 8 Can't Wait, which, while I disagree with the policy prescriptions of 8 Can't Wait, the slogan itself was great because if you took it literally, the literal interpretation was exactly what they were saying, which was that those 8 policies could not wait and they should be implemented as quickly as possible. I think if you're going to make a slogan, make the literal interpretation the correct one. Otherwise, it's you who are saying the wrong words.
Okay, and then last but not least, to Katie.
Yeah, this was fun. I'm sorry, Fanatic. Things got a bit heated, but I appreciate you always being charitable. It's the great time with you. Yeah, I think there was a lot of mismatch. For me, what's important for me is I really care about sexual assault and so on and so forth. And I'm not saying anyone else doesn't, right? What I mean by that is that when I choose to make certain arguments or when I choose to die on certain heels and so on and so forth, I care a lot about what I feel certain implications are being made. So I think something to maybe summarize. No, I think I've made my statements and I'm pretty comfortable with them. So that's good enough for me.
Okay, awesome. And then I just want to say real quick, again, guys, if you like this conversation, if you thought it was a worthwhile, productive debate, twitch.tv/Mr. Fanatic. He's the one who's organizing this. His goal is to have productive debate. We're trying to move conversation forward. This is what the talks are all about. And you notice that this was one of the least toxic conversations about this subject pretty much on the internet from the last year, because we were able to hear each other and not say, oh, well, you're a sexist, you're a bigot, you're a racist, you're a homophobe. It came down to, what do you think? Why do you have disagreeing ideas? Quickly on my closing thoughts, I thought that it was a very interesting conversation. I thought that it was a very productive one. I personally fall more probably down the lines that Katie does. I don't think there should be like any additional punishments or anything like that, but we'll talk about it when we get into the open panel. Overall, I'm just really pleased with everybody. And yeah, twitch.tv/Mr. Fanatic, guys, if you want more like this.
Thank you guys. Also, anybody who's here, you guys are more than welcome to like stay for an open panel where we'll be inviting other people in there. If not, in here, like just part of the conversation. Katie, you were a last minute fill in, and you came through, and I just appreciate that.
Check
Yeah, I
out those
think she
Twitch
deserves
vibes.
kudos for like majority of people were arguing against her point, and it's very, very challenging. I've been on the other side, and it sucks. So I think she deserves kudos, even if you disagree with her, for
Yep,
holding her own. So
for sure.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, quick point. I know I made that joke that might have fell flat with some people. I thought it was funny, but the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence legitimately has statistics saying 43.8% of lesbian relationships experience rape or sexual violence of some kind. So I think the LGBTQ community actually has
that's crazy.
underreportation. Yeah, I mean it's a .org and it has like all their statistics here. I can link it, but
It might be talking
I
about
actually
like
think it's
previous sexual assault.
considerably
Like
underreported.
you should probably clarify that they're not talking about like
It
lesbians have
says
just experienced previous sexual assault.
43.8% of lesbian women have experienced rape, physical violence, and or stalking by
doesn't
an
mean that
intimate
That's what
partner.
you're.
Wait.
Yeah.
He has to finish the sentence. He has to finish the sentence.
Right.
I'm sorry. Rape and or what?
It says rape, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner. 43.8% of lesbian women and 61.1% of bisexual women.
Wait,
but
by
it
an
doesn't mean what
intimate
was
partner.
done
That could have
by
been before they were
by
even.
It could have been before
most
they became a
lesbians have
lesbian.
dated men in the past. So
Well, I mean, like it says like
Wait,
lesbian women,
you
and then
can't
there's a
say
separate
that.
statement, right? Wait,
What?
isn't it? It says 43.8% of lesbian women, full
You
stop, and 61.1%. And they're speaking about lesbian women who identify as that with an intimate partner, and then bisexual women who with an intimate partner.
wait,
The only one
I
that
Erudite.
you
think
can
he
You
was
conflate is a
saying
bisexual woman. I'm
before
talking
they entered a
specifically about
lesbian
lesbian women.
relationship.
Erudite, you
I'm
can't
saying
say
Well,
you
okay,
can't say they
well,
became a
that
lesbian
seems to be
after that.
a non-charitable breakdown.
that's not
that
what I said.
no, I think he
You said such and such before they were a lesbian.
I think actually Eris specifically
Yeah.
said that. I would
Oh,
agree
I'm
with what
sorry.
Eris said. But yeah, it
You
was
can't
Eris
say
who
that
said
because then you're basically implying
I
that they're
don't
not
think you
born
can
that
say
way.
that. Yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
like
That's
they
pretty
might
interesting
not
to
have
say that.
been
Yeah.
in lesbian relationships their whole life. They may have had some male relationships where they like
Right.
basically just that the study doesn't differentiate well enough to where we know it happened in a lesbian
If it's
relationship.
female to female partner violence, basically, or woman to woman.
Sure,
Yeah.
That's what
I
I'm
was
saying.
just taking a dig at some rhetoric.
Yeah.
No, I get that. I don't. Yeah, that's fair. I
It was a
don't
good
get
convo, guys. I gotta head out, but thanks for having me on, Fanatic.
All
It was a
right,
good
thank
time.
I
you.
mean,
Anybody
I
else who
guess
wants
I
to
could pull
join
up
the
the CDC stuff
conversation?
to show that.
Go to the
but
robot waiting
I don't
room. Not I call it the rowboat. I'm copying Prime Kai's too much. Go to the waiting room and the Discord, and then we can drag you up, and then you can be part of the conversation.
Thanks,
So I'm changing rooms and then pulling back up.
You just stay here if you want.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know. I don't just think it's a necessarily charitable interpretation of like the CDC and this organization devoted to going against domestic violence to say, oh well, it could have been men. Like then it's like, okay, so men turn these women lesbian. I don't know. Like it's just not fair, dude. Men can't win. That's what I'm talking about. Men can't win, dude. It's a man's fault, even in a lesbian relationship.
Yo, we can't hold women accountable ever. That's just that's
Oh
the
my
society
gosh,
we live
dog.
in. It's like your lesbians are doing this. Yeah, but it's men doing it though.
Amber's paycheck on Aquaman 2 still coming, brother. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Bro, no,
I just have one question.
Go ahead, Ponce.
If Johnny Depp wins against Amber Heard, he can't be sued by her anymore because of double jeopardy. Would we call that herd immunity? All right, I'm done.
This
Herd immunity.
it's so corny. I love it. It's a good dad joke.
Hey, listen.
Sure.
Hey, Pons is right there with me with making corny jokes. Let's go.
Yo, I like dad jokes though. Minute.
I'm just saying, like, you know, it's funny. Like, I actually knew about there's actually like huge underreporting and domestic violence in LGBT communities and in the relationships. So I wanted to make a joke to see if anyone would answer me, but no one wanted to. I saw the face palm though. That was funny.
I'm getting that guy.
So Pons, now that you're out of here, do you feel like the Me Too movement has gone too far at all? Wait. Before I get to that, Katie, every time I mentioned Cosby, you laughed at me. Obviously, this is not a conversation we can have on a panel. Would you be willing to engage in the? Why is that?
Cosby did a lot of dirty shit, and I'm saying that very lightly. So I didn't laugh at you. I just don't think that I don't think Cosby got the short end of that stick. I think all the women he raped got that.
I think, but that's the point in contention. Is there any evidence that he raped any women?
I'd say so, but I think I don't want to talk about it. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, I got it.
I think it's just to be fair. There's two conversations to have here. I think the circumstantial evidence was significant enough to convict him, which is, you can believe that. And then if you want to talk about direct evidence, just factually, there's no direct evidence. So I think that it's fair to say, like, I think the circumstantial evidence was enough, even if you don't really understand. Like one thing I've noticed, Fanatic, is the more I hear you talk about this, the more I realize I know shit all about it. Yeah. And it kind of worries me because I start to hear things and it's like, what have I been told that's true? And again, I don't think that there's really any denying that there's hundreds of or tens of people who have come out against him. It's just it's a matter of whether or not you think that was legitimate or whether or not you think that was because of money.
People always come out the woodwork to cop a bag, yo.
Sure, they had literal money that was being offered to them to do so. But here's the thing: I feel like this thing happens all the time, and it happened to me with Donald Trump. When Donald Trump first ran for office, and like there were all these stories there where like they were making all these statements. Oh, you're heading out. Catch you later, Katie. There were all these statements that were like coming, and they were saying stuff like, "Yo, man, Donald Trump said this, and Donald Trump said this," and all of the time, I'm like believing all these things, and then I go and I look like one day, and I'm like, "Oh, you know what? I'm being an idiot. I know that I have to actually look this stuff up myself. I don't know what I'm doing. Why I didn't do this yet?" So I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do that." And I went and did it, and it was like, yeah, they were. I found out like that almost every statement they made was like taken out of context or an exaggeration or embellishment. What's really crazy about it is Donald Trump is awful, and half of the things that he actually says and does, like wanting to build the wall, it's really stupid. You can hammer him on the things that he actually said and did. Why do you need to make up lies in order to like substantiate it? And it
That was
felt like
always
that's
my
what they kept
contention. I was
doing
like,
it.
he gives you enough ammo, and yet you're constructing fake bullets to shoot him with. It's just
Right?
kind of
It's
crazy.
so
Absolutely true.
crazy. Why?
like, I mean, people already know my political leanings and who I voted for in 2016. But even I can openly admit that he said like a veritable bounty of stupid stuff, and they just never chose to use that. They would just come up with the most ridiculous taglines possible of just outright false information to like levy against him.
Real quick, Fanatic. So I was listening to you during the panel. It was so hard not to talk, but I didn't. I heard both you and Sushi kind of talking about greater, bigger convictions or some sort of a bigger punishment for false rape accusations.
Sure.
What brings you to the conclusion that the current kind of punishments we have against false accusations, libel, slander, all that stuff, what makes you think that that's not enough right now?
Literal history of how many people gotten slapped on a wrist like for doing it and like got away with it damn near. Like
Well,
you can just Google it and see all the absolute pitiful restitution these guys have gotten in comparison.
sure. And it's this like because I realize that like we obviously discourage people.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm recognizing is that like we obviously all agree that depending on the severity of the crime, then the punishment should. And so then it's
Yeah.
like it feels like almost like I'm being like it's like I'm like it's just crazy to me that when I try to like get people to recognize that accusing someone of rape or accusing like falsely accusing someone of murder, like that is so much worse than just like old typical Bible. Like you
Sure.
can like I can
Sure.
lie in a civil case and say, yeah, man, like he gave me X amount of money and he didn't,
Okay.
right? Like that and that's nothing. So then
Well,
it's
then
like go ahead.
can I quick fire a few questions then to see if you would feel the same about other things? Like, what do you think about false accusations regarding child custody? Like,
What do you
made a
mean?
false accusation about some kind of abuse or something that happened in order to get your child. Like, for example, my mom, she lied quite a bit to the court to get me. Do you think that libel and slander and all that is sufficient, or do you think that with that as well, we should be looking at more severe punishments than just the civil suit?
Oh, what's going on, by the way, guys? I got added in here.
Yo,
Wanted
what
to
up,
say
C?
hi.
So I think it is rough because I think when you start getting into family court, there's like all these obvious differences that you. The
For
reason
sure.
is because like in the family court situation, like you're inherently punished.
Mhm.
And
True.
it's gross because the mother in this case is like punishing the children by like even first place or lying, whatever, all those things. I think in those cases, like, it doesn't seem like there's any like extra punishment. Like the only thing that happens is, like maybe they're like trying to sway them for custody purposes. And I
It's
would
like up
say,
to the parent, they
yeah,
can sue.
and I would, yeah, right. Like, and they can just sue them like civilly. I would say that in those statements, in those situations, that whoever the parent is, like the judge should use that against that parent, that person, and lean more in favor to the other parent. Because if you're willing to lie in court and things like that, and like literally break the law, then it seems that shows like some sort of unfair. So I would say
Okay.
for that reason, yeah, the parents.
I asked because, like, a lot of people, they hear that and they hear you say, I want bigger punishments for people who made those false crimes. They don't understand that for you, it's not just that. Like, there's a multitude of things that you consider our justice system fails on. That might be the most of it, but it's not like you're just holding it with this and with nothing else. It's like something that you kind of consider for all crimes that are, in your opinion, more severe than what we punish for.
Right.
Wait, Pons, hold on a second. Did you say that your mom lied to the courts in order to protect you or something like that?
Well, so if you know anything about custody battles, it's usually a character assassination. That's usually how a custody battle goes. It's one lawyer versus another lawyer, both basically trying to badmouth the other person until the judge kind of decides the least of two evils. And in the day when my mom was moving to Florida, she had told the courts some things about my father, like for example that at one point he physically abused her, or that she was at fear for my life, which was of course never true. But you can say those things and it can get you very, very far, especially in custody court.
Damn, did that work though?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you don't even need to like character assassinate.
That's
Men
fucked
are.
up.
What is it?
Let's
Women have
leave
like
the
90,
StreamYard real
like a
quick, y'all, and go to
98%
the
chance to
Discord.
get custody.
Okay. He said leave the StreamYard real quick, so I'll meet you there.
Okay.
No,
Like,
that's
don't
so
women
true
have-
though. Men
Women
are
have
so
like a
disadvantaged.
98%. Men are insanely disadvantaged by like
It's true.
by an
It's true,
insane
especially
amount.
in the court system. But you have to understand like why that happens, right? And it doesn't just happen because like it's because men are not only stronger and they're bigger, but they're scarier, right? And when you're painting this picture of a character assassination, it sounds, at least to me, it seems like it would be a less convincing argument to say, I'm afraid this woman is going to hit my child versus I'm afraid this man is going to hit my child. That's a much stronger, whoa, that's a man hitting your child. That's way different. That's a way different scenario, right?
Switch to that, turn my camera on. Yeah, I also think people just see women as caregivers of children. Just in society, just that's what happens. The women, they take care of the children. So obviously they're gonna smack men in the ass instead of give, a man a kid over a woman.
Yeah.
That's just like sexism. That's just how that shit works.
It is sexism, but again, it's not overt. It's like a systemic sexism, right? It's not like this overt, like, oh, well, men aren't capable of. We just see what men do on average, and we use that to make character assessments. That's why I'm saying it's all character assassination. If you can even make a chance that a guy is going to hit a child, or a chance that a guy is going to get so angry that he gets out of control, that's going to look really, really bad in custody court.
I mean, I personally, anecdotal, I'm sure, I have a friend who lost custody of his kid, and his wife, who was suing for custody, quite literally failed a drug test for crack cocaine the week prior, and still got custody.
No way. That's insane.
Yeah.
What state was that in?
Huh? Oh, Maryland.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Maryland. You're not looking at a lot of good mothers in Maryland, so that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think it's an interesting thing to talk about. Clearly, Fanatic's goal is not to say, it's not just about lying to get a conviction. It's not about lying to get somewhere. It's about how much of someone's life you're ruining. And of course, that is inherently something that's hard to measure. So when Fanatic's saying like we need to have greater punishments for this, as a lefty, my brain goes to, well, of course not. All the punishments that we have are great, it's ubiquitous. But he's going a step further than that and saying, well, is even what we have right now fair? Which I don't know.
It's currently not. Like, I mean, again, like I just need you, now that we're in this conversation, I need you to like see if logic holds up.
Sure.
Okay, like you do agree with the fact that depending on the severity of the punishment, I mean, depending on the severity of the crime, severity of the intention, that's what we end up doing. That's how we sentence people. That the sentence should be reflective of.
Yeah, and even further, that's how we socially view people, right? Just knowing that, like, a woman claiming that she was like sexually harassed by a guy is bad. A woman claiming that she was taken around behind the back, descriptive language. That is a much scarier, yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then why would we not do the same thing? Like you can obviously recognize that the implication, the impact, and the intent of a person like lying and like maybe like lying in court and just saying like, he just never really cares for his kid, he never like changes his diapers, is a totally different statement than saying, hey, this person raped me, right? Like these two statements, or I found out that he stole $20 out of my purse, is an entirely different statement and will have an entirely different impact than this person literally raped me, right? So then if that's the case, then and we could prove that both people are lying, why would we treat the punishment the same when we know that the intent and the outcome of the actions of the individual would be widely different?
My understanding is that when it comes to convictions of court, you only prove intent when proving guilt. Other than that, intent is usually not really important. For example, a crazy person who doesn't. Yes, intent is important to prove a threshold. So like, did he have intent to kill somebody? Sure. But we don't go as far into intent to prove like where someone's mind was at when they made a decision.
I think he's talking more about severity though.
Right, yeah,
I'm talking about severity.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, because we know like when it comes to like if someone intentionally like murdered someone, like there's a very big difference in that and manslaughter. There's different degrees of murder. Then on top of that, then like you can see if like someone does like something like torture, like to an individual before murdering them. There's like additions and Like mandatory minimums, you can add on to the crime for that. There's all of these things and complications that like within our system where we start saying, yes, depending on like what the outcome is, right? Like for example, if somebody like recklessly drives and like injures an individual, they might get reckless endangerment, right? Or they might get if they recklessly drive a vehicle and yeah, and they like they hit someone but they don't die, we would give them reckless endangerment. But if someone like drove a vehicle and they killed a person, we would give them manslaughter. And there's totally different charges. Depending on the severity of the outcome is how we determine our sentences all the time.
So then what you're saying is, much like with the degrees of murder or degrees of manslaughter, we should have varying degrees of you lying in court to get someone convicted. And you think that like sexual harassment is a line that if you cross, there should be a heavier sentence for. Is that essentially what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay,
If
I
not,
think
then you'd
that's
have to explain to me.
interesting.
You'd have to explain to me why sexual assault would be different because we do this for literally everything. Like
Sure, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I mean, to be fair, we don't do that for like slander and libel right now. That's your whole issue.
right, like
Is
that's
that
one
we
of the
don't.
things. But like when it comes to like again like grand larceny versus petty theft, the crime is identical. It's just the amount taken, right?
Okay, so then I think looking at that, I think it's a fair conversation to have. I think it's a good question to ask. Trying to really feel this out here. So I think that it's fair of you to say we're in our society's changing. We can't deny that. We're becoming more and more online. Making these accusations against someone online is a much different thing than it was 30 years ago, right? You come out and make an accusations against someone 30 years ago, maybe the close friends in the business hears. Now everyone on the planet is seeing it and hearing it and judging you for it. You're saying that as that continues to shift, we kind of have to like revisit the way we punish these things. Right now, it's just not severe enough to fit the damage that's caused.
But I'm not talking about online stuff. I'm saying for like actual false rape accusations. Like for taking someone, like for pressing charges against someone and like lying about it in court, it should not just be basic. Because like the
never,
online
like,
stuff,
touched the public,
huh?
Like even if it never touched the public,
even if it never touches the public, if you if you like take someone to court, like to child court, and say that somebody raped your child and they were completely lying, I think in that scenario, yeah, that person should get all of the punishment that would be associated with the person that had actually did the violence.
All of that.
Interesting.
100%.
Okay. This is kind of like I don't think I'm trying to like shoehorn you. This is like an eye for an eye.
One quick thing, if you don't mind.
Go
Hans,
ahead.
do you know the rate of suicide attempts for people who are falsely accused?
I mean, to me, it would be inconsequential because we're talking upstream of that, but I imagine it's probably high.
I would just say but like not only like the psychological damage to oneself, but like in the societal damage that it causes to your character. I feel like
Yes,
that's
agreed.
the reason why we need
but you asked the question.
in my
what's the
opinion,
number?
more.
Number? Do you know?
Oh, let me get it. I was looking at it earlier. I believe they were like 5 times more likely to commit suicide or something like that. Let me get that number again.
Yeah.
Go ahead and keep talking. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's a logical place to go. I think it all makes sense. For me, really the important thing is what is the real effect that's happening here. I'm sympathetic to Fanatiq saying, look, as we go on, this imbalance grows and grows and grows. I suppose Fanatiq isn't even saying as we go on; he's just saying in general that's a problem. I don't know. I don't think that if the public doesn't find out, I don't think it should be that severe. Because when I think of like the worst things that come from being canceled right now, it's the public backlash. 100%. You're not going to be able to get another job. You're not going to be able to move out of the state.
No. There's no way you would say that that's worse than like a person literally going to prison for more, forced to register as a sex offender.
Well,
what?
Right.
And getting a felony.
Well, right now, going to jail for 5 years and then living the rest of your life as a sex offender, I don't consider that to be as harsh as the backlash that people get publicly. No, 100% no. Now you're saying it should be more severe, sure, but I'm telling you that if people find out that you are accused of rape, your life is over. At least being a sex offender, you can still get certain jobs. Okay,
no, you can't. Like this is the problem.
No, not
like,
really.
Look,
most of them live off the government for the rest of their life.
Jesus,
live off of the government doing what?
Doing nothing because they can't get any employment.
Casey Anthony is a perfect example. She works for the government. She doesn't just get money from them.
Right. So she has a
her
job,
public
and she went on to
reputation.
go continue living after she did that. Whatever what she did, she murdered her kid.
Well, I mean, she has to work privately for the government. That's kind of garbage, right?
Wait,
Has to
no,
work.
well, you
Those are
said
some
she's
of the
a
best
sex
jobs. And some of
offender?
the best. What do you mean? Like those are some of the best jobs, and they typically give you the best benefits. People
So do
literally
we want to
covet
be
those
giving the
jobs.
best jobs with the best benefits to people who are getting publicly accused? I don't know. I don't
No,
think
no,
that
no.
that's
Hold on.
the
Wait. You're literally obfuscating everything right now, right? Because I don't know what Casey Anthony has to do with this. Because the people who are registered sex offenders don't get those government jobs. They're not being
Yeah.
employed where they're going to be getting the best job with the best benefits. So Casey Anthony has nothing to do with them. Furthermore,
My
like
understanding
the
is they
idea
do,
that
but
like
I
somebody
could be
making
mistaken.
accusations against social media, that's a worse outcome than someone literally getting a felony. There are livelihoods being restricted. You can't live within X amount of feet of a school. Newsflash: there's a school in almost every residential neighborhood, right? Like in almost every what's the word I'm looking
Also, by
for?
the way, if you do any other kind of crime, like, and you go to jail, if they find out that you were accused of sexual assault, like, people in jail could, like, target you for, like,
Wait,
violence
and
because
then
they
Yeah,
don't
that
for
play
sure,
that.
which happens publicly as well,
that's
right?
okay. So I was saying like in every suburban
By the way,
neighborhood,
it's 46%.
46%. That's an that nigga. That's out.
46% more likely or 46%
More,
chance of
46,
suicide?
46% more likely to
Oh, okay,
commit
it's not.
suicide.
Okay, so not a, yeah.
Yeah, it's not the same thing. Okay, well, still
Still a lot.
50%
Still a
more
lot,
likely
for
is a
sure.
whole lot. Like that's OD. Number one. Number two, like again, like yes, like if I get canceled on social media, I can still get a job at Pizza Hut. I can still work at like UPS. I can still like live the rest of my life. I can just I can't do anything in entertainment. I can't do anything that has social media. I can't do anything that like whatever. Like I can still like work a job, right? And it depends on how like high profile the case was, like before like determining whether or not like I can actually like move on with right? Whereas if I'm a registered sex offender, like we have all the data out there that clearly demonstrates that people who get felonies are screwed. Your life is
Yep.
literally over, right? So,
Mhm.
well, especially black offenders. Black offenders, it's literally your life is ended.
Agreed.
So then in that case, then it's like to compare that to social media saying like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of people said a bunch of things about you, and like yes, it's bad. I'm saying social media is terrible, but to compare that to an actual felon with as a registered sex offender who can't live in certain neighborhoods when we know in like every suburb there's a school there, right? Like in almost every that's what we do. It's probably it makes sense. There's a whole bunch of houses around here, so
I
we
mean,
build
there's
schools
no
specifically for that, and that's how it's funded. So now you can't live in any suburbs because pretty much there's a school around every suburb. You can't like work pretty much any jobs because even jobs that have nothing to do with kids won't hire you because you're a registered sex offender because a felon is a scarlet of it's like a scarlet letter. How could that be worse than social media canceling? What in like what way?
Well, as social media continues to go on, in my opinion, I think the canceling for it gets a lot worse. A lot of the things that you said, in my opinion, are things that are starting to happen. Maybe a better way to phrase this would be, it's not there yet. Based on everything you're saying,
Okay.
maybe it's not there yet. But I feel that we're working that way. Let's think
It's
of a
kind of
lot of the
turning
things
into
that
like
you
a
said.
social credit score type
Yeah,
thing.
we're not going to find any disagreement here, right? Like you
Okay.
said, like you're not allowed into certain suburban cities because you're near a school. I would argue that not yet, but we're getting there. I mean, it's starting to happen. People have to move out of the area that they're in because of their public backlash. Even people like Hassan have to deal with public backlash, and he lives in he lives in the greatest hills that there is. I think that as you start to be upon negatively, we do start to look at how can we ruin this person's life? How can we get them to not have any jobs? You see people mass reporting and mass writing the jobs. Don't hire this person. Don't hire this person. No matter what company you are, you're not going to hire that person if they're getting 1,000 letters telling you not to.
Yeah.
So I will amend. You're right. It's not there yet. My fear is that we're slowly working towards that. I feel like soon public execution is going to be the same as state execution.
I can see that. I can see us going there. I can see us getting closer to that because we do see like the social media having an impact on. Yes,
But it's not there yet. You're absolutely
we're nowhere
right.
near there yet.
You're right. You're right. Because I something that I think I wasn't thinking about was how that same thing happens as a as if you're registered as a sex offender. That all happens, but without the letters, right? The school sees you, they see that little ding, a job goes to hire you, they see that little ding, sex offender. It's immediately like, okay, literally anybody else, right? So I understand what you're saying.
Also, like, it doesn't even need to be sex offenders. It doesn't even need to be that extreme. Like, I'll even speak on my own case. I have a misdemeanor that isn't even sentenced or even charged to me yet, and I actually lost. Like, I went through the full interview, and I got denied because of a misdemeanor trespassing charge, which is currently against me. Like,
Wait,
and once again, so
what was the
funnily
job
enough, It was actually for a warehouse job. Right now, I'm a
Was it a
chef now.
security job?
No,
I believe his
it was just a
story
warehouse worker.
entirely.
Huh. Okay.
But you
That's-
said
But
that's
no, what I'm
crazy.
saying is like this if it's that serious for me to lose like a job potential over a misdemeanor, just imagine like how hard a life is for somebody who has like a legitimate felony under their hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
and,
sure.
and
for
it's
sure.
not just felon, also registered sex offender. That's a special
Right.
thing, man.
Yeah. Facts.
That's a scarlet letter, bro. You're done. You're done. And
Keep
Yeah,
that's
in
and-
mind,
and
in
that goes
California,
into-
just for peeing in public, you can get sex offender
Yeah,
status.
yeah, you want to
You
know what's
can.
nuts about that? I had no idea that was a thing. One time I remember I was around 21, I don't know, either way. I was going down to this job fair. Long story short, I had to piss. And I went to the side of the road to take a piss. Officer pulls up behind me. I don't even know this is a crime. And he comes up and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I was just like, "Oh, I just had to use the restroom. I just had to pee really bad." And he was just like, "Yeah, you could do that. You could stop it somewhere." Da da da. And he like, when I was like, "Oh, yeah, I'm sorry." Like I'm not even responding to him like as if there should be any like criminal thing, like I should be apologizing or anything. I'm just like, I don't even know this is a
Like jaywalking.
Yes, right. Like
Dude,
worse. And long
I
story
was-
short, like nigga, that imagine if I was a registered sex offender because of that, and I couldn't work a job and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, they call it
Dude,
public
I
exposure.
I got caught by a cop peeing in like the West Village in New York, and the guy just comes up behind me and goes, "You know how expensive the apartments are around here?" And then he just let me keep going. It's like, fair enough.
California
Okay.
is crazy. Understand this.
It do be. Yeah, I think that that's a real issue. That goes into. I kind of think you were touching on that earlier. Our justice system is pretty good all the way up until you get convicted, but then once you get convicted, I feel like our justice system sort of shifts from rehabilitation to punishment.
Our-
Well, probation is built for you to fail.
Well, our justice system has never truly been rehabilitative. It's always been punitive. Like
That's not
that's
true.
the way it's always been.
Systematic
No.
punishment.
At least in my
Not just-
opinion.
No.
It's not just you serve your time, you have to serve the time of everyone that knows your record.
No. It's not just that. It's not. It wasn't always that good. It used to, I mean, I'm sorry. It wasn't always this bad. It used to be about rehabilitation. The prison system was literally called, the reason why we use the word penitentiary is because it was supposed to be a place where people went to go like serve penitence. And in that place, like they literally like lived in like housing units. They were like, it was like some small little place off of society. There was minimal security and so on and so forth. It wasn't until after
Around what time was
Then
that? Just so I
slavery
know.
stopped and they needed free labor.
I'm not trying to get you off into the weeds. I'm just trying to ask around what time period this was, so
I guess I don't
fully grasp.
I'd have to look it up. It was it was right before they abolished slavery. Because after they abolished slavery, is when it like completely changed, and then prisons went from like 95% white to like 95% black, like in the blink of an eye. And at that point, then they decided like, okay, no, it's not about penitence. Now we're gonna like make sure that the punishments are long. We're gonna make sure that the sentences are incredibly long, and now we're gonna start leasing these niggas out to work for the very plantations that they just got. With all these like Jim Crow vagrancy laws
It's
and
been all about
nonsense.
slave labor.
Working for pennies on the dollar. And unfortunately, white people caught the splash damage.
I want to push back on our justice system being good up until you get put into jail. Fanatiq said this earlier, and he's spot on. So many people like just get like go to jail because they have to take plea bargains and stuff instead of going to court and all that other shit to get lesser sentences. Right? They dangle all this crap in front of you, like, hey, you could go to court. If you go to court, instead of like, serving 6 months to 2 years, whatever, we're gonna throw the book at you. We're gonna put you away for 12 or whatever. Like,
it's called trial tax. It's called trial tax.
Yeah, all that crap. That's a huge problem with our system. The fact that like if everyone decided, hey, we're all gonna go to court, our system would just break down. Also, a huge problem with our system. Like our system is flawed way beyond like at the point of conviction. It's like,
well, we have a
97% when your public
conviction rate
defender,
currently.
especially when your public defender is the one telling you this because his workload is big and he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a better thing or?
Oh sure.
I
agree
that
combat.
Sure, I'll give you some. No, most of the Nordic countries, like they have like insanely low recidivism. Even for like murderers and things like that.
Mhm.
Like people
Yes,
in there, it's not about like putting people like just putting them away forever. They actually still treat them like human beings. Of course, they don't have the race problem that we have. So like yeah, I think that there are plenty of like European countries with significantly better outcomes.
Well, but
Thank
I
you
mean,
for saying
outcomes are
that,
definitely
Fanatic.
good,
It's
but
the
this,
dehumanization of the person from point one all the way to the end.
yeah, I mean, that definitely happens. But what I'm saying is this a problem of the system? Is this a issue that has been systemic for years? Like
Sure.
when I look at like the crime bill or sorry, the crime, but when I look at like our legal system and how we punish, say for example, African Americans disproportionately for the same crimes that a white person would commit, I don't see that as a flaw of the system. I see that as a flaw of the people of the system and the people who are raised in the system. But
Oh
I think
sure.
that if we had a
Can I make
completely
an
different set of
example?
people with the same system, they wouldn't come to that conclusion.
Wait, so
Can I
here, let
make
me
an
respond to that real
example?
quick. No, wait, hold on, let me
Go
respond to
ahead.
that real quick. The problem with that is
Hmm.
oh yeah, no, it's like the thing independent. When the problem is so widespread that it's impossible to like divorce the because the system is obviously going
Yes.
to be designed in a way that is so we've already
Yes.
created system reform recognize that judicial discretion was like within sentence, right? So they said, hey, like judges are just giving black people extra long sentences. They're giving
Hmm.
white people like really short sentences for the crime. So what we'll
Right.
do is we'll reform the system and we'll create something mandatory minimum sentences, which means now that you have to charge people a minimum these things. So you get Brock Turner. Brock Turner still exists. What happens is now that shifts from judges to prosecutors because the only way you can like charge them with these that have them is if a prosecutor decides to charge it that way. So two
Right.
people can convict the same exact, commit the same exact crime, and we'll still say, when it's a black person, then they'll say, like we'll give it this mandatory minimum charge it this way.
Hmm.
And so then, at that case, then I don't think that that's a. So once that becomes a problem, and we're starting to see that this is literally ubiquitous within the or
Hmm.
incredibly pervasive, then it sounds like to distinguish it is like, no, it's not the system, it's the individuals, when literally the system is made up of individuals and only enacted by individuals. And almost every individual within this system is doing this thing. It's really hard for me to like
So
not
you're
see that.
saying it's a distinction without merit for you. They're the same.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I disagree personally because, like I said, I think if you took our exact same system and just took like a unique set of people that had never existed before and put them in it, I don't think they would end up with racist things happening. But I understand what you're saying now. You do.
Right.
I think I would have to think on that.
Well, no, sure, you can say that, and maybe that might be true. But
Mhm.
again, if the system is made up and only enacted by individuals, and we find that literally every individual is doing this thing, then that means that now, like, or the people that are enforcing this system are racist, and so on and so forth, and it's so widespread, then that system becomes racist, right?
I would
Please
just,
explain the
I,
94 crime bill. That should cover it.
I would just like to
Go.
say that the major problem with our system is the incentives, right? Like the incentives to have um, high closure rates for prosecutors, so they don't even take things to trial because they'd rather just like, give people like better deals and get them to, you know, say
You're
yeah,
gonna
take
lose
your
me
jail
here.
and
I
all that
think
stuff.
plea deals are some of the best things that it's what makes our system uniquely good. You're gonna completely lose me there.
Sure. So there's a whole thing like in like that I think the name of the thing was boarding torture, boarding torture, which is basically the idea that like prosecutors now have these like basically bait you scare tactic. And while yes, I think pleas are great when we recognize that like there's discretion attached to these pleas, finding out that these aren't being offered to black people, and these pleas are being used
True.
specifically with the intention of like encouraging people not to fight things that they otherwise would probably beat because of just the fear that if I don't beat it, I'll literally lose my entire life. Then I think that that whole concept right there, then you get to see like while yes, maybe the concept is good, I still don't. I don't even understand it. I really don't
As
understand.
somebody who could speak on this quite literally right now, I could help with this. I believe my attorney called it horizontal charging or vertical charging. It's a tactic used by prosecutors to basically overwhelm the defense. Like so when they do horizontal charging, they just give you like a huge amount of offenses. So and like that you have to like litigate in court down to what you're actually guilty of. Like basically try to use the most stringent charges possible, right? And that's usually just to try to scare you. But the biggest one that tries to scare you is called vertical charging, where they just do an escalating charges of like, for instance, like conspiracy, which usually a federal conspiracy case would usually constitute about 25 years in prison if you're charged for it, right? In
Jesus.
comparison, yeah, that's what they originally tried to get me with, and then they found out I was just a random stupid person who walked where he shouldn't, and then now I have like I personally have a mandatory minimum with my criminal history of 0 because I've never committed a crime in my life past before this, of 0 to 6 months. However, the judge can charge me upwards of a year.
Well, how are they trying to
decisions made, you know.
prove? How are they trying to prove that you were conspiring? Like, did you hear any of their arguments that they were presenting? Like,
Oh, I mean, I
type of
didn't, I
picture
didn't
were
need,
they painting?
I didn't need to figure out any of that, and that would be like kind of diving further into my case than I have a liberty to speak on. However, my attorney, like, you know, basically bent them over his knee and was like slapping their ass through most of it. So,
Yeah, I don't know.
but
It
yeah,
feels like
no,
there's
it's a common tactic for prosecutors to try to get you to either become an informant or to plead to something that you never did whatsoever by either trying to enact something called vertical or horizontal charging.
I've also
Yeah.
been told that the federal legal system is a lot stricter than a lot of the state legal systems. Like the conviction rate in the federal court system is something like 90% or something
It's
insane like that.
97%.
It's
Yeah,
not because
it's
it's
like
stricter. It's because less things actually go to that court. Okay, it's because much
considerably
more
more
things go to
federal
state.
things than you think. Actually, well, I mean, sorry,
It's
no,
not
a lot of
nearly to
federal
the
things
level
go
of
to
state
plea.
cases. Not even
Yeah,
close.
yeah, I would say more state things go to trial than federal.
And you have to understand that we sometimes have the option to choose between state and federal. So often, if you're choosing federal over states because you think you'll have more merit there, because you think you're more likely to win,
that'd
it's
be an insane decision
I
for
don't know if
anybody
I
to
could see in
make.
that. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
It would be an
Like
insane decision for any individual to make, but I'm talking about like if you're like trying to sue a company or something, if you're trying to sue Walmart, you can figure out if you want to do it within your state lines or across government lines. These are decisions you have to make.
I
Well,
wouldn't know on a
my,
prosecutorial basis like that. I personally wouldn't.
my point was basically the incentives of a prosecutor having higher conviction rates, like is like almost a gamification of the system on his half. Like if he has higher like closing rates or higher like success rates, then when he gets out of being or done with being a prosecutor, his political career like takes off way better, or his private like career as being a lawyer is like way better. So it's like the incentives are, hey, like guess what? You do not agree with that?
A large amount of
Lawyers go to
judges are
become
actually
politicians? I
defense
mean,
attorneys.
maybe
A
some.
large amount. Most prosecutors go into politics, but most defense attorneys become like judges.
Are defense
Generally
attorneys
speaking.
incentivized to get a not guilty
Well, you get
charge?
because most judge positions you got to get elected to that.
Wait, hold on, wait. Only 7% of all federal judges were former public defenders. I knew that wasn't true.
My attorney told me that quite a few judges were maybe that's just
Your
within my
attorney was
state
lying
that
because it's
there's
only
a larger
7.
portion.
It's
Well,
only
you also
7.
just said federal judges. That doesn't include state judges.
True. And based.
Wait. What are you saying?
So you said 7% of prosecutors or whatever are federal judges.
No, 7%.
But that
No, that's not what I said. 7%.
defenders.
7% of all federal judges were former
Are public
public
defenders.
defenders.
Right. I'm saying that doesn't include state judges. Like that's a totally
Right.
different system.
He's saying public defenders who become state judges, not federal judges, which is totally understandable. But again,
is it even in a state court? Like, aren't they still considered federal judges? I thought all judges were like considered federal judges. What's a state
not
judge?
at all.
State and federal judges are different.
They're totally different court systems.
Federal judges are appointed. State judges are voted in or elected. I should
there's
say.
like
Okay, let's
three
find out.
different-
Okay.
I forget. You got civil, federal, and then criminal, right?
Okay, let's do state judge.
I don't know. He just told me that there was a lot. He didn't give me like a percentage. He just said
It
there's
just
a lot
feels
of
like the incentives are on all sides for everybody to constantly have their own person win, which is fine, right? If prosecutors had an insanely higher amount of reason to get convictions, or if defenders had a much higher reason to get not guilty, I don't understand. Like, I'm fine with that push and pull on both sides.
Okay, in 2021, only 7% of state justices are former public defenders. So it seems like it's 7% in both state and federal level.
It's a low
That's
number.
That's weird that both were 7%. Like I said, he said that a lot were public defenders. It's not like something I was like hitching my post to. It was just
I
like
got
an
you.
anecdotal conversation
And
we were having.
Sushi, he got your ass.
No, I'm just saying.
He sure got me.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like
Yeah,
that we just know that ain't true though. I'm just saying that's all.
Getting back to the Me Too question, like Fanatic, are you upset that like that the people are falsely accusing people on social media, or the people are falsely accusing people and taking that to court. Because like the people that falsely accuse people and file police reports, like that number is way smaller than the number of people that just openly spout it out on social media. And like the social media thing, I think is like a bigger issue, because that like the mob mentality, the mob like ruining people's lives, that stuff is like instantaneous.
Wait, I'm sorry. I got distracted. You say it one more time. I'm so sorry.
I was basically saying like, is your issue with like the false rape report stuff, like the people that file the police report and take it to court and do all that stuff, or the people that just like, say, hey, Taylor Swift like raped me or whatever on social media, and then like try to like have like the mob mentality stuff and get like notoriety and all that stuff, like, because I think those are two separate issues.
Sure,
I
they
think
are. But my issue is with both of them. I think the people who do it on social media, they should get canceled, and all the bad things that would have happened to them, I think should to their perpetrators should happen to them. And I think to people who do it in court, I think it should happen to them as well. And I don't think like the rarity of the crime changes anything. Like as I said, I think we had a conversation about this recently, where I said that like because fly tipping is incredibly rare, doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a crime, that it shouldn't be a crime, right? Like if
I
it's
don't
a
even know
crime,
what
it's
that
a crime.
is.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
What is flag tipping?
Fly
Fly
tipping.
tipping is legal dumping of garbage. Like you throw out your
Illegal,
mattress.
yeah. Yeah, like throwing your
Yeah.
mattress on the side of the road, or like going to a local desert or a local field and just like dumping out your trash there. That's fly tipping, and it's illegal, obviously. But
Or like if you go behind my Costco, there's always like 6 mattresses there because people always do it, even though
Yeah.
you say it's not really an issue.
It's because they make it insanely hard to dispose of mattresses, man.
They
They
don't make it
probably
hard.
do.
They just charge you $250 to do it at a dump.
Just light it on fire. Who cares?
True.
That's also
Good
against the
base.
law.
Yep.
All the
I have a
cool things are
question,
against the
Fanat.
law, dude.
So Fanatiq, I heard like earlier in the conversation, you were saying like one of the big victims of Me Too was Bill Cosby. You would think that?
Oh God. This is
Sure.
debatable.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, why do you think that?
'Cause I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that Bill Cosby is guilty. Any forensic evidence?
So you think because there's no forensic evidence that he's most likely not guilty of raping?
I'm saying because of the fact that there's no forensic evidence that there should be reasonable doubt.
Okay, I mean there was like he got convicted, right? Like he went to jail. It's
Sure.
not just like
Well,
the
yeah,
Me
but
Too
that doesn't mean
social
anything.
media thing.
Yeah, you
But
can't.
that
use the
doesn't mean anything,
Bill.
because that's exactly my point. Like he should not have been convicted because there was reasonable doubt.
Because there was reasonable doubt.
Of course.
That's kind of how
Okay.
convictions go. Beyond all reasonable doubt, did this person commit X crime? If you can't prove that, then there's no guilty charge to be had.
Right.
So
Well,
I totally will say I don't know. I'm asking about factual specifics of Bill Cosby. It's basically what happened. Like the way they got him on a conviction without any forensic evidence was that I think, and I don't fucking know, but I think they admitted testimony of his from a civil case involving one of his friends back in the day, where basically Bill Cosby admitted that he did it.
Nope.
And he did
Nope.
that because
Stop there. Stop there. Stop there.
no,
Stop there.
no, okay, but basically
Close,
the
you're
testimony
close,
was
you're in
not
the ballpark.
admissible.
Wait,
Let her
You're in the
Wait.
finish.
No, but you can
It
stop there.
actually
That's
was not
wrong. Yeah, no. Like he did not admit to
and
anything.
it could be wrong. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I got
I'm
you.
just asking.
No, he did not.
My
He did not
understanding
admit
is
to
he
that.
didn't admit to. He just admitted that he likes to use a drug that is used to
Specifically
like, date
Quaaludes.
rape people, right? He didn't
No.
say
No,
that
no,
he
no,
likes to use it on
wait,
people.
No.
Stop there.
Okay,
Stop there.
okay.
No, the drug is not used for date raping. It was a very, very common drug that was in the 60s and 70s. It's the
Yes,
equivalent
Quaaludes.
to it was equivalent to like what's ecstasy nowadays, right? Like it was like this.
Quaaludes?
Yes.
That's
That's
I don't know
very
about the
different from
equivalent to
ecstasy.
That's
Wait,
a pretty
no,
big
no,
jump.
no, no.
I'm sorry. Are you guys out here trying to make the implication that Quaaludes are somewhat more equivalent to something like Rufinol? Because it is not.
It's
We-
going to be much more
Well,
closely
even
related.
It
to
is
something
not.
like
And
that.
so
Whoa, whoa,
that's
whoa.
spoken
As a
like a
control,
person.
hold on.
That's
I
spoken
used to
like
be
a
a pharmacy
person.
technician. Okay, I
Okay,
worked
good.
in a
I'm glad. So
pharmacy.
as a pharmacy
Quaaludes are a
technician,
control 3 medication.
Yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
as a
that
pharmacy
doesn't matter.
That's all you need to know.
As a pharmacy technician, right? Are you saying that Rufinol is it a downer in any capacity? Because it's
So
not.
Rufinol
Right?
and Quaaludes are both measured in the same control, which is a control 3 substance. The control measurements of a drug is based on its addictiveness and its positive negative effects. For example,
I thought
cocaine is
Quaaludes
considered to
didn't
be a
exist
control
anymore.
2.
Like a barbiturate.
marijuana is considered to be a control 1. My understanding is that Quaalude is on the same level with Rufinol as a control 3.
But just because something's on the same level doesn't mean that it has the same impact, same effect, or the same uses. Number one.
That
control
that's
number one. Hold on.
Negative effects.
I listened to you as you finished, so now I'm going to go ahead and continue to make my point. Let's not get stupid here. So, is ecstasy on the same level as control, or where's ecstasy on?
Ecstasy, to my understanding, is not on the list because it's not officially recognized by the FDA, because ecstasy is a mix of a bunch of different medications.
Wait, no, MDMA. What about
No, it's
that?
not. It's MDMA.
MDMA, my understanding is MDMA is a control 1 substance, but so is marijuana. Control 1 substances are supposed to have, quote unquote, 0 medical benefit. But I'm not talking about control 1 substances.
Right.
I'm
No,
more
I know.
in-
That's what I'm trying to just figure out. Like,
listen, Quaaludes are not a date rape drug. It's a barbiturate. It's like Xanax. It's like
hard
a downer.
body. Everyone
It's a
knows
depressant.
this.
I got it pulled up right here.
Benzodiazepine.
I was gonna say, even if I don't know anything about.
we're getting in the
What does a
weeds.
date rape? What does date rape drug mean to everybody? I'm just curious. What does date rape drug mean?
Well, typically, the most.
That's not what a date rape drug is. It's not a drug that knocks you the fuck out. No,
it's not. It's not. It doesn't have to be, but that's what the most common date rape drug is. Rufalin, right? Rufalin is the most was the most common date rape drug, and that drug it was one of those drugs that did knock you out.
Right.
It did like incapacitate you.
And
Whereas
we do a disservice to date rape drugs by pretending that all of them are knocking you out.
No, I didn't say all of them. Hold on, no. Don't interrupt me in order to strawman me, because I didn't say all of them.
I'm not strawmanning
you are.
you.
Well, I didn't say that statement.
You didn't say that. Someone else did.
Okay, so I was still talking. You interrupted me while I was talking, making my point to address something that I didn't say. So that's why I'm feeling like it's strawmanning me. So I'll finish my points, and then you can go ahead and speak. So yes, Rufalin is a drug that was. The most common date rape drug was Rufalin, and it was something that incapacitated you. And typically, when people are doing date rape drugs, they are doing things that incapacitate you. Most drugs that are used for date rape are that way. Whereas, to the contrary, what's it called? I want to say Rufalin. Quaaludes were not used in that way. Quaaludes were a very common drug at the time that were typically taken by people specifically for a sexual enhancement during that age, like during that time, and that's why he had them. It was very well known, and when Cosby originally came out, all these celebrities, black celebrities, were all making the statement, yes, these were doing it. Janice Dickinson wrote in her book that she willingly took the Quaaludes. That was the known thing. Bill Cosby himself never took them. You had them for young women because young women, that was the common drug at the time. Which part of that do you disagree with?
Okay, so almost nothing. But one thing that I think is very important, a distinction that we need to recognize, and I'm not saying you're not necessarily recognizing this, is that when we talk about drugs and how women are date raped, it's important to understand that it can come in many, many, many different forms. For example, MDMA is a medicine that artificially inflates your serotonin levels to a level that you cannot get to naturally. For example, sex can give you to about, I'm going to come full circle, sex can get you to a serotonin level of about 300, whereas ecstasy takes you to about 600, higher than you could ever get naturally. If you give someone ecstasy and then have sex with them, they don't necessarily know that what they're feeling is bad to them. In the moment, all of their serotonin levels are spiking. Everything feels good. Everything feels great. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they've consented. It doesn't necessarily mean. I'm just saying when we talk about date rape drugs, it's important to understand that it comes in many, many different forms. And one of those forms is artificially inflating a woman's serotonin levels, which Quaaludes does do.
Can you describe the effect of
Okay, all right, wait, really quick. So then basically you're saying that ecstasy is a date rape drug?
I'm saying it can be used as one, yeah, just like acid can, just like shrooms can, just like MDMA.
So yeah, you're
I don't agree with that.
All of them can be used as date rape drugs. I'm not going to call it a date rape drug.
Okay, nobody's going to call LSD a date rape drug. That's ridiculous.
I'm not calling it a date rape drug. I'm saying it can be used in that situation to artificially raise a woman's serotonin levels.
Wait,
do you understand? Okay, I'm describing the effects right now. Do you know what a serotonin is?
I think you see what he's saying. He's basically saying like a whole bunch of different drugs can be used to basically give yourself an increased chance to have sex with a female you otherwise would not be able to have.
That's not the
That makes
argument.
alcohol a date rape
No,
drug.
that's not
Alcohol
the
is
argument. I'm sorry.
more
So
of-
that's why when he made the statement that we need to be very clear about what date rapes are, then yes, let's be very clear about date rapes. Date rapes are sedatives. That's the word that we've always used for date rapes. Now, if you want to say that other drugs can be used to be seductive, that's entirely a different statement, and that might be valid. Other drugs can be used. Alcohol alcohol
the question?
alcohol can also be used in order to be seductive, but alcohol is not the same as a date rape drug. While alcohol can incapacitate someone and you can take advantage of a person and it can be used with rapacious intent, it is not a date rape drug. Just like ecstasy is not a date rape drug.
So then we're
Neither
in my
are
mind,
Quaaludes
again,
a
not
date
to
rape
you,
drug.
to me, this is considered a distinction without merit. To me, I consider you saying that, well, it's not a date rape drug, but it can be used to get a woman into a spot where that's all I'm really talking about. If you want to,
no, but I'm not saying that about Quaaludes. I'm saying
I
that
know
I'm
you're
saying
not
that
saying
about
this is
alcohol.
what I'm saying. So let me finish what I'm saying.
You just said
What
if
I'm
you're
saying-
saying, which I didn't say, you strawmanned me again.
No, I'm not.
You just said the words "if you're saying," and I didn't say those words,
If
and
you're
nor did I
saying
imply
is not
that.
a straw man fanatic. If you're saying is a question, it's an inquiry.
You didn't say that. No, you didn't. You didn't say it in an interrogative
Okay, then let me
form.
finish.
If you're
what I'm
saying
and
X, then I'm saying that it's not a question.
For the last time, if we want to have a discussion about what is and is not a date rape drug, completely fine. I understand where you're coming from. I agree with your points that calling ecstasy a date rape drug doesn't know justice, because when you're saying date rape, you're not talking about makes woman more likely to get raped. You're talking about sedation, a rape happening. Fair enough. All I'm saying is that we just need to be a little careful, not for any of us in this conversation. We're all adults with brains, but there are 13-year-olds and 12-year-olds watching who have no idea that acid or shrooms or even alcohol can be used to make someone more suggestible. That's all I'm saying. It's just,
I don't
just
want
need to be
any
a little more careful.
13-year-olds watching, by the way.
Fuck what you want watching. These people watching. We have to cater to them sometimes when we make statements, or else they're going to misunderstand
This feels
shit.
like pop.
Welcome to
no
Twitch.
one said anything irresponsible that needed to be addressed.
I never said it was irresponsible. I just said we just need to be a little clear. That's all I said.
I feel like nothing was said in such an irresponsibly unclear way that it needed clarification in that way. I felt more like posturing to me.
My impression of what
Ark,
you
bro.
considered to be too far was when you said that it wasn't a date rape drug, but now I understand what you're saying when you say that.
Talking with you.
Clearly, I was misunderstanding. Okay.
Y'all have a
Peace
good
out,
night.
man.
Time to play some Lost Ark.
I'll catch you later, bro.
Peace.
Deuces.
So can you explain what the effects of a Quaalude are?
Sure.
It's like a Xanax.
So first,
No, run down the whole thing.
I mean, I'm trying to. You keep
for
interrupting
clarity.
me. Do you understand what serotonin is?
Ooh, yes, I do.
It's not a gotcha. It's for the sake of the conversation.
No,
Do you understand what
went on?
Do you understand what artificially raising a serotonin level is? Like how a drug might do that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that Quaaludes can do that?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm talking about.
You think just raising someone's serotonin levels is equivalent to raping
alcohol.
them? Or to incapacitating them?
What? No, it's a line to make them more suggestible. Do you guys think raising someone's serotonin levels artificially makes them more suggestible? Yes or no?
Yes, being more
That's all I'm talking
suggestible is not the same thing as being
Nobody said it was. You're talking to me.
But that distinction means everything,
was that
because
the
that
women were
distinction
incapacitated.
that distinction is what literally determines rape versus not rape. So we are talking about that. Just simply saying someone can be slightly more suggestible is not the same as saying someone is being raped.
Slightly more suggestible.
It's
hard to quantify, but it is a great deal.
In the same sense,
alcohol doesn't artificially raise serotonin.
In the same sense, alcohol raises your serotonin levels. But just
No, it does not.
What?
Alcohol does not artificially raise serotonin
It turns
levels.
off
It requires
your
brain to have a connection
turns off
to
your
it.
gamma receptors.
Yes, it has
Alcohol turns
nothing
off
to
your
do with
gamma
serotonin.
receptors.
Drugs like
wait.
MDMA,
Hold on.
Molly, acid, ecstasy will artificially raise your serotonin levels to a level that you cannot get naturally.
Okay.
Yes, maybe alcohol can get you to the peak serotonin.
I love
that
it
a
when
human
niggas get
can feel.
loud as if they're right when they're just wrong, so I just type it in Google. Does alcohol raise serotonin levels? The very first response, it's not a link.
You're not hearing what I'm saying.
Yet drinking alcohol can temporarily boost serotonin levels. So yes, alcohol does raise serotonin levels. So you making a statement that alcohol has nothing to do, you just said the words, if I quote correctly, verbatim, alcohol does not raise serotonin levels, which it does. So my original statement, which you contradicted, which was right, was alcohol does raise serotonin levels. So now I'll go on. So now that I made my initial correct statement that you said was wrong, I'll go ahead and state it again and finish the point that I was making from it. Now, alcohol,
let him go. He's not done yet.
Alcohol does raise serotonin. So if alcohol raises serotonin levels,
can raise serotonin.
Alcohol, okay. Oh my God.
Can.
Okay,
just-
fine.
I don't-
That's
Alcohol
not the
can.
primary
Fine.
function.
Alcohol can. Alcohol can.
The other thing I wanna add
alcohol
about
can.
MDMA
Alcohol.
does.
Alcohol can. Why,
just talking
why are
over
we having
everyone.
so hard time to have a conversation? I'm literally not able to finish a sentence. Why is it so hard right now?
Fanatic, you're
I
very,
agree.
very heated.
Just let him
Okay, I
fucking
get it
talk,
because I'm being
guys.
interrupted
Stop
nonstop.
talking.
Let me finish a sentence and it will be calm. That simple. Alcohol. So if we know that it can't. Point where it starts. Those cases, that's where it becomes. If someone can. If someone consents.
Yes.
Even though even incapacity, it doesn't.
Okay.
I think
just real.
Wait, let me add something.
No. He was talking to me. Hold on. Let me
So
respond, and then I gotta
think
go.
it becomes rape automatically. Because
Run it.
I.
Of course.
That point.
Of course. Okay, really quick, just a few things. Everything you said is not something I disagree with. You heard me say your serotonin levels went up. You didn't hear the word before that. Artificially. Your serotonin levels going to artificially high rates. To give you an example, taking heroin can artificially raise your serotonin levels to the point where you have an orgasm every second. That person cannot have a conversation. That person cannot speak. That person is stuck infinitely in a time loop of orgasms. Sometimes your serotonin can be so high that your judgment is affected. And anybody who trips knows this. That's why we have trip sitters. Because when you're on ecstasy, that dude you're talking to seems a little bit more vibey, and it seems like you might want to chill with him. I'm not saying this is rape. This has nothing to do with rape. I'm saying that you become more suggestible. Now, if we can agree to that, there's nothing wrong with suggestible. Suggestible doesn't mean rape. But if we can go on from that, there will be guys who will hang out with girls and say something like, hey, come over to my house. We'll do some ecstasy tonight. The girl doesn't necessarily know that ecstasy is going to artificially raise her serotonin to the point where she is suggestible, to the point where she would make a decision she would not normally make. That's not a rape. Can I please just finish one fucking thing? Is it that hard?
I've said
Holy
like
shit.
5
I
words
can't.
the
I
same
literally
time.
can't. I can't.
I get it. I get it. I get it.
it,
You
bro.
hold on.
Do it.
Hold on. I get it. You haven't said too many words, but if he's just finishing his statement, let him finish his statement.
I'm just trying to say that when someone's serotonin levels are raised, not at a normal level like drinking alcohol, because that takes you to normal levels, but to unnaturally high levels that cannot be reached through mortal means, like heroin, like ecstasy, etc. When you get to that level, you're more suggestible. That's all I'm saying.
You think
Not
ecstasy
rape.
is the same as heroin? Go ahead, next person.
No,
I'll
I
let someone
don't think
else
it's
go.
the same as heroin. They
Oh,
both raise your
You just said it.
serotonin
You
levels.
said it at the end like you did.
Yeah,
but
you
okay.
clearly betray a misunderstanding of drugs, and that's fine. But as someone who's done quite a fucking bit of them,
Yeah.
I can tell you that there's a very big difference between ecstasy and heroin.
I get
but
it. Well, then if that's the case, I don't know
mechanically,
why
they do
you
the
made
same
that
thing to your
statement.
body.
I don't-
I
if
know
that's
that's
the
really
case,
uncomfortable
if-
for you to come to terms with,
If
but
that's,
they
you, man.
mechanically
if
do
that's
the
the
same thing to
case,
your
I don't
body.
know why you made that statement at the end of it. Since you've done the drugs, and now I can see how it's impaired your thinking, and this is why we're running through this loop right now, where you've had to backtrack everything you said thus far. Yeah, nigga, you're the one that did it first. You're the one that did it first.
I'm not. I've not said a single thing against you. I've not.
You literally just said you betray a lack of information about this thing. Don't act like
Do you
that
think
was.
that's an
Don't
add-on
act.
that you
Don't
saying you
act
don't
like.
understand something?
Don't act like that's not implying that I'm ignorant about something, right?
I'm not saying you're ignorant. I'm saying you're misinformed.
No.
Well,
My
I can
Lord.
say
So now,
I've done
now you're
all
gonna
these
play
same
the words, and now
drugs,
you're
and
gonna
I
now you're
can
gonna.
Fair
No,
enough,
I didn't
fair enough.
specifically
I could
say
see how you
these
could hear
words.
that and think that I'm
Obviously,
saying
those things
fair
mean
enough.
that the implication is there to any person
It's-
that's listening in good faith. But you haven't been in
Fair
bad
enough.
faith. You haven't been in
I
good faith
want-
this entire time since you've been
I want to make an
interrupting me
easy peasy
nonstop.
point.
So my point being,
It'll be real short.
Go ahead.
Promise. So, in the case of Cosby, in every instance of his allegations, it was stated that they were unconscious, things happened, and they woke up. Would Quaaludes reach this particular effect? I'm done.
Possibly, yeah. Depends on the person.
Well,
Yeah,
also
possibly. Right,
MDMA
depends on
is
the
an
person.
Run with
amphetamine
that.
too. So amphetamines make you more
Right.
alert and
Remember when I
awake.
compared it to
So,
Adderall, the other amphetamine that people take very commonly
right.
to
So,
stay awake?
so what I'm saying is like
But I don't know what I'm talking about,
99%
right?
of no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like 99% of people wouldn't say MDMA is a date rape drug. That would be like one
I
of the
never
last
said it
things
was a
on the
date rape
list.
drug. Oh my god.
He
Okay,
did.
never mind.
Yes, he
I
did.
give
was
up on this
implied.
He did.
conversation.
He walked it back,
Clearly,
but
you
he did
guys are
originally.
hearing something that
No,
I'm
no,
not saying.
No.
Go back and watch the VOD.
Don't
I
you
never
sit here
once
and
said
get
it was a date
indignant.
rape
You
drug.
absolutely implied that earlier. You've walked it back.
I did
since.
imply that, and I walked
implied
it
that
back because I
earlier.
said it was the wrong implication.
You implied that
I
earlier.
didn't hear that.
I walked back that implication. Yes.
You implied that earlier. I'm gonna
Right.
finish the sentence. I'm gonna finish a sentence. You implied that earlier, and you walked it back since.
Yes.
But you definitely implied that, and that's why we are where we are, right?
And
Because
that's why I walked it back because it wasn't the right implication.
Right. So
stop
then,
holding me to
right,
something
right,
that I've already
right.
walked back 20 minutes ago.
So then your indignance at the fact that somebody references something that you said and then saying I never said that is absolutely unfounded because you did say that. I get that you walked it back, and there's
No,
a
you
lot of
didn't. I didn't say that.
I get that you walked it back, and there's a bunch of people talking at once. You being one of the main proponents that can't ever let a nigga finish a sentence. But I get that. So then maybe that might have made somebody mishear you. But to sit here and act indignant as if you never said that is unfounded.
I never meant to make that implication. I made that very clear when you brought it up then. It was never my goal to make the implication that ecstasy is a date rape drug. I know that there are people
I disagree
hearing
with
that.
that.
I know that that's fine if you disagree with that. I'm telling you what's going on internally in my head, and you can't access that information. So what I'm telling you is I was never trying to make that implication. Well, all I'm trying to say is that every drug, date rape or non, even Adderall, even something like alcohol, anything can be used to make someone more suggestible. I'm not saying that makes it a date rape drug.
No, Pence, I understood what you're trying to say 20 minutes ago. I think half the chat understood what you're trying to say 20 minutes ago.
Do you think it's ridiculous? Because the whole argument or the thing that pissed me off is I kind of colloquially, maybe it's reductive, but you basically said, what are date rape drugs? I said, they're things that knock you the fuck out. And you said, no, date rape drugs, SM,
right,
Molly, anything. We have 12-year-olds watching. They might not know what the fuck drugs
Fair enough,
do.
right. And then what did Fanatiq say to me about that? He said, I feel like you're making this implication. And I said, you're right. I'm sorry. No, I'm not making that implication. So we can either choose to believe what I was saying then, or you can believe that I was bad faith. It is what it is.
I don't think you said no. I'm not making that implication. I think what you said was no. You walked that back. That's what you were saying.
Yes,
I didn't hear that. But now that you're admitting you walked
right. So then you initially said it. So then don't get indignant when someone calls you out for having said that.
I didn't say it. I implied it.
Okay, so you implied it. So then don't get mad when somebody points out that you implied it.
Sure, I didn't have any problem with someone saying I implied.
You did. You got indignant. What are you talking about?
You said I said it. I didn't say anything. I implied it.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
you're right.
It's a big difference.
You're right. You're right. There's a difference. Said and implied. Now you're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs. This is the most bad faith ever.
It's
like this is actually
splitting hairs. In my opinion, it's important. If you don't agree with that, that's fine. That doesn't mean that
was intended to get back to Cosby and the whole point of why we don't believe that he was guilty.
I want to talk about Cosby.
There we go. Thank you, sir. Run it.
I mean, if the statute of limitation on rape was gone, would you change your mind, Fanatiq? Would you say that he's guilty at that point? Like, if all the women like could have had their case like shown, and there was like 30 or 40 or 70 odd women or whatever that showed up,
would there be any forensic evidence in any of them?
I mean, they all had reports, or not all of them, but some of them had reports, and some of them had some evidence like back then, but they couldn't be tried on them, and that's why they just weren't.
What do you mean?
My understanding.
What do you mean back then in evidence? What are you talking about?
It's my understanding that it's not something that stopped. It's something that he kept on doing it like periodically throughout his career, and there was some that were closer to present that had some kind of evidence, but they were past the statute of limitations. Like
was any of the evidence forensic?
I'm not entirely sure. I can't.
The answer to that is no. The answer to that is no.
Well,
so there was no forensic evidence, so all we have is just testimony. So because of the fact that we only have testimony, then it's really hard for me to think that there wouldn't be reasonable doubt. And I believe in reasonable doubt. Like I believe that an absence of forensic evidence is like it would be impossible to have an absence of all forensic evidence and not have reasonable doubt.
Okay. So like before there was a such thing as forensic evidence, like everyone should have walked free. Then is that what you're saying?
Wait, what do you mean?
Because because like we didn't always have forensic evidence. We still put people in jail.
What do you mean? When did we ever not have forensic evidence? What does forensic evidence mean to you?
Forensics are pretty recent. A lot of like sort of forensic sciences.
That's
Like
yeah,
we-
we're talking about like DNA and sperm and all that shit, right?
Wait,
Like,
no.
Fine.
Wait,
I
hold
don't
on,
agree
hold on,
with
hold on.
Fanatic that Cosby is clean.
Let-
I
let-
think he was guilty.
Okay, I don't care. So you need to interrupt people to make that statement. So the idea is forensic is just the application of scientific methods and techniques to the investigation of crime. That's what I just Googled right now, right? And I think if we can go back to like the beginning of whatever, niggas have applied scientific methods towards investigating crimes, right? Like we've had detectives like before the foundation of the United States of America, right? There was already like a constabulary and things in the United Kingdom and different. So like this thing has existed since before I was born. Since before the founding of this.
1700s, thing.
Right. Okay. So right. Do I think people should just go free without like having evidence to convict them? No, I don't. I mean, without evidence to convict them, yes. Do
But you
disagree
don't
with
ever
that?
go off just like a gut feeling where you're like, okay, so there's a guy and 60 people are kind of saying like roughly the same story over and over again, like a lot of similarities are popping up. You wouldn't even trigger any alarm bells in your head where you're like, wait, this maybe is a little bit more credible just because the repeated pattern.
Sure. So I would say that like those alarm bells like are very, very distinct from someone should be convicted of a crime, because convicted of a crime is a legal thing. And in order to legally convict someone, we need to, and I think we should need to, and I hope you agree with that, we should need to come to the conclusion that they are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's different than just me saying, well, there's an accusation, and an accusation is enough for me to be suspicious. It could be literally some indie random Joe Schmo, and somebody says, this person did something to me. I'm not trusting you with my kids. I'm not trusting you with my wife. I'm not trusting you in any place that I'm vulnerable. It could be something someone just said, hey, this person is a thief. If someone claims someone's a thief, I'm not trusting you with my kids. I'm not trusting you with my wallet or around my possessions or so on and so forth, even if I have nothing to verify that. But there's a very big difference between my personal beliefs, which can develop over whatever, and a criminal conviction. And I think everyone here should be able to recognize that there is literally no forensic evidence with which to be able to get past a reasonable doubt such that we would be able to convict Cosby.
So let's divorce this from the legal system really quick. Like, what do you like? Do you think that Bill Cosby was doing some fucked up shit? Yes or no? Like, regardless.
Oh God,
of the
it's
legal
so
system or whatever.
vague. That's way too vague. So I have to be a tiny bit more long-winded than just saying yes or no to that. I will say,
be long-winded. That's fine.
Sure, I will say that I do think that Cosby is guilty of doing some. I'm not going to use those words. I think it's uncomfortable, like for the idea that a person of his age, his power, and his stature to be involved in these relationships with these young girls. What I do think he was probably doing was exploitative, the sense that he probably was like luring careers in front of these women, basically kind of implying like, I will advance your career if you go ahead and give up that throw. And I think like that kind of thing, like I think that that's something that I would say is wrong. I would say that that's problematic. I think it's something of low character to do, and so I would say he did those things, but I don't think he did any. I don't know that that's illegal. Obviously, I think it's illegal to give people drugs, right? So I think the idea that he was like using these quaaludes and allowing these women, like he was getting the prescriptions to give to these women so that they could willingly take these drugs for sexual enhancement. I think that's wrong, in the same sense that it would be wrong of me to get ecstasy to give to women for sexual and enhancement. Which anybody who's had any decent amount of sex knows that this is something that women can use. Men can do it too, although you're never going to finish. So the point being, if that's the case, like while it's wrong, it's criminal. I don't think that it's something that I would say like is worthy of like me coming to some moral indignation over.
So you're saying like you would give him the pill, like you're like he might have given them pills, but you're not ascribing as much malicious intent over him doing it so they would pass out. You're saying it might have been more of like a party drug type situation, not as much predator prey type situation.
Right, as he testified in his deposition and as was common at the time.
Real quick,
I don't agree with that.
I'm about to dip. I just want to say, I understand what Fanatic's saying. He has a good point. And call me a lot of things. Don't ever call me bad faith. I believe 100% every single thing that I say, even if it comes out wrong or stupid or foolish, or if I'm saying it in a really bad way, I 100% stand by everything that I say, even if it's said wrongly. I don't like making this like examination where we're digging into someone's heads and trying to find out what's going on behind it.
But either way, I hope everyone has a really good night. I have absolutely been shaken on my Bill Cosby understanding, especially understanding now that there's actually no forensic evidence. It's pretty much all like a bunch of corroborated stories. And something that Fanatic brought up that was interesting yesterday is, in addition to that, you have to understand that people are seeing these stories come out, and that could give some sort of incentive for another story to come out, right? I see this story, I see the traction it's getting. What's going to happen if I make a statement like that? So it's important to look at everything from all angles. But either way, I hope everyone has a good rest of your night. Peace out.
No, bro.
All right, peace out, man.
I have two things I want to say. Go ahead. Sorry, Allison. You haven't talked much.
I didn't mean I felt like I got irritated for a second because I couldn't talk, but I wasn't trying to accuse him of being bad faith. I get irritated whenever people sound like they are equating lowered inhibitions, even really dramatically lowered inhibitions, like with a drug like Molly. Like, there is a difference between somebody who has taken a drug that has very dramatically lowered their inhibitions and somebody who has been rendered incapacitated by a drug, like as in they can't really talk, they can't really stand up, they like are physically visibly like unable to exist independently. And like that's what we talk about when we talk about date rape, like incapacitation. So yeah, I
Molly
think
doesn't do that.
Bill Cosby, it would be, the difference would be like, was he like, oh, they're passed out, now I can have sex with them when they didn't say I could? Like, was it that, or was it like, let's get in the mood, we're all taking this drug? Like, I totally don't know. But if it's the latter, like, I wouldn't call that rape. Like, yeah, I don't think it's rape when somebody takes Molly and then has sex with somebody that they wouldn't have sex with off of Molly. Like, that's a consequence of taking Molly. And I'm not judging people, but like, it is what it is.
The two things I wanted to say real fast, I want to address
though.
that. So if I am someone who has a pattern of like meeting women and bringing certain drugs that I know is going to get the woman to be pliable to have sex with her, then I'm not a rapist. Is that kind of like what you guys are saying? Like, if my intentions is going into, hey, you're really attractive, I have power and fame or whatever, let's come back and hang out at my place. Oh, we're gonna do some drugs now, and then like, we're gonna fuck you. And my intention was to fuck you from the moment of saying hi to you, right? Like, that's like one. And then two, the question was to Fanatic. So Bill Cosby not going to prison, fine, like whatever. Are you happy with his dragging through social media and like everyone quote unquote canceling him and
He went to prison.
career and life, all that stuff? No. Fanatic doesn't think he should have gone to prison.
But he did, though, and we all obviously recognize that was wrong.
So, right. I'm saying if he didn't go to prison, right, the social media consequences of everyone thinking he's a rapist, dragging his life through all that stuff, and like all of that, you think all of that's fair game, though? Like,
No,
like,
I don't. I don't think it's ever fair to start like accusing someone of being a rapist without having evidence to suggest so, right? Like, and especially like I think like what is known is that like we can see that like there was an initial story that like came out like supposedly about Cosby, right? Like and like that story now becomes the blueprint for everyone else to use. So like for instance, if I wanted to claim that Bill Cosby raped me, I would say I went to his house at X amount of time. Literally any person that's ever been in his presence can make this statement that's been to his home. Literally any person. I went to Bill Cosby's house. We went over there. We were going to be discussing some movie or something that I was doing or a part that he had possibly for me on his show. While I was there, we were just having a drink or two. I took the drink. I started feeling really like hazy and whatever, and then I woke up the next morning with my panties removed and whatever. So then at that point I knew that he raped me, right? Like that blueprint has already been laid out there. So simply saying the number of women that have came forward with this when this was literally a headliner thing is absolutely ridiculous. I don't think that's enough.
You're maybe forgetting the lineage of this a little bit, because Bill Cosby accusations were like, they're kind of around, but they weren't super popular for a while. And then the Hannibal Buress set got leaked, and for whatever reason, people just latched on to the Hannibal Buress set, and then all of a sudden, people started talking about the Cosby stuff again, and all these women who had individual stories that weren't corroborated, they all kind of like collectivized after the set got leaked. That's sort of what brought it together. So I don't know if that theory
Well,
makes a
no,
lot of
no, but
sense
it,
with
it
this
does make all
particular
the sense in the world
circumstance.
because that story existed. Then the Hannibal Buress got leaked, and that thing got leaked in the middle of like working concomitantly with the Me Too movement. Then it makes all the sense in the world now that like since this thing happened, and you got some person that can literally come forward with these stories, and now this stuff is starting to spread like wildfire because people are recognizing that they're getting worldwide of freaking tension for like telling these
It,
Me Too stories. It makes all the sense in the world now. I don't understand what you said that like contradicted what I was saying about
the
like the
thing
me.
that
Hold
he
on,
said.
what
Sorry,
I
but
don't know. I don't know about what you're saying that contradicts what I was saying, and that the Me Too movement literally gave people motivation to come up with the story, and on top of that, that the blueprint was already laid out, so any person could come forward with that. That those were my two statements. Did anything you say contradict that?
yeah,
Yeah, because those stories came out before the Me Too movement, and it's just people looked into them after the Hannibal Buress set came out.
and
So these
there
were
were
No, the
already
main
written.
multiple.
no. There was one story, Andrea Constant, which got settled, and that was the only story that had came forward prior to Hannibal Buress.
It was my understanding that there was
Or I'm
multiple
sorry, two. There were two. There was one right. There was
allegations.
one right before Andrea Constant. I'm sorry.
I believe Hannibal Buress' mother also was one. If I'm fucking not smoking crack on this.
I don't know
know.
about that.
All I'm saying is that there was like that was the known accusation, and then from that point on, then like
So
it
you're
became
saying
really
there's like
widespread.
two of them, and then after the set came out, then there's like a whole bunch of
Then
them.
there's like
Is what you're saying.
50. Yes,
Okay. See,
over
I don't know.
time.
I don't know. You
It's
could be
not
right about that. I don't
necessarily the
know.
case, but it goes back to my main point. What do Quaaludes do? Would it get the effect that they're claiming for
It
all these
probably can
people
in
to be
some
claiming the
overdose
same
like
thing?
style, because it's like just as like the same thing with what's it called, Ritalin, right? Like how it overcharges you. It's an upper, like to my knowledge. I think they said it was an upper, but like it like the drug like over processes whatever, and then that causes you to like causes that thing to burst, which then like now it's all depleted, and so then you're really down. I think it might be serotonin. I'm not sure.
Well, the other thing too
Well,
with Quaaludes is they have an effect on your memory, which that's another part of the whole date rape drug scenario too. Like
well,
drugs that affect your memory are going to be used in date rape scenarios more, but that doesn't mean that they're used specifically for date rape. They could be used for other things too.
this is why I press for what the effects of Quaaludes are, and one of them are listed as hypnotic effects. And this is what led me to believe that the Bill Cosby stories were true, and that I wouldn't have believed it, and I never believed it until the sealed deposition came out that he acquired Quaaludes for women.
So let me ask you this: if I acquired ecstasy specifically to be used as a sexual enhancement, does that mean that I'm a rapist?
I
Not
would say it's
necessarily.
weird if you're giving it to other people to use and you yourself are not using it.
I
I would
don't.
find that
That's
suspicious.
not
No,
even the
I
point that
don't.
I'm
I don't.
getting at. It's
Wait,
the
that no, that's the point that
specific
I'm getting at.
effect.
I heard you. I heard your point, and I'm asking you the question now, interrogating your point that you made. Right. So you're saying like now that you saw the deposition, and that's what
Please.
made you get to that point. So now I'm asking you to if to I'm limit testing your point. So now the question becomes, how do you get from the point of thinking? And first off, I don't do drugs, and if I've never experimented with ecstasy specifically because I value my brain too much, and I'm too worried that I can like damage myself in some sort of way, so I don't do drugs. Right? Now, if I know that women want drugs, like they want ecstasy because they want it as a sexual enhancement, I can easily have that and provide that for them while recognizing that I'm never going to take that myself. What about that is suspicious?
Oh, I think it's
It's
weird when you're
oh, he
using
wasn't
different
asking
sub.
me. I'm sorry.
Oh, you go ahead. Sorry,
To any
because
person.
I was the one that said it's
Yes,
suspicious.
No,
you
go
did.
ahead.
That's
Continue.
right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just to me, there's something weird about the power dynamic of somebody that's doing different substances than their sexual partner. There feels something's off about that. It sets off alarm bells for me at least.
Uh,
Not always. It's not always bad. Like, you'll see relationships where somebody's drinking and the other person isn't drinking, and that's one of the dynamics that they have. But if one person is taking a heavy dose of like a
Well, the heavy dose,
medication
that's the
or
that's the charge point.
mushrooms.
Wait, the heavy dose is the charge part. We don't got to go there. Let's keep it consistent. We
Okay,
don't know
I
the
mean,
dosage, right?
okay,
And
I'll keep it
again,
consistent for
yeah.
sure. So if one person is just like doing a normal dose of mushrooms and the other person is sober, there's something that feels off about that, especially when you're supplying it to your sexual partners for a particular effect.
Is it
Like
off?
for a,
Is it off if they're asking me for it and I'm providing it to them?
no, that I think that's different for sure.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that
if
so
they're
so then
specifically
you're moving the
asking for
goalpost
it.
then, right? Because that was the entire point right now. Like the whole point was to discover like if like my question originally was how do we get to the rape position? And it sounded like you were
Right.
trying to somewhat justify the rape position as opposed to like I'm getting this thing as a sexual stimulant,
No,
right?
I'm not
Like
trying to do like a gotcha. I'm just
no, no,
thinking
no, no,
out
no. I'm
loud.
not saying it's a gotcha. Please just don't use that phrase for no reason. What I'm saying is the question was originally like, how do we get to the rape position, right? As opposed to him just using it as a sexual stimulant. And it sounded like your response to that was like the way we get there is because he's not taking it. And it feels suspicious because he's providing it while not taking it. And so then now what we're doing is walking you through a reasonable expectation or a reasonable situation from a person like myself who doesn't do drugs. The only drug I've ever done is marijuana. But if I was in a situation where I was having casual sex with someone who wanted ecstasy as a sexual stimulant, and I wanted to provide that for them because I'm all about making sure that the women that I'm with have the most amazing sexual experience they can possibly have. If I was to do that, then that wouldn't make me a rapist. And so then now we're still at that original question, which you agreed to, by the way. So then if that wouldn't make me a rapist, how do you get to the point of rape if we know that this is something that he claims is used as a sexual stimulant, and some of the women verified was used as a sexual stimulant that they willingly took?
Well, I think if somebody is taking a bunch of steps and they have a bunch of items in their possession in order to create a scenario where you know what the outcome is going to be, like if I'm a lawyer and I'm trying to prove it, I'm like, okay, so he had this for this purpose, he had this for this purpose. If you have like a barbiturate that's going to affect your memory and all this stuff, then that could be used as evidence towards predatory behavior.
Sure.
Not
It
necessarily
can, it
so.
can be.
Not
It could be.
necessarily so.
It could be used as some evidence towards, but it doesn't get you to the rape conclusion. So my
I have,
question to you,
That's not enough. It's
right,
not enough.
it's not
I have a
enough.
really
Okay,
important
good. Is there
question.
anything else? Because it seems like if there's no more forensic evidence, then you would agree with me then that there doesn't seem like there's any reasonable way that we should be able to convict Cosby.
Question, please.
Can you answer that question
Sure.
and then you can ask your question?
Oh, yeah, like with the info that you're giving me right now, I guess not. No, we have hearsay. We have that as evidence from what I hear. Then, yeah, I would have to side with you, but
All right, I rest my case, Your Honor. All right, go ahead on the next person. I'm just joking.
My question is, in the case of being in a sexual situation in which you're providing somebody with substances to enhance that situation, would it be a committed relationship or a first encounter?
It doesn't matter if it's first or committed, especially if something is
I
really,
think
really
that
common.
makes a difference.
It
I think
doesn't.
that makes
Here,
a big
I'll give you.
makes a
I'll
difference.
give, no, no, no.
huge difference.
Oh, go ahead. She had something to say. What was that? His noodly goodness, or was that Allison?
I think it was
Oh, I was
Allison.
gonna say, well, for me, like drugs would become rape at the point of either A, like obviously if the person doesn't know they're taking the drug, if you give the person the drug involuntarily, or if it renders them incapacitated to where they
Mm-hmm.
can't give consent.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two. I mean, when a person willingly takes a drug and they have not been rendered incapacitated, like yeah, it doesn't become rape for me.
That's it. It's
I,
that simple.
uh,
So,
I, I
wait,
would,
wait. I'm
I
sorry.
would
Let me follow that
ask,
up real
any
quick. I got
condition with you
really.
beyond the point of consent.
Let me give you a really quick follow up. Right. I meet a
Please.
girl at a club. Right. And at this club, like we're dancing, everything is good. She feels on the snap. I mean, she feels on the package. Recognizes like yo, like this nigga got that wood, and decides that she wants a shot. If that happens, and we go back to my place, and she asks, "Hey, do you have any ecstasy? I like to use that as a sexual enhancement." And I give that to her. Is that rape?
I'd be terrified of that
No,
situation
it's
personally
not.
Mm-hmm.
because
I don't care. Are you
she can
terrified?
claim
Is that
rape.
rape?
No.
It
No,
can
it
be.
would
You
be
can get a
different
rape
though.
allegation.
It could. Okay. Is that rape?
No, it's not rape. I would say it's
No,
No,
no, no. Let him
predatory
answer it
if
because you
you.
kept dodging it. Let him answer it. Is that rape?
Okay.
I'm not dodging it. No, it's not rape.
Okay. So how do we know that that's not the situation with Cosby?
And that's why I retract the statement that I said before, and I agree with you a lot more, but I consider it sexual manipulation.
Wait, is it sexual manipulation for the club story?
Yes,
So if I go to a club with what does sexual manipulation mean to you?
because the
I don't
woman
understand.
is in her right mind when she goes through the situation from there forward. So her ability to consent or not consent may change based on her mental state. You
Okay.
don't know this person. You don't know if they're bipolar. You don't know if they have any other situations going on in their life. In a committed relationship, you would know what your partner has gone through and has not
I
gone
don't know if
through.
I buy this argument here.
No, it's not a sound argument because it's really simple. Like you recognize that like yes, we can all we all make like different rules on like whether or not we consent to and so on and so forth, right? Like this is just a thing that we do. But what we also can recognize is that like in a situation, if a person willingly takes a drug, right, like that doesn't incapacitate them, then that means that they if they consent to the drug and and it doesn't incapacitate them, then it's not rape, right? So in the club situation, like I don't know why you're calling it. Well, I guess yeah, you're saying it's sexual manipulation, and I'm wondering what that manipulation is. Because if all I'm doing is saying like I'm giving you the drug that you want as a sexual sexual enhancer, then yeah, what's the manipulation part? Tell me what's manipulative about that.
There is none. You're right. But
Why would you need it otherwise?
No, because they want it. She wants the ecstasy. So if
I
she wants
understand
it,
that
then
they
how's that?
want it,
Huh?
but if the substance were to wear off halfway through the encounter and their mind changed, then what happens?
If the substance, if at any time her mind changes, then at that point, then I need to stop. But that,
Under your rules, any drug that anybody takes are incapable of giving consent. Like that
right.
doesn't make any sense. But
Well, I was
also,
putting it
Fanatic,
in the
it's
case
different.
of
So
first encounter versus committed relationship.
But no, but you even in a first encounter, if I go to a club and a woman asks me for ecstasy, like as a sexual enhancement, that I can give that to her, and I'm not raping her. Right? That's not rape.
I apologize. That's a bias of my own that I do not sleep with anyone on substances.
Okay, that's a good preference. But what we're trying to establish is it consistent to call it rape, which it
Right.
sounds like now you're kind of recognizing it's not, right?
I said that from the front. When you said
Okay,
stop
I'm sorry.
dodging,
You call
I
it
said
sexual
it's not rape.
manipulation, which still sounded kind of nebulous. What does that mean exactly?
It is something that can change, like it's the serotonin argument.
So,
You're
but it
changing
only
the
becomes
mood.
manipulation. It only becomes manipulation if the person becomes mentally incapacitated in some way, right? Or mentally impaired in some way, right?
So
Yes, impaired.
Okay.
well,
So as long as you don't
It's the
impair them,
impairment.
or would you say just simply at all having any instances of the drug is impairment?
so the scenario you're saying is like the part that's like probably tripping out him up the most part. Like so, if let's say me and a girl were like we're friends, she thought I was
No,
like
no,
her
no,
close
no, no.
friend.
I don't want to use friends. I don't want to use friends. I want to use strangers. That's what I did that on purpose. I don't
Okay,
want to use
fine,
friends. I'm using strangers.
fine. We're
This is a
strangers.
personal experience I've had.
Okay, I don't care about your personal experience. I'm just trying. I'm trying to come to a prescriptive claim. So, like, if a person meets a stranger at a club, she comes back to his place with him, wants to sleep with him, asks for an ecstasy pill or a sexual enhancement, and he provides that for her. Even though, as long as it's not something like that goes to the point of like an overdose or like close to an overdose where she's completely incapacitated, then that's not rape or manipulate. It's not manipulation if he does so clearly, such that he's not doing it surreptitiously, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not manipulation, it's not rape, it's not violation, as long as he does so all above board. Okay, so
I
now
agree.
so then that means now that the only thing that's
We're on
missing,
board.
I got you, and I'm glad that we're finally all there, unless there's any holdouts. So that means now that the only thing that's
I'm a holdout.
okay, good. That means the only remaining thing for you at this point is we need to find that evidence that he did so surreptitiously, which we don't have. Who was the holdout?
So that was me. So the way you're framing it is on one side, you're not looking at it from the other side. So like with the stranger situation, so girl's grinding up on you, you bring her home and she wants a Molly, and so you give it to her. So that's one scenario. She asks for the Molly, then you give it to her. But then there's the other scenario. You're like, what if you're just going to random places with Molly because you know that that's going to like increase your odds of finding horny women? I think there's a little bit more of a predatory element to that,
No.
as opposed to like, oh, she just happened to ask for the Molly.
Okay, see,
You know what I mean?
No. So here's where the problem is. So we were all on the same page, but you wanted to go to a different page from the page that was already established, which is where if you would have actually fully engaged until I finished the page, we are all on the same page. So the final question I asked after we were all on that same page with my scenario was, how do we get from that point Where do we what now we're the only thing that's missing is evidence to suggest that he was going there predatorily, or that he was issuing the drugs predatorily, or that he was doing so without or either that he was doing so surreptitiously, right? Like that's what we need now, because if we all agree that this is a reasonable scenario that can happen, then that means now we need proof that that reasonable scenario isn't there, because that reasonable scenario is something that we can all say is a potential of what exactly happened with Cosby, right? So now,
Yeah, it
yes,
adds
I
reasonable
agree
doubt,
with
for sure.
right. So I agree with you. If he's going there, giving these women drugs without that goal, or without them knowing, then that would be a problem. But if even if he went there and specifically brought the drugs, knowing that he was going to give it to the women, specifically with the mentality, I'm going to bring these drugs, I'm going to give them to women. I'm bringing them specifically because I know that like women are normally horny, and it makes them hornier, and I'm going to offer it to them, let them know what it is, and the ones that want to take it will be more likely, like, you know, that's what I want to do. That's not predatory either, right?
I would say it's not rape, but it could be predatory for sure.
How could it be predatory to willingly give something to somebody that asks for something that you know that they want, and to, I'm sorry, how is it predatory to follow the wishes of the individual with whom you are sexually engaging and only do things that they give you permission to do? How is that predatory?
Well, it could be coercive, you know, because you're creating a power imbalance because you have something that they want and you're wielding it over them to get what you want.
Okay, so now we're in an entirely different conversation. Do I think that it could be coercive to basically have the drug that women would want in order for them to be sexually active? I'm sorry, for a sexual enhancement, and to provide that for women that wouldn't otherwise want it. Yes, do I think that that can be coercive? Sure, but we have to then now get to the point to knowing that it is coercive, right? Like that evidence piece is missing that demonstrates that he's intentionally giving this to women because he knows they wouldn't sleep with him otherwise. I was arguing that yes, I think he was probably coercing women into like thinking that they would get career enhancements in order to sit on his dick. I'm willing to give you that. I think that probably happened, but that is a total different than sexual manipulation, sexual assault, sexual violation, sexual predation. All of those things aren't
manipulation.
possible. I just said that is manipulation. What? Are you listening?
Sorry, I didn't
Well, also,
hear
I have a problem with the word manipulation. That's a little too vague because there's a lot of manipulation that we're willing to say is okay in like a sexual way. Like the way that we interact
I
with
can
people.
see that.
Yeah,
Quid
if we have a
pro quo sexual harassment, basically, like
Right.
the Harvey Weinstein model. Yeah.
Right. Or what about simply like I'm gonna dangle money in front of someone and take them on a hyper expensive date and like fly them on my freaking personal helicopter in order for them to slang their throat? Does that all of a sudden now that's manipulation for sure? Do I think it's a bad thing to do? Absolutely. I think anytime you're doing something, it can be somewhat coercive, especially if someone's in like an economic deprivation state. But like all of that, like I think these are so many these conversations are so far removed from sexual assault, sexual manipulation, sexual rape, and all of the and predation. All of these things, like I just think that yeah, we're past that point. And I don't like having these conversations juxtaposed next to each other because of the fact that I think when we do this, now it starts getting really nebulous and obfuscated, because now we're going to be like, oh, well, is it this or is it that? Like some of these things are problematic. And when we already know that there are plenty of idiots that aren't willing to actually like go down the line of this conversation and really come to the point that really there's literally nothing that we should be able to do.
So my prescription is not in jail, but has aspersions cast on him.
What happened?
Not in jail, but has aspersions cast on him.
Well, the aspersions are just simply the accusation in and of itself, right? Isn't that what that word means?
It's that his particular clean-cut legacy, which is the problem that Hannibal Buress had in the first place, which is the problem I had with him in the first place over the NAACP speech that he gave. It was condescending to black people. So
he was not condescending to black people.
I felt he was.
Okay.
What about pulling up their pants and shit?
Well,
No,
that's not condescension. Do you think that there was no merit to the pound cake speech? Do you not think that the
there wasn't merit? It's condescending.
How is it condescending?
Because the problems are more systematic than just black people's behavior in general. That's a conversation.
No, that's not true. So here's the deal. There's two different statements here. While I can absolutely recognize that the system is absolutely problematic to black people. I recognize systemic oppression is very real, very evident, and very effective today. That statement doesn't remove the personal responsibility from the households of individuals to make sure that they rise to the occasion instead of waiting for some sort of white savior in order to fix these problems. My mother had that mentality. My people in my family had that mentality, and my family did better as a result of it. Did we wait for the system to fully exonerate us or venerate us? No, I don't think that that's the way. That's what we should be doing. I do think that there is merit to the idea that when you have 9-year-olds stealing from a freaking store, that you should probably say that there should be something happening in the parenting that prevents this child from doing that. Now, do I think that a child's more likely to do that in economically deprived situations? Absolutely, but that's but that's a different problem. So there's a problem of the economy and a problem of the parenting. That black people are not getting married at the same rates, and I'm recognizing that some of these things are symbiotic. The economic reasons are why black people are less likely to get married, but even though you're less likely to get married, you can always choose still not to have kids out of wedlock, which is why I have a personal prescription through Amazon to Plan B, so that I'm not going to be in that sort of situation. So even though I'm not married, doesn't mean that I should be having kids and then not being in not being in 2-parent households with my freaking family.
Also, being condescending to black people doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you rape some women, too. Those are like two completely different things. So,
Right.
like, you could be upset at somebody for being mean to a group of people, but that doesn't mean that they committed a bunch of crimes, you know?
That wasn't the point entirely. It was the dichotomy of
Okay,
being so holier than thou, but being willing to abuse women.
Right,
sure.
but
And
we need the
most
proof
people
for
are
that
hypocrites.
before
It's not
we're
against the
ready to
law.
get to that point. But before we get to that point, right? Like, because it really grosses me out when people make those sort of statements, like, "Yeah, I can't believe we're doing this thing," and this is so bad. Like, he was this and he's that. Like, in order to show a dichotomy, we need proof to say that he's actually was violating these women. Otherwise, it just seems like you're just tearing down the legacy of who was an incredibly influential black man, specifically off the accusations, unfounded accusations, of a bunch of women who were looking to get some money out of the situation after they slang some pussy, hoping that he would actually benefit their career. I think like that. And that right there is enough for me to sit here and say I can't stand with people who are willing to come to this conclusion. It's just not fair.
So you don't think that he should have been his reputation should be tarnished at all? Like,
Not
you
with
think all of
no,
the allegations, all the stuff that came out towards him, you think all of those women should probably be prosecuted in some way, or
I don't know about. I'm not saying you should prosecute the women. That those are two different statements. This is entirely compound. The first statement that you asked, do I think that he should have been destroyed on social media and stuff without evidence? No, I don't think that you should punish anybody without knowing something. Right? I think you should be able to make personal decisions about what you do and taking these things seriously, such that I would say, I don't care if my daughter's an aspiring whatever the freak. You're not going through Cosby in order to go ahead and get that career. The reason being, because I don't know for sure, right? And I would say that this level of accusations warrants me being like a little bit cautious. So that's a personal decision. But do I think society should have anything to say about him? Absolutely not, because we don't have any evidence. So I don't think there should be any legal or social condemnation, except for if you want to condemn him for being sexually promiscuous and sleeping with a whole bunch of women, right? But then I don't live in the world where I go around condemning people for doing things like that, because I don't hold people to my moral standards in that regard, right? So that is not that. I just don't feel comfortable being there, and so I don't think society should be doing that.
Why wouldn't you personally hold people to the moral standards that you've decided are right and wrong?
Because I'm a biblical fundamentalist, and I've always recognized that I live in a secular world, and the idea of me trying to freaking impugn my moral system onto everyone else, or project my moral system onto everyone else, sounds absolutely miserable. And we've seen how absolutely detrimental that is in society when you have people Muslim societies literally persecuting Christians, right? Or you have Christian people doing crusades and raping and pillaging and plundering people. These were Catholics, not real Christians, that raping and pillaging and plundering people and trying to force them into their religion. I think both of those things are incredibly gross. And I think if we're intelligent and we've grown and learned past these things, that we should probably recognize it's not good to try to force people to live to your moral standard that are based on your faith and your God and your relationship and your religion, and then saying you should live that even though you don't have those things. That sounds ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you could suggest that people live the way that you think is the right way to live. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
There's a difference between suggesting that people live the way that I do and condemning other people for not. That was the original question. Your original question is,
Yeah.
why don't you feel comfortable condemning other people for not living the way you do? And I just
I
explained
see
that.
what you mean. Yeah. Gotcha.
I will. There's a problem, even as somebody who doesn't know a lot about the Cosby situation. Like, I do remember this like magazine cover where it had like all the chairs of all the women who accused him, and then it had an empty chair. And the implication of that picture, even if they don't say that, and even if everybody who hears that would be like, well, that's not a reasonable interpretation of the picture. The interpretation of that picture is like, oh, all of these allegations are equally credible. When in reality, like some of those allegations were probably like way more credible than others, which were probably way less credible. And then the empty chair, like the implication is literally like, who else could be out there? Like there could be hundreds of people out there. So like, yeah, I could understand. I mean, again, I don't know enough about like maybe all of these accusations were like really, really strong. But if it is true that they were like more spurious, like around the edges, like yeah, they were everybody just focused on the number and there isn't enough, I guess, nuance, like weighting different allegations differently is basically what I'm getting at. When we just focus on the total number of allegations, like yeah, that's a problem.
Yep. And that's the thing is like I called that the Gish Gallop to guilty, because what they basically did was, instead of like having like, hey, here's a sound argument or sound proof that this man did this thing, it was just like, look, just look at the number of women. Anytime you hear any person like talking about it, that's what they'll say. They'll say, I mean, if you just look at the number like that, like I don't know
It's the
how this many
uniformity of
women.
the stories too. It's the repeated patterns people notice in the stories.
Sure,
That
but
was
the
also part of it.
but also that uniformity doesn't mean anything, especially when you know that the blueprint was already established from the initial allegation. That means any person coming forward is just going to probably do a similar story, right? That's
I
not
wouldn't say it
enough.
doesn't mean anything. I think when you see repeated patterns, it could or could not mean something, but it's something to look at.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
right.
think it doesn't.
I'm
You know what I mean?
Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. No, I'm Spartacus. No, I'm Spartacus. I guess they're all Spartacus? Or does it seem like maybe someone provided the blueprint and everyone else followed it? It's the same
Well,
exact thing. How do you get from the I'm Spartacus to nah, this nigga's guilty? That sounds like a Gish Gallop to guilty. That's why I say that. Because it's like none of these points can stand up on their own. Literally, the prosecutor in the initial claim, the Andrea Constant one, the one that he actually went down for, that specific one, she brought that story to him. It wasn't like she waited 25 years or whatever. She brought that story to that prosecutor, and that prosecutor said, yo, nigga, I got nothing to prove this nigga Cosby did this. In fact, I know that I can't beat this nigga in court. I know that I can't beat him in court case. Number one, because she lied and contradicted herself in the initial story. Two, they immediately went to his house and did an actual thorough investigation and like, okay, let's take all the pills from him and see if we can test these pills to see if they're actually what he says. So on and so forth. And they
sorry,
did that.
who are you saying lied? I'm just curious. I want to look into this.
Andrea Constant. So if you just look up the way this,
Andrea Constant?
yeah, the way or maybe it's Constrand. If you look up the way, I think the name of the name of the original prosecutor, his name was Castor. I want to say Robert Castor, maybe Castor. That nigga is a prosecutor. His job is to be the one to charge something like that. You know what the benefit of like pursuing a big case like this does for someone's career, right? Like literally, the next person who replaced him ran on it. Like, I'm going to try Cosby. This was what he used in order to get elected because it's an elected position. So this prosecutor literally said, I don't think that we have anything that we can charge Cosby. I can't beat this case. One, because Andrea Constant had contradicted herself to him. Two, he knew that there was literally no forensic evidence. So with literally zero forensic evidence and the only thing being a witness testimony who has literally contradicted herself to the people that when she reported the story, if those are your only two things, then that means that you don't have a convictable case. So he knew that he couldn't try. He said that. I knew that we couldn't convict Cosby. The prosecutor did. But since I knew that we couldn't convict Cosby, then I figured I could get her justice through a civil case, meaning that some kind of way he actually believed that Cosby was guilty. Maybe there was racism, maybe it was prejudice, maybe whatever the freak. He decided I can get him civilly, and that way he can't. And so I will literally declare that I'm not going to try Cosby in a criminal court, so then he can't depend on his Fifth Amendment right to like not incriminate himself. It's incriminate yourself. Criminal, right? And so since we're not going to try you criminally, then we're going to try you only civilly. So now you can't do that. So you have to actually do a deposition. So in that deposition, he could start asking those questions and so on and so forth. And that's what he used in order to try to get a settlement for the Cosby case. So the guy who was motivated to try to find a way of like getting rid of the criminal so that he can guarantee a civil punishment, right? So that he could get some sort of civil liability out of Cosby. That guy said that there was no case with which to prosecute the person. So if that guy, the prosecutor, who is clearly motivated to try to prosecute this man, says that there's no way that he could actually win a case against Cosby, I don't know how anyone else or anybody else anybody in public or on Twitter or any other jury of people should be able to come to the conclusion that this nigga is guilty when the very prosecutor who went out of his way to try to find some way of getting her justice was able to say that, nah, we don't have any way of convicting this nigga. How do you guys get there?
Your impassioned speech right now is getting heckled by this dog barking in the background.
Yeah, I heard it. I don't know who that
Sorry.
was.
So wait, so who did she contradict herself to?
Castor, the prosecutor.
The prosecutor. Okay. So is there legal ramifications for contradicting your story to a prosecutor in that way, or is it just evidence that she might be lying?
No, the legal ramification is just that now your story as a witness is, because at this point now it's like, okay, well, if
Okay, so it's not like lying to like a federal agent, which is actually
because in order to do that it has to be intentional, and you can't prove that she lied on purpose. It could be that she just didn't remember exactly.
God, okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I personally I don't know. There's enough for me to be like, okay, the fact that he's even wielding giving roles to women, like whether or not he would have sex with them would dictate whether they would be millionaires. Like that's enough for me to be like, oh, this is like a horrible person. Because I just can't imagine a good person doing that to somebody.
But wait, hold on. Just to be clear, we don't know that either. That's just what I'm saying.
That could be hearsay as well.
Right. We have no idea for any of it.
People try to get close to famous people for that reason without those famous people offering that in the first place.
Right.
Well, they say with Cosby, it's a straight up quid pro quo, where like, if you do this, if you suck my dick, I will give you a role on the Cosby Show. Like right. That, I'm pretty sure that's what people were saying about him.
Those were also accusations, but again, we have no proof of that.
Right, that's hearsay.
Right, and again, while I think that that's bad, I think that would be bad. I think would it be very, very different than a person like paying for a hyper expensive date to take a woman on, like specifically to get inside?
The magnitude would be significantly raised. Absolutely. I mean, if you're talking about 7 figures as opposed to like, I don't know, a $400 dinner or whatever, that's a huge difference. I mean, come on.
Oh, sure. Like, I guess, yeah, the idea that he's going to enhance their career. Like, I think that
like literally change their life. That's a huge thing. You're like, obviously you can come wherever you want. Like, what do I care? Like, do whatever the fuck you want to me. You're going to be a millionaire after this. Like, it's different, man. Come on. It's different.
I agree with you. I think it's different. It's different.
But you're like, okay, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for whatever reason.
I'm sorry. I think that these two things are different. I'm still saying that I would need evidence. Is that wrong to you? That I would need evidence?
No, it's not. It's not wrong. I get it. Like you're trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I understand that.
I think we should give everyone the benefit. Shouldn't be convicting anybody without evidence. And I think you agree with that.
Yeah, convictions absolutely. But in terms of like how I personally feel about people, I think that's like what we've been saying. That's different than a legal conviction. Those are two totally different things.
And I'm a person, and I get it because I think that's where we're different. Like in the sense that I'm a person that really tries to be objective. I really, really, really hate. I try my. So in like I think without knowing and recognize. And seeing this and knowing like historically how rape has been used as a tool specifically to castrate black in our criminal justice system. I don't know if you knew this. Did you know that rape was only rape if it was against if it was against a white woman? Did you know that it was not illegal to rape a black woman?
Okay, so you're saying there's more of a historical context for Bill Cosby being convicted because of the history of black men getting convicted of rape in America.
I mean, because bro, we can't. It's hard. Like, like how much like the criminal justice specifically to like the way old girl and that Central Park Karen where she like told the dude I'm gonna being attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Like she knew what she was doing. They're weaponizing
Yeah,
that system
that was a
against
threat.
him.
That was a threat
Right.
for sure.
So then it's like in the same sense, like I feel like we know how this thing has been used specifically against black men. Like rape, like if there were polls that like had determined that the majority of people believed that rape was more common against black. I mean, like interracial rape, like black men were more like commonly raping white women. And even though we knew that, even though like it's just not true, like all the rape happens from people within their own like ethnicity, right? Like as would be expected. And so then it's just like, but we still use that, we still weaponize that idea is still in like the public, and so then they're using that like to like and it arms them, right? So then it's like I think knowing that this was the case, knowing that these people recognize that, and that knowing that this would be whitewash, right? Like it was a whole bunch of white women accusing a black man of rape. They like literally started like fabricating these pictures. They literally put dark makeup on this one chick. She was very white. They put like literally blackface on her, put her in a fro. They put another one in dookie braids. They were doing all of these things in order to like color up these women in order to make it seem like so that they could get away from the optics because they knew how it looked. Yo, y'all just got a string of white women to accuse this black man, and we're supposed to go along with it. Who I look like?
So
Boo
do you,
boo.
do
I'm
you,
not
do you
doing
think
that.
stuff like that lives in like our cultural subconscious? So with Bill Cosby, all this happened in like the 2010s, but you know, in America, we've had this idea, you know, for years and years, black men raping white women. Do you think that maybe that laid dormant in our collective subconscious and it kind of came back out during the Cosby trial?
I don't think
This
that
sort of
I don't think it was dormant, because if we look, we see that like still that the vast majority of exonerations are against black men. We see there's like 1,300 exonerations a year for black men in our criminal justice system. We know that we're being wrongfully convicted pretty freaking often. We know that like not only they plant evidence, they do false rape accusations. We've seen like these cases where that like these different like NFL players. We saw this recent story with Chris Brown where they literally lied and tried to say that he raped some chick, and then he like literally posted the evidence where she stalked that nigga for a year, like talking about like, yeah, man, that was like the best sex I ever had. I want more. Like wouldn't leave that nigga alone. Kept saying like, this is the best dick I ever got. Let me get some more. Yada 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 yada. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it like, you know, I don't know if I could be pregnant. He's like, yo, I didn't bust any, but just to be safe, like take this plan B. Da 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 da. Like, so we knew of all of her manipulation and her intent to actually get this nigga. And then once all that evidence came forward, nothing. Right? It seems like there's never any like well-backed recrimination of women that come forward with these kind of accusations, and it's roast. I hate it. Like this thing has been ongoing. It's not like something from the past. It's present. Like before Bill Cosby, before Chris Brown, like there's these stories are nonstop. I want to say there was a nigga named Farmar, I want to say his name was. It just won't stop. They're just gonna constantly use the criminal justice system against us because it's so geared against us already. This is just them like weaponizing now. It was like, oh good, like here goes some intersectionality. We already know that we can weaponize the criminal justice system against this nigga, and now we got Me Too. Let's go ahead and just combine these two, and then we're gonna rape Cosby. That's what they did. They tried to freaking criminally rape this nigga.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I think with Chris Brown in particular, though, people were already primed to believe that he's going to do some fucked up shit because of everything he did with Rihanna. So maybe that this like rape story caught steam because they're like, yeah, obviously, if he's willing to beat the shit out of Rihanna, he's probably willing to rape somebody too, you know?
Sure, I can understand why people would be more inclined to like be like suspicious of Chris Brown, just considering that he already like, you know, some other allegations in which he incredible social faux pas and did something.
That's
really
my name, by the
disgusting.
way. My name is Chris Brown, so I have to hear all about this bullshit all the time. Anytime he does something bad, I gotta fucking hear about it.
Hey, but what about when he does something amazing like drops hot fire? Because that nigga still got vocals.
Okay, when he
kidding.
came out with Run It, I mean, my middle school was awesome. Everybody thought I was cool. I'm like white Chris Brown. Everybody loved me. And
Yeah.
then he started beating up Rihanna, and my life is a living hell ever since.
Could you imagine if somebody named their kid Michael Jackson originally, and then all society got like back behind? Oh no!
I cut somebody off. I'm sorry. Who's? Yeah, you were trying to talk, right?
Well, yeah. So I was kind of like getting back on the topic. So you, Fanatic, you're of the opinion that the Me Too movement has gone too far since Cosby, or before that, or after
Oh.
that?
I don't know the time. Like caught, like niggas are really willing. That with zero.
You think? Did you think OJ did it?
Oh,
Yes or no?
There's literally no good evidence.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, look, this is the funny thing, right? Because like you're laughing in the same way that people feel about this Cosby situation. You actually followed that case. I believe with my whole heart, there's literally no way you would come. Right? I'm sorry. We don't know that he's guilty or not. I'm saying that there's no evidence to do that.
Dude, I'll do a deep dive. I'm down to do a deep dive.
Nigga, when
That
you want to
sounds like
run
something
that,
I want to look into.
come back to the stream. You and I can do it on stream, or better yet, go ahead and
I'm
do the
down.
deep
I'm
dive.
down.
Let's run through it, nigga. I promise you, there's no way you come to the conclusion he's guilty. You got to remember, this is back in the freaking 90s, mid 90s, when you know that the criminal justice system wasn't where it was, race relations weren't where they were, and a jury of his peers found him innocent. Why is that? How is that? What could have possibly happened? What would have convinced white folks to say that this nigga was not guilty? How?
Dude, give me like a week and a half. I'm down, dude. I'll look into the OJ because
Let's do it.
I don't know. It seems pretty one-sided, but I could be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong about shit.
It's only one-sided in the media. It's only one-sided in the media because like real niggas know that this nigga didn't do nothing. I'm sorry that there's no evidence for it. That's
I
what
love
it is.
even if he did it, I still love OJ. He's living his best life. He's golfing every day. He's
bro,
like
OJ was before
happy.
your time, bro. You don't know that nigga.
So
he was before my time.
You think OJ and Cosby are basically like have the same thing? Where like they both probably did it or maybe might have done it, but they didn't deserve jail time.
I genuinely don't believe OJ did it at all. I believe his son did it.
Okay.
What does your dog believe?
My dog believes there's someone outside, probably black, because she's racist. No.
You have a racist dog? That's honestly, that sounds like a racist dog. To be honest with you,
No,
like some
my
type of
dog's not
miniature poodle
racist.
type thing.
No, it's a husky. She's not racist. I was just joking.
I can hear racial undertones in that dog's bark.
I'm not supposed to
gonna
laugh
lie.
about that on stream, am I?
I think my main comment on the Me Too panel earlier, I kind of felt bad for Katie. Like, I disagreed with her, but my main I get why she wants to be able to separate Me Too from like the social media hysteria. Like I understand because there is a lot of like quote unquote Me Too activism that is like very on the ground, very real life, very reasonable, like not what you see on Twitter. But I do think that like the stuff online has gotten big enough to where it's like if you are going to advocate for this cause, you do just kind of have to own it up front and disavow it and feel like, yeah, some fuckers are crazy online, but like this issue is still important, yada yada. Like you have to be willing to make the disclaimers. You can't just say like, I don't know why people want to focus on this, like because it's a massive societal problem. Like that's why they want to focus on.
I think and that's the thing, and it really did suck. And it's gross because I got a bunch of progress. Really rough because like I'm in a situation where I'm like trying to find people who I'll be equal. And it turns out that I'm getting only like level-headed, intelligent people. Right? Okay, no, that's an attack, and I don't need to do that. It's that I just got people that all had really similar opinions. Problem is I don't know where I would go to. Would that have
You didn't get enough crazy leftists that are really militant and angry. That's what you needed, like one or two more of those people.
Right, yeah, but this is where the issue comes in, right? Because like, how do I get that? Because those crazy militant psychos are the people that won't have conversations. They'll just scream and yell over you the whole time. Like we're on the walk on right now, we're being, we're yelling and doing what we do, but like in reality, like that's not how conversations are supposed to go. But we can't have these conversations.
Hey,
I feel like the yelling's gone down. It's been we've chilled out. The waves have settled. I think Hans got a little. I don't know what happened there. That got crazy for a minute. Dude, he hated that you called him bad faith. That's like the way that he responded to you calling him bad faith is like you called him the N-word or something. It was nuts. He really hated that.
Yeah, I guess
me and Alex have not talked over anyone the whole time, except for just now. But like I don't know, like there's a lot of fucking weird things that I notice people do on panel shows. It's just like the hell, like when people are like, all right, one more thing, then I gotta go, and they stick around for like 20 or 30 more minutes, and they're like, all right, no, one more thing, then I gotta go. I'm like,
yeah, using it to skip the line. By the way, you did talk over me quite a few times, and I definitely did it.
Me?
You were like talking while I was still talking, and like I feel pretty confident, but maybe it was the other guy.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Okay.
Well, you're a little stoppy and starty, so it sounds like you're gonna end sometimes, and then you have like another little chunk, so it can be a little confusing when you're supposed to start talking.
All right.
Just saying.
So back to the thing. So like, all right, you have the problem with the believe all women thing. Just it's the phrasing stuff, right? It's like the believe all women because believe 95% of women doesn't sound as catchy, right? Like
No, it's not. It's not the catchy and the phrasing. Like, and that's the part that really every time I said that, it really, because it wasn't. We weren't talking rhetoric. What we were talking about, whether or not there should be accusations. That has nothing to do with rhetoric. That has everything to do with what should happen in the criminal justice system, right? Like, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about like are we holding like false accusers accountable? That's what the conversation was about. She devolved it into. That wasn't what we. That wasn't what.
okay, yeah, and I mean I kind of agree with you. We're not holding false accusers accountable, but that's kind of a society thing, right? Like we don't think the false accusing thing is like a meriting of like the time versus like other things like murder and like rape and all that other stuff like that. Society doesn't necessarily think that. There's like more serious crimes than false accusers
Did any
spend
of
your
you
time on.
guys? This is like a very mini example of this like exact phenomenon. I feel like, but Destiny recently posted a video. It's called like "Saves Innocent 18-Year-Old from
Yeah.
Cancellation" or
Yep.
something like that. Yes. Okay. Well, they dropped. Do y'all know this video? Basically, there was an 18-year-old
Oh yeah.
who was in a consensual relationship with a 15-year-old, and the 15-year-old, literally nothing happened in their relationship as she started talking to her friends, and this is her, like, you can watch the video. I really don't think I'm like pejoratively paraphrasing her. Like, she said, like, yeah, they got in my head, they told me it was terrible. These people like convinced me to do the document, but throughout the whole stream, it's like an hour and a half video. Nobody will own up to making the document, being the person. It's like everybody's hands were up, like everybody was like, oh yeah, this was a really irresponsible cancellation.
Commentary community, they're a bunch of fucking snakes. That's just how they operate. I mean, they all are just fucking gunning for each other's throats at all times. Like they're so vindictive and evil. Like
It just seems like
the John
everybody's
Swan guy,
willing.
the Augie, all those people. They're
Yeah,
dog
like
shit.
every time one of the allegations blows up and everybody's like, oh, this was fucking stupid, it's like everybody's willing to say, like, gee, we ought to be more responsible, but like nobody
You had a
actually,
part in it.
yeah, yeah, nobody actually holds anybody's feet to the fire, and like people aren't going to actually be more responsible until there actually is kickback for being irresponsible, is the argument, I think.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
I agree, but like I also think that the majority of the false allegation stuff is not um reported to the police. It's not like police reports like this guy raped me. Like I think that the majority of the false allegation, the reason that like people start feeling it's an actual problem is because it's just easy to shout it from social media, and like that's where that stuff is more prevalent, and that's like why it's seen as more of an issue. I'm not saying that like the few cases that are reported to the police aren't an issue. I'm just saying like the the loudspeaker of social media is making it seem like way worse than what it actually is in like the legal system.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna make, I mean, and I don't think most people who make allegations are making false allegations, but if you are gonna make a false allegation, you would probably would rather go to social media than to the cops first, if you
For
can,
sure.
Yeah.
Because
So,
you're not gonna be vetted as much. Because on social media, if you could get the ball rolling enough, then you don't even need to prove yourself too much. Because there's a narrative where if you even question whether or not somebody's lying, you're doing this really horrible, awful thing. Whereas when you go to the police, they're gonna ask for evidence, and you have to prove yourself, and you have to, show that a crime happened. You don't have to do that as much on the internet, obviously.
I mean, I kind of think that's an issue with cancel culture, not necessarily with the Me Too movement, and going too far.
um, I mean, you could say that because I mean, whenever you make a Me Too story online, you are accusing somebody of a crime generally. If you're going online and saying that somebody raped you, you are accusing them of a crime. You're just not doing so in a court of law. So you could say that any movement that says like it's super socially acceptable to accuse people of crimes on social media, that any movement like that, like by default, will result in more false allegations. Like every time, just like the calculus, like it will. I don't think that the Me Too movement was a net negative, but I will say that, like, yeah, that's a negative consequence for sure. And so I don't think that people can run away from it when we talk about Me Too because, like, I mean, I don't
Wait,
know.
I'm sorry. Wait. You said what was a negative?
I mean, the fact that people are making criminal accusations on social media.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Um,
Wait. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to be. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish your point.
that's basically it. I mean, it's hard because I do think the movement's a net positive. I'm a supporter of the movement. I care a lot about the cause. But I mean, yeah, there's a lot of social danger in saying that, like, it's really, really great to make these super serious claims on social media. Like, that's that. I think that's a pretty dangerous cultural message. But
It is
I don't know.
somewhat. I don't like the fact that people, and at the same, recognize this is our. Like taking out a news ad and saying like, "Hey, this is what you would do before. Before you would go to the news, you would say, "Hey, this happened." Like we don't do that anymore, and I think it's reasonable, like for people to say like, "Hey, we're the power away from these people." Because before there were problems where some people just wouldn't run the stories, and so yeah, you could have like a valid complaint, and no one was gonna like, and it just wouldn't get ran. So then you were screwed. And now it's like, no, we don't have to wait like for the news people to do it. Like we it's our story in and of. And I
Well,
think
there are still legal safeguards. I mean, we do have slander and libel laws. Those
sure,
still exist.
but in order to get those to do that slander and libel, like, one, you're gonna have to actually sue. You actually did something. And so then I'm saying like I think that it's beneficial that people make these accusations without having to go through specifically the or like whatever. Because it's like sometimes it'll be like, oh, this story's too hot. I'm not right now. It's like, nope,
Well,
I'm making
also,
this claim. No paywall, no nothing. I get to just share what it. I
well,
think that's good.
I
It's
think
just the bad actors.
we're forgetting too that like a lot of the Me Too stuff is not necessarily criminal stuff, but it's still like if somebody does something shitty to you, you even if it's not criminal, you still have the right to talk about it on social media. I think like the Chris D'Elia situation was a great example of that, where he wasn't necessarily accused of doing anything illegal, but he had a pattern of just treating like hundreds of women like shit. So
I don't know
all of
who
a sudden
Chris
they all
D'Elia
get
is.
together. Oh, so Chris D'Elia, he
He's
was
a
like the comedian. He got Me Too. He was like maybe one of the more recent Me Too's where he got accused of like grooming like 16-year-olds or whatever. Those claims are a little bit more dubious, but there were hundreds of girls on social media that were saying all these like really horrible experiences that they had with Chris D'Elia that are not necessarily criminal, but they are like, oh, this guy treats people like shit. And because he treated me like shit, I have the right to talk about it. So that's part of the Me Too situation as well. Not criminal stuff, just something bad happened to me. I have the right to talk about it.
yeah, he's a comedian that's like in his early 40s that made it a habit of fucking 18-year-olds.
Yeah, he loved tap dancing right on the line. That's kind of his thing. Where like, he'll message a 16-year-old, she'll be like, "I'm 16." And then mysteriously she'll get a message 2 years later type thing. Like, yeah, so that's the type of that's what he would get involved in.
Yeah, I don't like
And
that.
there people are like, "It's weird. It's not illegal, but it's weird and I have the right to talk about it."
Sure.
So I think
think
like the Me Too movement opened up that whole category as well.
yep, and I think I love that. Here's the deal, and one of those things that like I would 37. I have no interest now. Good to do. I don't like that kind of age like gap. I just think there can be power dynamics and stuff, so on and so forth. So I feel comfortable telling. I don't feels right. Where do I go get off? live to my personal standard. I would never ever raise my kids public education, ever public education. My personal
Really?
no, public education is god.
Yeah, it is god awful.
It
What
was
about it?
I just had bad experience. But my whole point,
Okay.
while I feel for my kids, I couldn't tell some other parents want different things for their kids.
So would you homeschool or a private school type
Homeschool.
thing? Like, what you'd want to homeschool them to give them more of like a religious education?
No, not for religion. I just don't want them to get. I just think public education is really.
Yeah, teaching for tests is like the worst thing you could possibly do.
I think obviously our math, not people used to say it was the worst, and not literally the worst. Really bad. We put more in education.
Yeah,
Like,
it's.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're getting too lost in the weeds. So I
Yeah.
don't. My personal. Don't feel. We're not living the way. So, same sense. Well, I say I would never want to be gross, or not gross, but it's that I wouldn't want to do it. But I really can't. Now, being predatory, any other stuff we can get him for, but do you really?
But you could
feel
sympathize
rested?
with the girls. You could sympathize with the girls that felt like they were mistreated and they want to amplify their voice, and they have the right to tell the world their story about how something bad happened to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that's a.
And I
thing.
think that's one of the things that like the Me Too movement kind of popularized. I would say maybe in like a witch honey kind of maybe like a bad way where we're all kind of like going after each other and we're not like really trying to fix the core issues. We're just kind of trying to celebrate taking down bad people. Maybe that's not actually helping the issue at all. Like I could see that argument too, but I don't know. I think that was just an example of a non-criminal situation. So
And I agree with you. Hold on, listen. I love you guys. Gotta go. CJ
I gotta
Brown,
go too.
really great talking. Or maybe it might be. You ever in Prime?
I've been on a Prime Kai like tiny panel once. I've been on one of your panels once, but I came on at the very end and like it was really brief. But
Okay.
yes, one time. Oh yeah. I normally I will
I
put
got
a
a
camera
camera. What are
on.
you talking
Normally,
about?
I just look terrible right now, but I'm not opposed to using a camera. Like I will put a camera on in the future.
Okay, we could probably have. I wouldn't be a guest. I'd be a host. We could probably you guys. I mean,
I have a mic.
get a camera.
I have one too, but yeah.
Okay, so listen, I'm gonna probably need to do like really small interviews with, like, just kind of understand what exactly the goal of the panel, so I can know where to place you. You guys would be willing to be on the show. You can just add me as a friend on Discord. What I'll do?
Yeah.
I'll show you how we can schedule like a small, like it didn't even have to be more small little interview, so I can just get where your head's at. And one of the guys I was supposed to
I'm
have
down,
today was
dude. Sounds good.
Yeah, it'd be really freaking awesome. Like I'm just looking for more people who are capable of having, not just scream. Saw how we got yelly and stuff in the walk on, but that's not how the panel is at all.
Yeah.
Got it. Well, it was nice chatting with you, man. Good to meet you.
Yeah, for sure. Love you guys. Thank you guys. To the rest of you guys that are watching on YouTube, thank you guys for checking it out. Twitch.tv/Mr. Fanatiq. That's where I stream not every day. That's where I mostly stream. And we have conversations. Anytime you want to have a conversation with me, if I'm like not talking to anybody, I'm more than willing. I'm willing to debate anything, and I will be good faith. And I typically give the energy that's given out as long as my patience is still there. If I'm running out of patience, I'll tell you. You just gotta chill. We'll just talk. If you guys check out these people, Chicken Sandwich, sorry CJ Brown. And,
oh yeah,
Allison,
follow me on
5138.
Twitch if you guys use Twitch. I'd appreciate it.
There you go. Like, just go ahead and link them this Twitch at YouTube channel. It is. Same with you, Allison. Please, all three of you guys, send me friend requests. Love for you guys to be on the.
All right, take it easy, man.
All right, man. Peace. Bam, I love you guys. I always say this. Check out this channel. Look at the other videos. Don't forget to like and subscribe and comment and all that other stuff. Look at my latest video. It's called Magenta Skies with my cousin Shireen doing the music video. I'm a music producer. This piano is really where I'm at. Y'all think like my takes are based. Hey, I think some of y'all niggas got your minds changed about Cosby. Because you know, like I know, ain't no way to convict this nigga. And I think, yeah, that point is crazily valid. Okay? Thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for being here. DJ Don sucks. Shut up. Hey, yo. Hey, you watched that Utaka video. Watch that, right? Eric, I'm gonna call you later. I gotta go. I love you, bro. I promise you I'm gonna install Beatmania. I promise you. It got me so hyped watching Utaka fail that song. It made me think if he could fail that